On January 16th of the lunar calendar, the day came when guests came to Earth. Something that wasn't supposed to be here appeared in this world. The boy raced at a breakneck pace. His breathing had long since stopped, and his heart was ready to jump out of his chest. He was running to save his own life. A huge clawed hand was following the fleeing guy. The claws easily destroyed the neighbouring wall as if it were a piece of paper. The terrible sounds behind him made the feet of the fleeing boy move faster. The terrifying circumstances drove the frightened guy into a dead end. His body slammed into the wall with force. He looked around and came face to face with his pursuers. Monsters whose numbers were disproportionate were slowly approaching him. They were called boomers. The monsters were enjoying the guy's fear and were already ready to tear him to pieces. At the top of the tower was a man. The wind was developing his clothes. It was one of those who could resist the scary monsters. He was watching the city from above, scoping out the monsters. He was not alone. A group of men equipped with weapons sat on the edge of the house, and it was a gang that went by the name of Checo. It was time for the tiger hunt, and the boys snapped out of their seat. They drew their weapons and raced to meet their enemy. One of them reached for his blade and was in a hurry to draw it from its sheath. The monster raised its head and opened its clawed paws, preparing to repel the attack. Almost all of the monsters had their attention diverted away from their victim. Only one stayed close to the guy and approached him. The guy fell to the ground in horror. He realized that now this could be his last moment in life. A bright red chain suddenly wrapped around the tiger's neck. The tiger's eyes bulged as he felt the stranglehold. He clearly hadn't expected an attack from behind. The boy threw up his hands and tried to crawl away. The owner of the brightly coloured weapon pulled the chain, crouching behind Bomb's back. This movement was enough to clamp the monster's neck so tightly that its head broke away from its body. At the same time, another member of the gang was concentrating on fighting their enemy. The white tiger was swinging its clawed paws around, trying to hold onto the spear. The boy deftly parried it, pushing Bomb away from him. Bouncing back, he intercepted his spear, the weapon glowing with energy, raising gusts of wind around it. One proper movement and a crack shone through the tiger's head. The beast only took a second to realize what had just happened. Blood rushed from its head in different direction. The boy slung his spear on his shoulder, satisfied with how quickly he had dealt with the monster. The tiger behind him had just been split in two. In the other part of the alleyway, the battle continued. The monster swung its paws aggressively, its face contorted into a grin and a ferocious growl. The boy jumped aside, avoiding the fatal blow. A spark flashed in his eyes. The guy was completely focused on his enemy. He didn't miss a single movement, so he was sure that he could easily deal with Bomb. Making a jump, he moved to another place and made his blade strike. The monster felt a cutting pain in the chest area, blood gushed from the open wound, and the guy continued to deliver deadly blows. The fight continued and no one stood still. Behind the back of one of them, two bombers suddenly appeared. They were already too close and the guy might just not be able to react in time. But the gang members kept a keen eye on each other, preventing the monsters from getting too close. The archer fired a few arrows towards those two monsters. His arrows hit the target accurately, thus the guys avoided tragedy. The guy smiled as he knew that he would also have someone to back him up in a difficult moment. He raised his bow and released another arrow. There was a huge explosion on the other side, causing the fire to rise high into the sky, but the archer didn't even flinch, because he knew very well whose hands it was. Another member of the gang, surrounded by the bombers, fought fearlessly. He was holding an automatic rifle, which he used to successfully deal with the monsters. The wounded bombers fell to the ground, no longer able to fight. The monster realized that he could not cope with such an enemy alone and decided to quickly run away to stay alive. Only it was not destined to happen. A grenade flew in front of Bomb's nose. With bulging eyes, the monster looked at the grenade and realized his imminent end. The guy with the machine gun in his hands did not even look in the direction of the explosion. He was sure that the grenade had reached its target and the escaped bomb had fallen. The fight continued. The boys ran through the alley like a tornado. They maneuvered between the monsters while covering each other's vulnerabilities. Their weapons sliced through the flesh of the bombs, mercilessly destroying them. And last was the one who was not actively involved in the battle, but had a not insignificant role in it all. The man stepped forward, extended his arm, and golden chains appeared around the monsters, enveloping them. By doing so, a seal was placed on them. The monsters were finished. They gathered in one place where a frightened guy was still sitting on the ground. The one who had just imposed the seal stepped forward. He stretched out his hand, extending it towards the frightened guy, and wanted to know if he was all right and if he was injured. Then the scared guy stared at them with all his eyes and was immediately able to realize who these guys were. The man lightly smiled back. On January 16th of the lunar calendar, guests from another world arrived in the human world. Once a year, the bombers broke through the seal from the shadow world. Unfortunately for the humans, they could take on the same appearance and were able to infiltrate their society. But then they would begin to devour ordinary humans, bringing destruction and chaos with them. There was a man named Haru. He was the guardian of the entrance to Inwangsan and prevented the bummers from entering the human world. Jaha stared in front of him in utter incomprehension. Haru touched his head and informed him that he had broken the seal, and because of that the humans were suffering from the bombs. The man was wrapped tightly in a long jacket. A hood covered his head, and his eyes were not visible in the shadows. Only a smirk stretched across his face was visible in the moonlight. He looked at the boy in front of him and offered to tell him about how his parents had died. Jaha stared at the man in disbelief. Such a statement did not interest him in any way. He didn't care about such things now. If he had been asked to know something about his parents earlier, he would have been interested. As a young boy, he had tried to find out something about his parents from the orphanage teachers, but they only shrugged awkwardly, unable to tell him anything. As Jaha grew up, he realized that there were more important things than unsuccessfully searching for information about his parents. His heart had become calloused by the reality that had fallen on his shoulders. He had to work part-time at a monotonous job to be able to live. Not wanting to listen to the stranger, the guy sent him away and started to turn around. Jaha was no longer interested in the matter and was not going to waste any more time looking for him. The man still didn't give up trying to interest the guy, and even talked about the tragic death of his parents. Jaha himself was already moving away from him and was shocked by such insistence of the stranger. Seeing that the guy was completely unwilling to listen to him, the stranger addressed the guy by name at the last moment. From the surprise of hearing his own name, something inside Jaha trembled. The stranger had mentioned that the secret was in Mount Inwangsan. The boy slowly turned his head towards the stranger. The man hummed contentedly, realizing that he had chosen the right path by addressing the guy by name. The stranger made him even more interested when he reminded Jaha of how he and his parents lived near Bombawi Rock. Jaha really remembered that. Warm memories entered his mind, the gentle embrace of his mother, and the song his father used to hum to him. The boy always smiled when he was with his parents. But he also remembered something else, a terrifying moment, a glimpse of terror and despair. Something dark had burst out that made his mother's face look horrified. She screamed and begged Jehu to run. Such a sudden realization hit the boy's head. He pressed his hand to his face, and it was as if an unbearable weight had fallen on his shoulders. His heart began to pound, for he didn't even think he could remember such a thing. The stranger stepped closer to Jaha and put his huge arms around him. His voice became very quiet, as if he was telling the boy some terrible secret. Jaha could do nothing, still shocked by those terrible flashes of memories. In a sinister voice, the man was inviting him to visit Mount Ingwansan, where he would be able to learn the truth about what had happened to his parents. The stranger's eyes glittered in the shadow of his hood. A sharp gust of wind hit Jaha's body. He covered his eyes, not realizing where such a strong gust could have come from. When he lowered his gaze, he realized that the stranger who had just stood in front of him had simply disappeared, leaving behind a strange dark vortex. Jaha frowned. Today was January 16th, the anniversary of his parents' death. The man had said his mother was a shaman, and his strange appearance on this particular day could in no way be a coincidence. The boy was determined to figure it out. That same day, Jaha went to Mount Ingwangsan without a shred of doubt. He had to find out the whole truth about how his parents died, but there was a problem. As soon as he reached the right place, his memories were cut short. Jaha slowly opened his eyes. The boy felt that he was lying on a soft bed, but he had absolutely no memory of how he had ended up here. Something was beeping monotonously in the room, and he was wearing hospital pajamas. He was clearly in the hospital, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't rouse his memories. He pulled himself up, and a sharp pain made itself known. Under his pajamas, on his chest, Jaha felt a wound that made everything whimper. The boy was surprised to have such a wound. There was a man in the room the whole time. He nodded when he saw that the injured man was awake and spoke to him. Jaha looked at the stranger in surprise. The man pulled out his ID card and introduced himself as Investigator Kim Soo-hun. His attitude was serious. He had questions for the guy. The guy's eyes widened when the investigator talked about the incident that happened 3 days ago on Ingwansan. Jaha didn't understand at all how he could help the investigator. The man pulled back his jacket and reached into his inside pocket. He kept his piercing gaze on the boy, since he was the only one he could ask questions to right now. The investigator held out his hand, which contained a photograph, and told Jehu that he was the only survivor. The guy glanced puzzledly in the direction of the photograph, and what he saw in it shocked him immensely. The people in the photos had been mercilessly torn apart. Lots of blood, body parts torn off. Jaha couldn't believe his eyes and was horrified by what he saw. 24 people had been torn to pieces. Jaha himself was seriously injured, but was the only one left alive. Unfortunately, the investigator left without learning anything, because the guy remembered absolutely nothing from that night. Thoughts crept into the guy's head that the stranger who sent him to the mountain might have had something to do with the incident. The ignorance was making Jehu too angry. The only thing he was sure of was that his parents' death had some sort of mystery. and the clue was that very same Mount Ingwangsan. A month had passed since that day. Jeha got off the bus, eager to revisit Mount Ingwangsan to find out what had happened that night. The murder on Ingwangsan was just the beginning of the riots. Since then, there have been similar incidents all over the city. The police have been trying their best to find out what was going on. The victims' wounds were lacerated as if left by clawed paws, body parts torn off, walls flooded with blood. It was because of such deep wounds left by the beast that people began to call the perpetrator of such incidents Bom. Jeha stood in front of Bombawi's rock. It took him a little while to decide to continue his journey. The boy approached the rock and touched it with his hand. Only now could he say with certainty that he had been here that night. It wasn't even a memory, but a certain feeling that told him so. He lowered his gaze and noticed a crack in the rock. Running his fingers over it, Jeha couldn't remember if it had been here before. A small point of light suddenly flashed inside the crack. The glow began to intensify. Jeha stared at it as if spellbound. It was definitely something he hadn't expected to see, but he couldn't look away. The light was growing out of the crack, becoming brighter and more intense. The boy crouched down, stunned as he continued to stare at what was happening. Suddenly, he felt a searing pain on his chest. Jeha lowered his eyes in surprise and pressed his hand against his body. It seemed to him that the already healed wound had reopened and hurt even worse than when he had opened his eyes in the hospital. A mighty flash burst out from a crack in Bombawi's rock and cut through the sky with a piercing beam. Such a bright light made him squeeze his eyes shut, but when he realized that something was happening, he tried to open at least one eye. From surprise, Jeha jumped back because a man appeared in front of him. He couldn't understand where he came from, it was too sudden. A white-haired man in traditional clothing looked at Jeha. Rays of light continued to curve around him, and the wind ruffled the stranger's hair slightly. The boy looked puzzled at the man who had appeared, and marvelled at his own crazy thoughts that this stranger could have come out of the rock. He even suggested that it might have been just a dream. The man standing in front of him shook his head slightly. With a bright smile on his face, the man introduced himself, calling himself Haru, and informed him that he was the Bombawi rock on Mount Ingwangsan. For Jeha, this was too much. He couldn't realize how serious those words were now. After all, such a thing was simply impossible. Haru was happy to see Jeha because he remembered him as a little boy, and he had shown him his height the last time he had seen him. Yehu started to rise to his feet and was taken aback that this man knew him. Haru also inquired about the boy's wound, causing him to press his hand to his chest in surprise and ask how he knew about it. The man spun around, admitting that he had seen everything that had happened that night. Jeha reached out to him. He couldn't even think that someone had witnessed it and would be able to tell him about that terrible incident. Haru's detached demeanour pissed Jeha off more than a little. The guy jumped up to the man and grabbed him by his clothes. He demanded that he tell him everything and not talk nonsense about being a mountain guardian. The boy also wanted to understand who those bomas were. Dreadful monsters. The 16th of January on the lunar calendar penetrated the human world. Once a year, the bomas burst from the shadow world through the seal. They mingle with humans and devour them. Haru lifted his head and told him that he was the guardian of the entrance to Ingwangsan and prevented the bomas from entering the human world. And Jeha doubted the man's words, for if he was, how could these bomas penetrate their world? The man raised his hand and magical power began to pour from his 2 fingers. He reached out to Jehu, saying that all the answers were in his memory. The boy himself couldn't take his eyes off Haru's face, as if bewitched by his charms. The touch was barely noticeable, but it felt like Jeha had been shot in the forehead. He heard the last words from Haru about how he was the cause of all the trouble. After all, Jeha had broken the seal that held the bombs in the shadow world. With each passing second, the pain in the boy's head grew. Something crackled loudly in his ears, his mouth opened in a scream. At that moment his eyes turned white and his mind drifted somewhere far away, leaving this body behind. Through the thick veil he saw a man, and next to him he saw himself. The man was talking about something, gesturing with his hand, but the boy couldn't hear the words. He did not understand what was happening to him. The memories were like bright flashes. They appeared before his eyes in jagged images. Bright red eyes were looking at him, but Yehu was already unconscious. The memory was replaced by a new image, where that smiling man turned into a bloodthirsty monster eager to kill Yehu. Haru looked at the guy with sympathy, as he realized the heavy memories that had fallen on the guy's shoulders. Jeha himself collapsed to his knees and stared straight ahead, but couldn't come to his senses. His mind was crackling and the lad cried out exhaustedly. That night, Jeha arrived at Bombami Rock. The lad climbed the steps the same way and noticed the silhouette of a man at the rock itself. He was surprised to see someone here at this late hour. Hearing the footsteps, the man twisted his head and looked at the approaching boy. A good-natured smile curved the man's lips. He waved his hand and was surprised to see the kid here. The man knew Jehu since he remembered him as a child. Such words had Jehu himself on edge. The boy came closer and took a closer look. A lot of questions popped into his head. He didn't understand how this stranger could know him. The boy raised his eyes, scrutinizing the man's face, and couldn't remember him. The man's eyes suddenly flashed scarlet in color. He stared intently at the lad, and his voice sounded like a hiss. He wanted Yehar to think and remember him. At that moment, Yehar felt as if he had lost his senses. He couldn't take his gaze off the man's eyes and didn't even realize that he had fallen into a terrible trap. The guy's eyes filled with red color. A faint memory flashed before his eyes of how he had spent a lot of time in this place when he was a child. And then the realization came to him that this man was a close friend of their family. He had treated Jehu very well. The boy felt it on a subconscious level. Being under the power of a terrible hypnosis, Jehu recognized this man as an uncle he had known many years ago. The man smirked, satisfied that the young man had been able to find the right memory and recall it from the past. The man reached out to the rock behind his back, reminding the lad that his father had often taken him to this place. Jehu's father always hummed a song, and his uncle also told him that the lad's father was from the Bomb tribe who lived on the other side of the cliff. The man approached the boy, looking into his face. Only one day could the Bomb tribe come into this world without exception, and that was until his father met the lad's mother. His mum was a shamaness who guarded the passage between worlds. She could hum the song of the game at the gate and open the passage. Thanks to this song, the boy's father managed to stay in the human world despite the rules. The man looked at the rock. The boy, on the other hand, did not move. As it turned out, Jehar was born from the union of Bomb and human. The uncle spoke softly, asking the boy to remember the song of the game at the gate. The words of the song began to pop into Yehu's mind in snippets. He had heard it many times. Even now, the affectionate voice of the boy's father sounded in his head. It was as if the boy had returned to the time when he could sit in his father's arms and listen to that mysterious song. Without realizing what was happening, Yehar began to hum the song, which vivid images began to resurface in his memory. The man stared at it mesmerized, feeling the power of the voice and the magical energy that shuddered around him. Cracks began to appear in the ground. Everything vibrated beneath his feet, and golden light began to shoot out of the ground as if there wasn't enough room for it there. The words of the song had such power that they tore the seal from Bombawi's rock and the passage opened. The man raised his hands to the sky. He was overjoyed that his plan had worked. The crackle of power could be felt everywhere, and his kin could come to the human world. A large number of bomas immediately appeared in the passage. They were all intimidating and came in different shapes and breeds, but the one thing they all had in common was an insatiable thirst to destroy all of humanity. The man spread his arms out to greet his kin. He had accomplished his years-long plan and was able to make the seal fall and the monsters emerge from the world of shadows into the human world. A bright energy blazed around the man, and he raised his hand, realizing that his sealed power had returned to his body. A grin appeared on his face. He was stupefied by his power. Yehar was completely unaware of what was going on around him. Being under hypnosis, the guy kept humming the song, not even realizing that he had helped the villain to let the real evil into the human world. When the plan was successfully executed, the man walked up to the guy and pulled him off the ground, easily lifting him with one hand. 400 years ago, the man's power had been sealed by a hybrid like Jehu had been. The blood of the shamaness flowed in the guy's veins, and he could not only open the gate but also close it. Therefore, to avoid that, the monster decided it was better for Jehu to die now. The man swung his hand and scarlet blood spurted from Jehu's body. The boy immediately flew off to the side. Jehu felt the pain, but still couldn't realize what was happening. Tears came to the guy's eyes, and his gaze was still as detached as ever. The man was no longer hiding his true face and intentions. He smiled with all his teeth, which immediately sharpened as the power returned to his body. He stood before his tribe. The Bomas looked at their leader with inspiration. 4,000 years ago, ending the war had not been given to them, but now the time had come, and they would begin again what they had once been prevented from finishing. A growl rumbled through the neighborhood in agreement. Yehar lay unconscious, blood gushing from his body, 3 deep furrows cutting through his yoli. Everything that had happened that night caught up with the boy's mind in an instant. He clutched his hand over his mouth, and his whole body trembled. Yehar didn't want to believe that everything he had just remembered had actually happened. Hupo was the name of a good friend of their family, but the worst part was that he was the very monster that had killed Yehu's parents. The realization fell heavily on the boy's shoulders, he remembered. Yehu was completely devastated now. Too much information had piled up on him in an instant. On this day, the boy had definitely lost a piece of his soul. Since childhood, living without parents had been the norm for Jehu. For the rest of his life, he found himself completely alone. Sometimes his mind was not easily overpowered by the thought that his parents had abandoned him, and soon he developed a dislike for them. From time to time, a deep longing would come over him, but there was no one around him who could comfort that pain. The guy had to deal with it alone, and at some point he couldn't even cry anymore. The moment all the memories came back to him, Haru walked up to Jehu and placed his cold hand on his shoulder. This triggered a rift in his soul, and all the deeply hidden feelings started to come out. He cried like he had never done before. Tears streamed down his cheeks and a high-pitched moan escaped from his throat. Haru was by his side and tried to comfort the boy with words. He didn't blame him for what had happened, but only wished to comfort the young man's pain. Haru looked at Jehu, knowing that his parents and even his memories of them had been taken away from him. Now he was able to give it all back to the boy, and he needed to deal with his emotions. When the peak of heartache was at its peak, Haru turned to Jehu. Energy surged around the man and his voice became firm. It was time for the hunt for the bombers. The people of Shinshi City were horrified by the recent events taking place. Everyone wanted to know the solution to this disaster, and a conference had been called. A young man stepped to the podium. Thousands of flashes illuminated the stage. The journalists took turns asking questions, and each one was very important to the residents. Voices were excited. Everyone wanted to know the answer, what was going to be done. Hwanan was the chairman of Isal, a company that had contributed to the development of Shinshi for 100 years. The man was aware of the horror that was now taking place in the city. Therefore, he offered no small bounty for the heads of the bombs, urging anyone who could to hunt them down. The conference ended, and the journalists left the room with disgruntled faces. The idea of hunting the bomb had not aroused their enthusiasm. People did not believe that anyone would want to risk their lives for a reward, especially when they knew nothing about the enemy. The two stood on the roof of a single high-rise and watched what was happening in the dark streets of the city. Haru and Jahar saw the vast expanse of the city in front of them and were determined to begin the hunt for the bombs. The girl was pacing down a dark alley and all her attention was on her phone. She was watching the news, which told her that 3 more bodies had been found in one of the city's neighborhoods, and apparently the killers were the bombs. A strange sense of danger made the girl stop abruptly. It was as if she heard something behind her back that sent a shiver through her body. Looking around and making sure that there was no scary monster around the corner, the girl exhaled with relief and tapped her chest. In this way, she tried to calm her worried heart. She scolded herself for watching the scary news, and now she could see danger all around her. Suddenly, she felt something drop on her head, but it was something more viscous than ordinary water from the roofs. The girl froze in horror, and then, from somewhere above, a terrifying bomb appeared. His body looked like a human's, but his muzzle resembled a tiger's. His eyes burned with scarlet light. His teeth were sharp and long claws protruded from his fingers. This monster had found its prey and was ready to kill it. The girl raised her head in horror and looked into the very mouth of the terrible monster that loomed over her. She was so dumbfounded that she could not even move from the stifling fear. A long tongue came out of Bomb's mouth, with which he was about to pierce the girl's body. But suddenly a gunshot sounded in the alley, a bright flash hitting the very tongue of the monster. The girl watched with fear at what was now happening. Bomb jerked his head in anger, in the direction from which the shot had come. His tongue went back into his mouth and part of it was scorched. The one who had fired the shot was Jehu himself. The guy was holding the gun with both hands and was incredibly happy because of the fact that he managed to hit the target. Haru watched the guy in surprise. He had never seen such an interesting weapon before. The monster realized that he needed to eliminate the danger to himself first, so he immediately turned his attention to the two guys, forgetting about his prey. Haru tensed as the monster headed in their direction wholeheartedly. He warned Jehu that he was about to make a jump. The boy swallowed the lump in his throat nervously. The monster snapped out of his seat and raced toward the boys at full speed. Its eyes burned scarlet and a vicious growl erupted from its mouth. All its muscles were tense. Except the Bomb was a reasonable creature and did not run straight at the guy with a gun. At some point, the monster began to maneuver with in the air, moving in a zigzag motion, not giving Jehu a chance to aim. This too puzzled the gunner. Bomb's movements were too fast for the guy's eyes. He barely had time to follow him, and it was almost impossible to predict his next move. The boy suddenly felt many blows on his body. Bomb was striking them very quickly. Despite the pain that swirled around him, Jahar did not lower his hands and did not lose hope to aim at the monster. Catching the moment, the boy bounced to the side and fired a series of shots. There were loud pops in the alleyway. He didn't know if he could hit the monster, but hope still sparked in his soul. Suddenly, Jahar felt seriously ill. His body stopped obeying and his head began to spin. It was too dangerous at such a crucial moment. Jehu suspected that he might have lost too much blood, which was why his condition had worsened so dramatically. Bomb continued to flicker chaotically in front of him and was now no more than a blurry blur. The voice in the boy's head was screaming for him to get out of here faster, but Jahar was determined not to listen to it anymore. With a shout, the guy raised his gun again and fired a series of new shots. As the guy continued firing, his enemy Bomb swiftly maneuvered behind his opponent's back. Jahar didn't even notice his enemy disappear. The beast took advantage of his enemy's slowness and sank its claws into the boy's side. Jahar felt a sharp pain and the force of the blow threw him aside. While Jahar was fighting for his own life, Haru had been on the sidelines the whole time. But when the matter proved too dangerous, he rushed towards him. At that time, the girl they had rescued rushed out of that alley with all her might. Yeha decided that if he was already injured, he needed to take full advantage of the situation. He grabbed Bomb's arm tightly and wouldn't let go. Pointing the gun in the monster's direction, the guy was finally able to aim. Now the monster wouldn't be galloping all over the street. Bomb clenched his jaws tightly, realizing the gravity of the situation he was in. The monster tried to wrench its arm away, but surprisingly the guy's grip was bloodthirsty. Yeha twisted his hand, which held a pistol, with a sharp movement and made several accurate hits. Bomb's scream rang out across the street, drowning out the sound of gunfire. The monster's eyes descended on the boy. It opened its mouth wide and a strange light began to glow from there. Haru raised his hand. He realized that something irreparable could happen now. The man wanted Jehu to get away from this bomb as soon as possible. He was going to attack the guy with an unknown attack. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the air. It flew at an incredible speed towards where Bomb and the boy were. It was illuminated with an energy glow. The arrow slammed into Bomb's body, tearing his flesh apart. Haru and Jehu managed to bounce away in time to cover their faces with their hands, the bright light from the explosion shining into their eyes. Haru immediately rushed over to Jehu, concerned about his condition. Jehu himself yelled at the man for tugging on him too much. Haru threw his hands up in the air, signaling that he was only too worried about the boy's wounds. Jehu glanced in the direction where the wounded Bomb lay. An arrow was sticking out of the ground and the monster itself was immobilized. They didn't know about who had fired that arrow. Just as the guy wanted to reach for the arrow, suddenly several more arrows rained down in their direction. It was as if they were blocking the path to Bomb, and someone's voice sounded off to the side, warning them not to even approach the monster. The boys looked up and saw that some guy was standing on the roof. He was intently watching what was going on below and threateningly hinted that this bomb was his prey. Lee Doki and Minai jumped down. They were pleased with how cleverly they had managed to get their prey. Lee Doki even praised those below for being excellent bait. There were two other guys with them, a girl named O-Ran and a silent guy named Ko Kidong. They also jumped down to their prey. The leader of their faction, called Team 1 Tiger Butterfly, was Kim Sojin. He glanced towards Bomb and gave the order for Lee Doki to take the monster's head. The guy, without further ado, snatched the head from Bomb's shoulders with a sharp movement. At the same moment, Jahar screamed, for it was his Bomb, and the head also belonged to him. The boy did not understand who these guys were, and what right they had to do this. The guys only laughed at Jehu's pathetic statement. Lee Doki remarked that he was apparently unaware of who they were, and that weaklings like him were destined to die. Team Tiger Butterfly took their prey and walked away. In the aftermath, their leader threw out words about how Jahar should have been grateful to be alive. The rest of the team only chuckled quietly. Despite his dire situation, Jahar still tried to assert his claim on Bomb's head. He was the one who had found it and had done some very serious damage to the monster, and he wasn't just going to give up his prey. Kim Sojin clenched his jaws and a dark shadow fell across his face. He looked at the indignant kid with a piercing gaze and tisked unhappily. The leader of the group walked up close to the boy and punched Jehu forcefully into the already open wound. He decided to teach the unwise boy a good lesson. The weak would not dare claim his prey. Jahar cried out in sudden pain. It didn't end there. The rest of the team also decided to show a place to the upstart, who decided that he had a right to Bomb's head. Only the girl abstained. She stood to the side and watched the beating. Haru reached out to Jehu. He was very worried about him and wanted to help. But as soon as he took a few steps, he felt another guy behind him. Minami put the knife blade against Haru's neck, warning him not to move or the consequences would be very serious. Haru froze in place, not daring to even move. The leader was satisfied with his work. He made sure that his group had taught the poor man a great lesson. Lee Doki also spat at Jehu to make him realize his place in this world. The condescending group of tiger butterflies let the guy live. They took Bomb's head and went on their way. Haru rushed over to Jehu, who was lying on the ground, unable to move after the beating. The wound was throbbing too painfully. It was so painful that it felt like the guy's entire body was a bare nerve, and he lay in his own pool of blood and shuddered, which made it hurt even more. But that wasn't what was bothering Jehu right now. He covered his eyes with his hand, as if that could help him disappear from this world and remove the shame he was now feeling. Jahar hated himself for being so weak. He realized that the Bomb he was fighting was too strong for him. Hoopo told him that Bomb's blood flowed in the guy's veins, and it made the guy question why he was weak like a normal person. Haru saw the lad's condition and crouched down next to him. Jehu didn't even want to talk about this disgrace. He couldn't find words to express his annoyance. Then Haru decided to propose to the guy. Haru's mysterious voice offered the guy to become his trainer. Jahar immediately removed his hand from his eyes and looked at the man. He was surprised and wanted to know if Haru was strong. Haru wondered why the guy cared so much. Jahar couldn't help but notice that while he was fighting Bomb, the man didn't interfere in the fight and stood to the side. The man's eyes twinkled with excitement. It wouldn't be difficult for him to destroy 5 such low-level bombers as well. He didn't interfere with Jehar's battle, as he saw his determination and wanted to see what the guy himself was capable of. Jahar huffed slightly. He was so taken aback by the fact that the bomb he had just dealt with was a lower-ranked bomb that he had overlooked Haru's strength. Haru told the boy that there were many bomb whose level was the same as the monster Jehu had fought, but there were also those who exceeded that strength by a lot, such as Hoppu. The boy covered his eyes as his mind raced through the summaries of dead missing people. There had been too many casualties in a month, those numbers were too frightening. Opening his eyes, Jahar made a decision. He looked at Haru and firmly stated that he wished to become stronger. After all, what was happening now was only the beginning. Shinshi's second district, something too terrifying was happening there. An impenetrable black smoke was rising into the sky. On the ground was a guy lying in a semi-conscious state. Right now, his body was on the verge of death. Someone's voice shrilled his name. Dogon picked up the sluggish body of his little brother Geihan and cradled it against his chest. Bitter tears flowed from beneath his glasses. He realized that his little brother was on the verge of death. At this thought, the boy's heart was torn to pieces. At the same time, behind Boma, they were making their own order. The terrifying monsters were killing people. Standing in flames, one of them pierced the lads' bodies with its tails. The shadows burned with eyes filled with lust for death. Dogon turned around and looked at the monsters who were gloating, standing in pools of blood, the lads' slain friends. He knew that these Bomas had killed his dear friends. An inhuman response followed from the bomb. He roared, and the traces of blood on his fur only confirmed that he was the one who had done all the killing, and now, seeing a new victim in front of him, thirsted to destroy Dogon. Some time ago, in the harbour area, 3 corpses lay. It was raining heavily, washing the fresh blood off their bodies. Dogon looked at the bandits he had just massacred. He held on to the arm he had injured during the fight. These thugs saw that he was alone and decided to rob him. There was a guy kneeling and trembling in front of him. He clutched the knife tightly in his hands, hoping to protect himself with it. It was a terrible time. No one looked to righteousness anymore, and people were losing more and more of their humanity. Dogon realized that such scum could not be given a chance. He was able to defend himself, but other people who were weaker would die from such an attack. The guy pulled out his gun and pointed the muzzle towards that guy. Not wanting to die, the guy jumped to his feet. He intercepted his knife so that it was more comfortable in his hand and wanted to be the first to kill Dogon. Only a firearm was far more dangerous than a knife. There was the loud sound of a gunshot overlapping the rustle of the rain. A bright flash pierced the head, the assailant. The boy collapsed to the ground. It was his last moment in this world. The dead man's hand fell right next to a bag containing a lot of money. After finishing his business, Dogon returned to his house with the bag. He opened the door quietly, for it was too late. Entering the room, he saw a familiar sight to his eyes. Several tiered beds stood against the wall, with the boys sleeping on them. Gachin heard his older brother return and started to get out of bed. Dogon threw his bag on the floor and his younger brother kept up his questions. He wondered where his brother had gone and also reminded him of the important tomorrow. Dogon sat down at this table and placed his gun on it. He exhaled indulgently, assuring his brother that everything was fine. Still, his younger brother was concerned. He glanced at the picture on the table. There was the happy Dogon family and himself. Tomorrow was his birthday and his little brother was trying to elicit what he would like to do. For a moment, a heavy weight of realization fell on Dogon's shoulders that he was the only one who could protect his family. Gachin stared in surprise at his wiped-out brother. When he announced that he wanted to cancel tomorrow's work, he didn't understand what the man meant. Dogon smiled sadly at his brother. He knew that the raids on the collection vans were too dangerous, and he really didn't want his family to get hurt. He wished for a better life for them, and it wasn't about trust here. Gachin didn't answer anything, just stared at his brother in silence, thinking about his own thoughts. The lad considered himself old enough for such matters, and Dogon's worrying too much was upsetting him. Eventually Gahan sat down on the bed, accepting his older brother's decision. Dogon exhaled in relief, satisfied that Gachin didn't take offense at him and heard him. Despite everything, Gayan pulled out his phone and began to quickly type a message to his friends. He never had a goal to cross his brother, but this time he would have to. His friends quickly responded to the message and supported Gachin. They would do everything in their power to take care of Dogon this time. Even though one of them was sound asleep, the guys knew he would support them in any way. They were all determined to do something incredible and help their big brother. Gachin glanced at Dogon, who continued to sit at the table. He could no longer be the little kid hiding behind his older brother's back. But at the time, Geihin had no idea that their plan would turn out in a completely different way. Things had gone wrong and now he was writhing in pain and fear. On the day they had attacked the collection van, everything had gone wrong. There were dead bodies of workers on the ground and money flying in all directions. At this point, they had no value at all. It was all the fault of the Bomas who came to this place and changed the course of all plans. The monsters destroyed cars and killed all the people who got in their way. For some reason, there were too many of them in one place. They knew no pity or mercy, crushing everything they saw, took people out of cars, There were flames blazing everywhere and sounds of snarling as well as desperate screams coming from everywhere. The boys hid behind a car and watched in horror as the monsters crushed everything around them. It was the first time they had seen the bombs live, and before that they had only heard about them on the news. Even at such a moment, when everything around them was exploding and blazing, the boys hoped that they would be able to catch a glimpse of something in this place. Another massive explosion sounded, which didn't frighten their brave hearts. Gatchin grimaced, being annoyed at the fact that all of this had happened today. The guy was already regretting not listening to his brother, and they had gone for it and were now in such a serious mess. His friend's face changed dramatically, and the guy's whole body trembled with fear. He saw something scary in front of him that made his voice shake. Gatchin shuddered and slowly turned his head toward his friend. Towering over them was a huge and strong bomb. He looked more like a tiger than anything else, and the beast's sinister gaze was fixed on the boys behind the car. From all sides came a menacing roar that sent vibrations through their bodies. The boys knew that they could not resist such a monster, and with a shriek they sprang from their seats, hoping that their speed would be enough to get away from the monster. Bomb opened his mouth and long and dangerous tongues came out of his mouth. With the speed of their movement, the boys lost all chance of escaping. The tongues stabbed into their friends' bodies like spears, piercing through their rib cages. The other members of their team were on the sidelines and stopped at the sight of the huge explosion. The boys watched with bated breath and horror as the fire rose into the sky. They knew that their friends were in the other side and could not believe what was just happening. An intense fear for their friends enveloped their hearts, but the guys didn't even realize yet that Bomb had emerged behind them. The monster was gazing at its victims with appetite. Dogon rushed on his motorcycle. He was beyond furious when he saw his little brother's messages. They said the boys had decided to go into action on their own. As a bright flash and explosion lit up the sky, Dogon abruptly stopped his motorcycle and looked at what was going on around him. A street completely covered in fire opened up in front of him. There was utter devastation all around. Dogon's heart clenched with intense worry for his brothers. On his face was complete surprise and fear because he did not understand what could have happened here, and what force had caused such devastation. The boy looked up sharplessly as he heard someone's voice that reminded him too much of his younger brother. Gatchin was lying on the ground. His eyes were still open, but they had already lost that vital luster. The boy didn't understand why he felt so bad and what was restraining his body. He could no longer move. Dogon saw his brother and couldn't hold back a scream. Terror seeped into his body from the tips of his fingers to the top of his head. The fear was so great he didn't want to believe that this was really happening to his family. His baby brother lay pinned down by the car. Dogon ran over to him in horror and crouched down, not knowing what he could do to help him. And Gatchin realized that he was dying and spoke of it in his quiet, tired voice. Dogon kept saying that his brother wasn't dying and that he shouldn't think about it. He asked to look at him, but Gahan's body suddenly went limp and he gave no more signs of life. Dogon's heart skipped a beat. He held his breath, not wanting to believe it. The boy lifted at his brother and begged him to open his eyes, but all was in vain. Meanwhile, the Bomas had gathered around them. They were like hyenas watching the man's desperate attempt to bring his brother back to consciousness. The monsters cackled and laughed, taking pleasure in every drop of suffering. The monster's eyes glowed brightly in the darkness. Its mouth grinned with the anticipation of feeling fresh human blood on its tongue. Dogon held his brother's dead body tightly to his chest. A terrible pain was growing in his soul, for protecting his dare was the most important thing in the world to him. And now these monsters had taken away the most precious thing he had. Bomb felt the guy's suffering and laughed at his grief. It was a pleasure for him to kill such important people. The bodies of the rest of Dogon's younger brothers continued to hang from the monster's tongues. All of them were dead. The monster with its terrible voice tried to croak the words of the younger brothers, thus giving the boy more pain. He slowly began to lower his brother's body to the ground and raised his head to look at the rampaging Bomb. Dogon couldn't stop thinking about the fact that he was the culprit for his brothers. Taking such a risk and taking this case, he should have taken better care of them and done a good and honest job. If Dogon had led a normal life and not gotten involved in such dangerous missions, if he had accepted himself as an ordinary labourer who worked hard every day and didn't earn that much, today would have gone very differently. His family would have welcomed him home with a birthday cake and everyone would have celebrated his birthday with fun and friendship. Dogon threw off his outer clothing and threw his jacket over the girl's body. Even though it wouldn't help her, he felt it was the right thing to do. Rising to his feet, the boy looked around. On all sides stood the Bomas. All their gazes were fixed on only one man. They were waiting for the right moment to attack, instilling fear in his heart. Except the guy wasn't afraid at all. The intense anger drowned out the horror around him. Tears flowed from Dogon's eyes, and in his soul there was only one desire to destroy those who had done such a misfortune to his family. The boy pulled out his machine gun, which immediately responded to his master's actions and lit up with a bright light, ready to fulfill the will of its owner. The Bomas no longer waited. They rushed towards Dogon with a loud and bursting roar. The boy let go of his senses and his cold mind stepped forward. Dogon's shots were as accurate as ever. He quickly condemned the first 2 bombs to death. The beams of the shots pierced their bodies, leaving huge holes in their chests. The guy's movements were lightning fast. He moved like the wind, which was dodging around obstacles while causing irreparable damage to his enemies. No matter how hard the bombers tried to catch him, they failed. The monster in tiger form had been watching from the side the whole time. He was too concerned that some human was able to destroy 7 of his kin at once. The automatic rifle traitorously made a clicking sound, which meant that the clip was out of ammunition. It had to be reloaded immediately. Bomb noticed that the guy had run out of ammunition and rushed forward with an attack so as not to lose the opportunity to kill this man. Tongues came out of the monster's mouth with which he inflicted fatal wounds. One tongue knocked a magazine of ammunition out of the guy's hand. The blow was whip-like and strong. It happened too fast for Dogon to react. Dogon looked fiercely at the tiger. The situation was too dangerous, but having lost his ammo, the guy didn't look confused at all. Opening his mouth, Dogon spat out a couple rounds of ammo he always kept in reserve. Bomb stared in surprise at such a cunning fellow. The beast had certainly not expected such a turn of events, but Dogon in the meantime had thrown the cartridges into his weapon in one swinging motion. Bomb pounced on the guy, but Dogon bounced aside in time and fired a few shots in flight. There were loud pops and a studied growl from the monster. The beast was too enraged at what was happening. It swung its clawed paws and kept moving towards the guy. Bomb wanted to destroy it in one blow so that he would no longer have a chance to injure him. Dogon raised his assault rifle and brought the scope up to his eye. The guy had no doubts about his actions. He would destroy the monster that took the lives of his brothers. Another energy shot rang out. The beam burst out of the weapon, crashed into Bomb's body. After this collision, the monster lost an entire part of its body. Bomb clenched his jaws tenaciously and only glanced at his own body. He was horrified to see that there was a huge hole gaping there. The intense pain made a long groan escape from his mouth. Everything around him was going up in flames. The paved part of the neighborhood resembled a real battlefield. Dogon stood in the center of the event, left as the only surviving human. Bomb was beyond furious that some human weapon was able to inflict such serious damage. The monster's mind was spinning with thoughts that this couldn't have happened. He looked at his wound and realized with fear that it was fatal and his end would come very soon. While the anxious thoughts were occupying Bomb's mind, he didn't even notice that the man had gotten too close to him. The muzzle was pointed straight at his face, and that was the real end for him. Before firing his last shot, the boy decided to give the monster a moment to repent for what he had done to his younger brothers, but the monster growled threateningly in response. Dogon was not at all intimidated by this reaction from the monster. He looked down at the tiger, and with a slight smirk on his lips, advised him to pray. Somewhere off to the side, the eerie silence was broken by a small pebble that rolled not far from them. Dogon and Bomb raised their heads upward as a mocking voice came from there. The one who spoke mocked Bomb for being able to be pinned down by some ordinary human. It was a real shame for the monster. Bomb looked up somewhere and couldn't believe what he was seeing. His whole body tensed and his voice trembled as he realized who was now speaking to them. An energy force descended to the ground not far from them, as if a bright scarlet lightning bolt had struck nearby. Everything around them shook. The guy could barely stand on his feet from the shockwave. From where the explosion had just occurred, 2 human silhouettes emerged. They stepped swiftly towards them. At first glance, they were 2 men who didn't look any different from humans, but there was something about them that took your breath away. The guy in the red sweatshirt was the first to speak, and he mocked Bomb for failing to complete the task. The monster was immediately able to recognize these 2 as someone very important. Bulti and Maro. Their eyes shone with a golden glow, and their faces alone instilled terror in those around them. While Dogon was completely confused by the situation, Bomb was too scared and started to justify his failure by inattention, promising to fix everything. The boy no longer doubted that the enemies were standing in front of him. Despite their human appearance, these 2 were clearly in league with Bomb. Dogon immediately raised his automatic rifle and pointed it in their direction. Bomb gingerly glanced at his actions. A shot rang out, the bullet hit right on the target, severing Bulti's head. Maro, who was still standing silently by his side, didn't even move, nor did he look surprised or frightened. Bomb stared at Bulti, but Dogon noted the fact that his shot hadn't knocked the other man off balance. Maro didn't even look in his direction. He figured they didn't have time for games. Instead of Bulti's head, smoke was still wriggling around, but despite that, an oppressive laugh was heard from there. Suddenly the smoke around Bulti dissipated. His face changed, and he looked more like a bomb than a human. But the worst part was that this monster was able to intercept the bullet, fired from the machine gun with its mouth. Be that as it may, the monster was only able to bite through the steel cartridge with its teeth. One would assume that something wasn't a cartridge, but some kind of cracker. That was how easily he did it. Dogon slightly opened his mouth in surprise, but now he definitely realized that the bombers in front of him were the same bombers, only unlike before, had a completely different level of strength. Maro wanted his partner to get this matter over with as soon as possible. Bulti stepped forward with a smirk on his face and began kneading his arms, figuring it would take him about 3 seconds to do the deed. A sharp shiver swept over Dogon's body. Feeling the intense pressure and incredibly terrifying power, the guy realized how seriously he was in trouble. He wouldn't be able to resist such monsters. Bulti began to swing his arm, long black claws bursting out of his fingers. Some very strong energy began to gather around his body. Feeling it, the wounded Bomb was scared that Bulti was going to use that kind of power. Bomb looked at the scarlet cluster of power in Bulti's hand with all his eyes. If he used this power, everyone who fell under it would die. Maro stood aside and did not intend to interfere. He only watched his partner's actions. The power accumulated in one point and took the shape of a sphere. Bulti held it with one finger and looked down at the frightened Bomb. He thought that if he was strong enough, he would be able to dodge rather than shiver in fear. Such taunts made the monster even angrier. He didn't believe that Bulti was going to make such an attack, despite the fact that he might get hurt as well. Dogon tensed even more. The fear of Bomb standing next to him transmitted to him just as much. Even so, he said nothing and begged for mercy, going to accept his death with dignity at the hands of a powerful enemy. A moment later, a great explosion sounded. Its destructive power caused even more chaos all around. Haru's body shuddered. He felt a strong energy jolt. His first thought was that this power could have belonged to Hoopo, but he dismissed it as the energy was different. The only thing he was entirely sure of was that Bomb was very strong. The Seal Keeper realized that the Bomb would soon gain too much power, and then there would be far more problems than they already had. Golden rays erupted from his body, heading off somewhere to the side. From those rays formed the scaly body of a monster, but this monster was under the control of Haru himself. He had summoned it for Jehi's training. The boy raised his sword and stood in front of the monster, preparing himself for a new experience. Yeha clutched his blade tightly and glared at the opponent in front of him. He knew they had too little time, and he needed to gain strength as soon as possible to be able to face the monsters that had infiltrated his world. Maro shoved his hands in his pockets, watching the dust settle after his partner's attack. He was in a hurry to leave, as they didn't have time for such entertainment. Bulti hummed contentedly, confident that no one could have survived his attack. They vanished without a trace, leaving behind a shattered bridge. Pieces of concrete had collapsed into the river, and fire was still blazing in some places. On one of the stones lay the body of Dogon. He was lucky not to fall into the river or be crushed by one of the collapsed cobblestones. The boy sighed hoarsely, marveling that he could still think, which meant he was still alive. His whole body ached and whimpered after such a crushing discharge of force. He grimaced at the pain he felt as he shifted slightly. Despite the blatant pain, he was still determined to get up from his seat and get out of here. Dogon's hand rested on the concrete and suddenly he felt a touch. It was another hand. The boy turned his head slowly and fearfully, afraid to see what he had already had time to think about. He opened his eyes. Next to him lay the body of his little brother. He was covered in blood and a huge rock had crushed his lower half. Dogon shuddered all over. He gingerly stretched out his hand towards his brother. It was a miracle that Dogon was able to see his little brother one last time and say goodbye to him. Because of the bombers, he hadn't even had time to realize the full horror of what had happened to his family. And now, sitting over the body, he wept bitter tears. Dogon couldn't feel sorry for himself anymore. The boy rose to his feet, picked up his assault rifle, and swore to himself that he would avenge his family by killing all the bombs. Now he had only one goal in his life. 3 months had passed since that day, and during that time, the city was drowned in chaos. The bombs continued their rampage, destroying people and destroying Shinshi. The boy ran as fast as he could. He was chased by several monsters, wanting to tear his body into small pieces. He was furious because the information he received was completely different from the real thing. The guy had fallen into a trap and was now fighting for his life. As he continued to run, he lamented that no one had informed him that conventional weapons were ineffective on these monsters. Bomb caught up with him, clacking his jaws. The monsters laughed at the poor man. He had come to hunt, and now everything changed abruptly as the guy himself became a victim. The eyes of the monsters burned with excitement and the pursuit of prey. Feeling that he was about to be attacked, the boy turned his head sharply to assess the situation behind him. His eyes were too frightened and his breathing had long since hitched. He realized that this hunt might be his last. Bomb suddenly stopped and opened his mouth in surprise as he felt a searing pain on his body. Someone unknown had wounded him quite suddenly. Yaha was behind the monster and swung his blade once more, slashing at Boma's arm. Haru stood behind and watched his apprentice's actions. Bomb, on the other hand, roared in surprise and pain. A mysterious energy flowed around Jeha, enveloping his weapon. His eyes burned in the darkness, and his hands gripped the blade even tighter. The guy swung his blade once more. which was followed by the light energy. This movement made the monsters bounce aside. The guy who was running from the bomb stopped behind Haru. The bomb, who was wounded, crouched down and grudgingly clutched his hand, and the other monsters grinned at him and mocked the fact that some human was able to injure him so seriously. Yaha continued to clutch his blade tightly and kept his gaze on the monsters. Haru crouched down to the frightened boy and assured him that they could deal with these monsters, but he needed to hide somewhere. Yaha was overjoyed that he had managed to wound Bomb, but something happened that he didn't expect. His body all shuddered because he felt for the first time what it felt like to have his flesh split open. This sensation was too different from when he was just shooting monsters with a gun. Seeing his student's condition, Haru walked over to him and placed his hand on the guy's trembling hands. He hoped it would help him come back to reality and calm down. Yaha listened intently to Haru, who was reminiscent of the basics of fighting a battle: breathing, confidence, and paying attention to the monster's behavior. The bombers were of a lower level. Only 3 months ago, Yaha couldn't even wound such. Haru was confident that his student was ready to fight these bombers on equal strength. The monsters continued to scowl and clank their teeth, drawing even more terror. The seal keeper glared at the boy. He reminded him of the reason Yaha had taken up the sword. Yaha pressed his lips together. He remembered his motives well. In front of him now were 3 terrifying monsters. He raised his blade and pointed it in their direction. Light power glittered around the weapon. Yaha would never forget the reasons why he took up the blade and why he wanted to become stronger. Images flashed before his eyes: his loving parents and the one who had destroyed everything, the terrible monster that started all the trouble. 3 monsters snapped out of their seats at the same time, and each one was aimed at Jehu alone. The boy couldn't wait any longer. He swung his blade and headed out to meet them, shaking off the trembling and fear. After 3 months of training, Yaha's movements were cleaner, faster, and more precise. He could sharply dodge an attack and get into a better position to strike. Bomb realized late that he had missed his victim and now he might get a response. Yaha's eyes quickly assessed the situation. He was no longer acting rashly. The blade in the guy's hand seemed to come to life and became a deadly weapon. Yaha spun around and swung it, cleaving the flesh of the first monster. The weapon stabbed into the monster's chest. It stared in surprise as if this couldn't have happened at all. Yaha did not get distracted and made another swing, thus dissecting the monster's body. Bomb gave a long, guttural wail, his blood spurting in different directions. Bomb, without a hand, looked on in horror. He had never met anyone who could destroy Bomb so easily. The monster realized that he could not withstand such power. 2 of his kin had been defeated by 1 man. Everything happened so quickly that the monster decided not to risk his own life for nothing. He abruptly turned around and rushed in the other direction, fleeing from the terrifying man. Haru looked at the monster who had given a derriere and turned Jeha's attention to him. The guy already knew what he had to do, so he just nodded in response, and without expecting anything else just ran after the fleeing monster. Jeha had to catch up with him so he couldn't hurt anyone else. Bomb was in a hurry. Besides wanting to save his life, the monster decided that Bulti had to find out about a person with such power, but suddenly a bullet appeared in his path and flew into his head at an incredible speed. Bomb did not even notice it, so he could neither dodge nor even think that his life had already been cut short. The bullet hit his head and blew it off his shoulders. Jahar's eyes went wide and he couldn't understand what reason Bomb could have for exploding. He hadn't seen anything like this before, and it took the boy by surprise. From around the corner came a stranger. He didn't wish to scare the guys, he was just sure that there were no more people left in Shinshi's 3rd neighborhood. He was the one who had knocked Bomu's head off with his shot. Dogon slung the assault rifle to his shoulder. He didn't really want to reveal his name, but since he was asked, he did introduce himself. He was also curious as to who those guys were. Yaha and Haru didn't even have time to answer before Dogon suddenly smelled Yaha's scent of Bomb. The boy automatically put his hand on his blade, but Haru looked at Dogon curiously. Dogon's automaton was immediately in front of Jahar's face. Now was a scary time, and Dogon couldn't be sure that the man standing in front of him wasn't Bomb. After all, he had seen before how these things could take on human form. Yaha was shocked and looked straight into the muzzle of the machine gun. Was he a human? Such a question causes confusion in his soul, and he honestly didn't know how to answer. Dogon remained silent and looked at Jahar expectantly. The automatic was still dangerously close to the boy's head. Despite his training, he wouldn't be able to dodge it if he pulled the trigger. A memory of how Hoopo had told him about his origins immediately popped into his mind. With a bit of Bomb in his father's blood, Jahar didn't know if he could call himself human, and now his life depended on his answer. The boy didn't know how he could tell such a thing and still be alive. Haru intervened in the matter. He pushed the muzzle of the machine gun away from his student's face with a slight movement of his hand. The teacher smiled a wide smile, telling him that they were regular bomb hunters, so it was no wonder their bodies smelled of monster odor. Jahar looked at Haru with relief, who had gotten out of the situation this way. Surprisingly, Dogon had enough of such words to believe that the guys were human, But what surprised the guy the most was the fact that they were hunting monsters without carrying firearms, only a blade. Dugon decided to take advantage of the situation and see if they had heard of Maro and Bommaro and Bulti. Haru wondered. He hadn't come across those names yet. They only knew Hoopo. The boy exhaled with frustration. He hadn't managed to learn anything useful. Before leaving them, he decided it would be proper to warn them of the dangerous Maro and Bulti. It was as an apology for pointing a gun at them. Dugon told about those two very strong bombers. He hoisted one slain monster to his shoulders and walked back to his motorcycle. Yeha was surprised that they had met a man who was also looking for a certain bomb like them. They appeared to have very similar goals, but very different life tragedies. Haru reminded them that the sun would be setting soon and they should hurry. After the boys turned in the bomb heads at the arms exchange, they went outside. Yeha couldn't look at his checkbook, for this was the first time he had seen so many zeros. Haru was in no hurry to rejoice, as it still wouldn't be enough for a decent blade. After the bounty on Bomb's head was set, more hunters appeared in the city, and in the place with them opened arms exchanges, where it was possible to buy good weapons. A new blade was worth many times that price, and the one Yeha was using now was about to break. He had only cut 3 bombers, but he was already at the limit of his abilities. Walking down the street, the boys heard the news coming from all the speakers. It said that the museum had been attacked by the bombs and they were dead. Suddenly, Haru pointed to the television from which the anchor was broadcasting. He announced with great enthusiasm that they needed what was being shown there. Yeha didn't immediately understand what it was about and even assumed that the teacher wanted to kidnap the presenter. But Haru was pointing at the ancient sword the presenter was showing at that moment. The teacher was sure that it was something they really needed. Yeha questioned the reasonableness of this choice, as the sword looked too frail and seemed about to fall apart from old age. Haru even started nudging the guy in the back to move his legs sooner. But Yeha couldn't believe that they would actually sneak into the museum and commit a theft. He resisted such an idea to the last. After all, they would become criminals. At this time, the museum was too uneasy. A group of guys were sitting behind the counter, trying not to even breathe. There were too many bombers in the room, and if the latter smelled their presence, they would definitely not survive. Team Tiger Butterfly were in dire straits. Their ammunition had run out, and they were stuck in this place all alone, surrounded by a large number of monsters. Their spirits were dropping with every passing moment, and some began to doubt that they could get out alive. A whole hour had passed since the encounter with the bombers and the police or military still hadn't made themselves known. This made them too angry, for help was never arriving. Every second was precious. One of the monsters stepped forward too close. Steam was coming out of its mouth. The boys froze in suspense. This could be their last moment. They looked at the monster that was right above them. It was too huge and scary. Fear and despair crept into their hearts. Quite suddenly, voices were heard from somewhere. The monster immediately swiveled its head in the direction the sounds were coming from. The guys realized in shock that this was their chance for salvation. Haru offered Jehu to take whatever he deemed appropriate, but the boy didn't like the idea of stealing. The bombers immediately reacted to the voices and turned their full attention to where they were coming from. The boys poked their heads out of their hiding place, trying to figure out who could have come to such a dangerous place. For the moment, the arrival of the thieves played in their favour. All the bombers were now distracted and heading in their direction, giving the boys a chance to get out of hiding and out of the museum alive. Haru was only looking for the ancient sword that was the reason they had gone to this museum in the first place. The guys found it very soon. The ancient relic was lying on a soft cushion under a glass dome. The sword itself looked very rickety and shabby. There were cracks on the blade and some parts were missing. The boys froze when they heard a sound that didn't belong to them. Yeha turned his head sharply, trying to see what it was, but Haru already knew that those sounds belonged to monsters. Yeha immediately reached for his blade and started pulling it out of its sheath. More sounds were heard, letting them know that there was more than one bomb out there. But they still didn't know the exact number. Haru was just as wary, trying to realize the size of the danger. Monsters began to crawl into the room they were in. Their numbers were many more than they had imagined. Dozens of glowing eyes glittered out of the darkness. Haru and Yeha tensed with their entire bodies. Haru didn't hesitate, realizing the danger. He immediately began to summon his power. His hands made rhythmic circles and golden chains began to appear around them. As the bombers rushed to attack, a veritable net of Haru's magical power appeared in front of them. He set up a barrier to slow the monsters down somehow. The bombers crashed into his net and roared with indignation. Even though their onslaught was contained, they still continued to dash forward. It was too many monsters for Haru. He needed more strength to hold them back. One of the bombs did break free from the net, though. It cut through the chains with its claws and tore towards Jehu. The boy was determined to greet the monster with a proper salute and swung his blade in its direction. The blade of the blade immediately sliced into the monster's neck and the head snapped off its shoulders. The movement was sharp and precise. The first enemy was defeated too quickly. But just like that, the trouble that Haru had warned Jehu about happened. The blade of his blade could no longer withstand such an onslaught and simply broke off. Jehu looked with horror on his face at the piece of blade that had flown off. It was bad timing, as there were so many more monsters in front of them and he had only managed to kill one. Another bomb had managed to break through from Haru's net. The monster roared menacingly and ran towards Jeha to tear him apart. The guy still hadn't gotten over the shock of his blade breaking as he was immediately pounced upon. He miraculously managed to bounce aside. Bomb crushingly slammed his hand into the spot where the guy had been a second ago. Haru could no longer hold back so many monsters. They pressed down on him with their strength and the chain simply collapsed, letting the monsters loose. The teacher flew aside and hit his back on the floor with force. Jeha was confused. He had no one to expect help from, even his blade had decided it would no longer help him. Jehu had no more choice, so he shattered the glass that protected the ancient blade. As much as he hated to do it, the old and tattered blade was his last hope of surviving in this place. The guy didn't know how long he could fight with this blade, but he hoped something would hold up in this fight. The boy dashed forward to meet the bombers who were running at him in a group. Suddenly, the sword was illuminated by the bright moonlight. Some sort of magical haze travelled across it, and a slight vibration was given off in the guy's hands. Despite the fact that there were monsters all around, eager for his death, Jeha couldn't take his eyes off the sword, which for some reason came to life in his hands. The light spread and grew brighter and brighter, encompassing the guy's body as well. By this time, the Tiger Butterfly team had run out of their hiding place. This was a great chance to escape from this museum and stay alive. The guys ran with all their legs, and in doing so they were not at all happy, and all because it was truly an embarrassment to them. They will be able to get out of this place only thanks to some thieves who decided to sneak in and steal something from the museum. Suddenly, another guy ran past the guys. Kim Sojin looked in the direction of the running guy in surprise. It seemed very strange to him that someone was so eager to run into a place teeming with bomas. The guy didn't even look at the guys, completely absorbed in his own thoughts. Kim Seong-ju assumed that it was another thief who was making the dumbest mistake of heading there. Jeha was still standing still and couldn't take his gaze off the sword that something strange was happening to it. He didn't understand what was happening. A certain image appeared in front of his eyes. A man stood in a circle of people. He warned everyone that he would be in the vanguard. Raising his blade upwards, the man promised the people that he would cut down all the bombs with this sword of death. The man was going to bring peace to their lands and free himself from the oppression of the monsters that had infiltrated them. These were the memories from the sword and all that Jeha saw before him. Suddenly, the blade began to regenerate its own lost parts by some magical miracle. It regained its former luster, and the blade sharpened as if it had just come out from under an anvil. Jeha looked at the blade in surprise and immediately noticed such a distinct change in its appearance. He also couldn't forget how the strange man from his memories had referred to the blade as a sword of death. Bomb didn't wait for the boy to come to his senses and swung his clawed paw at him. Jeha sensed a serious danger behind him. The lad made a sharp turn and swung his renewed blade. Bright light spilled in a streak towards the monster. And at that moment, something too strange began to happen. Bomb, as if he was in a looking glass, began to shatter into shards. Bright energy pierced his body from different directions. Jeha still didn't understand what was happening and why he felt as if the sword was moving on its own. More monsters started moving towards the guy, all of them wanting to destroy the guy as soon as possible. The guy intercepted the sword. He shouldn't be thinking about what the sword showed him right now. He and Haru needed to get out of this place alive first and foremost. Jeha made a swift lunge forward, the force of the blade slicing through space as if it were tangible. The monster's body lit up with slashes all over its body. The bright light illuminated the areas of the body that the crushing blade of the blade had travelled through. This guy's strike was able to damage more than one monster with a single swing. Everyone around him felt the wrath of the sword. Jeha was able to move to Haru and stand in his defense. The man lay on the ground unconscious, having spent too much energy on the net. A whole bunch of bombers were crowded around the guy. They snarled and glared at him, wanting to tear the guy's body to pieces. But now Jeha wasn't looking at them. All his attention was on the sword. The guy's whole body shuddered. For some reason the sword had become too heavy for him. Jeha's face creased with eagerness because he felt an incredible heaviness in his whole body. Not only did the sword become too heavy, but the guy's clothes began to press down on him, pinning him to the ground. He realized with horror that he had lost all his strength. Breathing heavily, Jeha thought feverishly about everything. Meanwhile, the bombers were not going to give him any respite, and one of them was getting closer to him. A sharp tentacle emerged from the monster's arm. The tentacle swiftly headed towards Jehu. The guy only had time to glance in the direction of the approaching danger, but unfortunately, he was unable to even dodge the attack. Suddenly, a golden spirit that belonged to Haru appeared in front of him. This spirit took on the attack that was meant for Jehu. A bright flash illuminated the room. Jehu's eyes stabbed painfully. Haru jumped up to the guy, golden ribbons and chains dangling around him. Despite the situation, he reminded his student to stay focused and keep his wits about him. Jahar was more worried about Haru than himself. Haru's golden spirit made an attack, but the place where Bomb had just been was already empty. Haru looked out from behind his spirit's back and noted this. Bomb was faster than they had expected. Jahar could barely stand on his feet and was struggling to breathe. His whole body shuddered uncontrollably. The sword was still impossibly heavy. Bomb moved in space and appeared right behind their back. At the last moment, Jahar felt the presence of the enemy behind him. Bomb opened his mouth wide, revealing a row of sharp white teeth. He was about to grab the boy, the monster's eyes burning with bloodlust. And just as Bomb was ready to deliver his crushing blow, something crashed into him at great speed. The monster screamed in pain. He looked in the direction from which the blow had come, and his eyes went wide at what he saw. Strife and horror froze on his face. After another wave of arrows hit Boma, crumbled to the floor, unable to stand up any longer. Haru looked at the slain monster with interest, while Jahar looked at their savior with surprise. The boy still held the bow in his hands and was ready to shoot again if necessary. The archer put in a new arrow and pulled the bowstring. His gaze was focused, for the monster he had just shot was not alone. The arrows flew into the enemies like rain. The Bomas immediately felt the full wrath of the archer. Despite the speed of the arrows and how lightning fast the arrows were hitting the enemies, one bomb still managed to move behind the archer's back. Jahar immediately noticed this and shouted at the top of his voice, warning of the danger behind him. The boy immediately twisted his head around. The moment the guy turned around, Bomb had already brought his fist to punch the guy. All of the monster's muscles were tensed, and he put all of his strength into this punch. As soon as his fist touched the archer's body, the guy immediately flew away from the monster. The impact raised an impenetrable dust, obscuring the view in the room. Bomb grinned and didn't even realize how bright the thin flash went over his head. Only a small splatter of blood made it clear that something had happened to the monster. The monster's head was split in two, and it was Yeha who did the splitting. He swung his sword to save the archer who had helped them, but there were still plenty of Bomas. They looked at the humans, and the boys looked at them. The exhausted Haru and Jahar still stood up again in position to continue this hard fight. But what the guys definitely didn't expect was for the monsters to abruptly turn around and decide to run away. No matter how bloodthirsty they were, they also had self-preservation instincts. Haru and Jahar exhaled with relief. At this moment, they didn't care that some monsters decided to run away. They were barely breathing and were just glad to be alive. After giving themselves a 2-second breather, the guys came back to reality. They looked at the archer who had appeared in this place completely out of the blue. The guy was currently unconscious. The guys decided without a doubt that they should take him to safety. Suddenly, someone's nasty and gloating voice was heard in the hall. The guy to whom it belonged, this voice, decided to go back and take a look at what the Bomas were running from so much. Yehu and Haru by this time had already picked up the unknown archer. Yehu looked up and recognized the one who now stood in front of them. The leader of the first team of tiger butterflies was not alone. Behind him, his team had gathered. He smirked and decided that everything in this hall should belong to them. Then he dared to remind them of how they had beaten Jehu for disobedience not too long ago. The guys were looking around the hall full of Bomb's corpses as if they had killed them all. They were already calculating the amount of money they could get for the heads of these monsters. Jahar glared angrily at the group of insolent guys. Kim Sungjin smirked. He stated that their team hunted these monsters, therefore they belonged to them. The guy glanced at the smug tiger butterfly leader. He wasn't going to give them their prey this time, so he warned them to leave amicably. Then the team leader drew his gun. He didn't point it at the boys, but he made it clear that he could use it if they got in their way. Jahar grimaced with indignation. He already realized that these guys weren't as easy as they seemed, since they were the ones who had lured Bomb into the museum. Kim Sungjin smiled. Of course he didn't think it would turn out like this and there would be so many Bomas, but everything that had happened was to their liking. Haru intercepted the archer's boy. He looked at the tiger butterfly team and called them pathetic thieves. Jahar raised his hand, signaling that he was going to take care of the problem himself. The boy was already shaky on his feet, but he wasn't going to give up so easily. The teacher looked at Jahar worriedly, realizing that his body was already hurting too much and he was holding on with his last strength. Jahar decided to ignore his cautions, as he was aware of the situation. Still, he intercepted the sword and covered his eyes for a second. It was hard for him to hold the sword. The fight with the Bomas had completely exhausted him. But he had to defend his right, so he just started doing what he had to do. He swung his sword toward the group of people standing there. Kim Seong-jin was happy to see this. The enemy wasn't going to retreat, and now he had no reason to hold back. He immediately pointed his gun toward Jehu, who was running toward him. The leader's eyes lit up with a scarlet light. He was no better than those Bomas who only wanted to kill anyone who got in their way. There was the sound of gunfire. The boy had made his choice. He was willing to kill an ordinary man for his own ill-gotten gains. The guys from his team must have been in such a situation not for the first time, so they rushed forward knowingly. Jehu miraculously managed to avoid the bullets in his body. They flew very close to him, but hit the place where he had just been. Despite the fact that the guy was under fire and managed to avoid the bullets, 2 enemies were already rushing towards him. The guys raised their weapons and swiftly pointed them at Jehu. Jehu was moving too fast. He was only glancing at the situation around him, and it seemed that he could see more than anyone else. After a second, Jehu was able to fend off the guy's attack, taking them by surprise. They stared in surprise at their weapons that had shattered into pieces. Kim Seongjin looked shocked at what was happening, clearly not expecting such a drastic transformation. All he could think of was that the guy could do such a thing with a blunt sword. Jehu was in full readiness for new attacks. The sword energy flowed around him, which was completely given to his will. But unfortunately, such energy had a tendency to take all the strength of the wielder. Jehu could no longer stand on his feet and collapse to his knees. He managed to stick his sword in at the last moment to be able to lean on it. The weakness was pulling him down harder and harder. His strength was gone. Not only could he no longer swing his sword, Jehu was even having great difficulty taking a breath. The leader of the tiger butterflies jumped with laughter. He was about to say goodbye to his head, but his luck turned to face him again. He decided that Jehu was only frightened and therefore decided to fall down. Kim Seongjin pointed his gun at the guy and ordered him to slowly back up. At the same moment, a bullet flew towards the rogue that no one was able to notice. The explosion happened too suddenly. The tiger butterfly leader felt a strong burning sensation in his hand, and when his eyes lowered, he witnessed the gun in his hand simply shatter into small pieces. The one who had fired the shot slowly walked into the hall where the people were. This person could no longer hear the vile words of the tiger butterfly commander, so he decided to stop all this nonsense. Everyone looked towards the speaker at once. Harry raised his head, tears, recognizing the voice of the person who had just suddenly appeared in this place. The man doubted his guesses for a second, and yet they were correct. Dogon walked into the hall. He was no longer going to watch the mayhem that the tiger butterflies had caused. There was still smoke coming out of the guy's gun, and meanwhile he ordered the scum to get out of this hall. Kim Seongjin gritted his teeth fearfully. He saw the man in front of him and immediately realized that Dogon himself was standing in front of him. His appearance had changed everything too much. Meanwhile, Dogon stood in front of the boys on defense. Kim Sunji looked at him, and all the knowledge he possessed surfaced in his mind. Dogon had been too violent even before the bomb hunt, and it wouldn't cost him anything to pull the trigger now. The rest of the team also realized that this was no ordinary guy from the street standing in front of them. The group leader sensed the doubts behind him and reluctantly ordered his men to retreat. Before finally leaving the hall, the leader of the tiger butterflies, passing by Dogon, spoke. He threatened him that the tiger butterflies would not let this go. But Dogon was not afraid of empty threats. Jehu tried to rise to his feet, but he failed to do so. Still, despite his condition, the boy thanked Dogon from the bottom of his heart for stepping in and helping them. Dogon didn't think it was something for which such thanks were needed. Besides, he had pointed a gun at Jehu himself not too long ago, and remembering that, he asked him to forget that instant. Jehu smiled slightly, but his face was already visibly pale. The guy's eyes began to swim and his ears started to make a noise. Everything around him began to fade. In just a second, Jehu collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Harry was shocked that he now had 2 guys on his shoulders who couldn't move on their own. He was almost crying, worried about his student. Dogon was ready to leave the place, but by the edge of his ear he heard Haru's sobs. Haru kept whimpering and insinuating that it would be nice if someone could help him. Since Dogon was the only one in the room, it was clear who he was talking to. The guy covered his eyes and shuddered. He wasn't going to interfere, but he couldn't leave these guys in a place like this without protection. A short while later, the boys were stationed at Jehu's house. Dogon leaned against the wall and noticed that it was a little cramped for 4. Jehu had already regained consciousness, but still felt tired. Archer lay on the bed, still unconscious. Haru raised his nose proudly and declared that his house had everything he needed. Jehu gave him a displeased look then, reminding him that it was his house, not Haru's. Dogon had been worried about one question the whole time. The boy's face had changed, and he wanted to know if they were serious about going up against a team of tiger butterflies. Jehu raised a perplexed look at him. The lad didn't even know what those brazen men called themselves until now. Then Dogon briefly explained who those guys were. As soon as the hunt for the bombs began, the tiger butterflies were among the first to expand their influence in the city. That wasn't the only team, and there were some really dangerous people among them. Jehu nodded with a slight smile. The boy couldn't help but notice that Dogon, though he looked rough, actually had a kind soul. By this time, the archer had woken up. The boy opened his eyes and couldn't realize where he was. Haru immediately told the archer that he was in his home and it was a safe place, so he didn't have to worry. Jehu cringed, as this was in reality his home, but Haru ignored this information for some reason. Archer got out of bed abruptly. The boy was still in the museum with his thoughts. Haru then assured him that they had already dealt with the bombers in the museum, and he had nothing to worry about. Then the stranger asked a new question. He looked very concerned and wanted to know if there was a girl in the museum. The guys looked at him thoughtfully. The guy quickly began to describe the girl he was looking for. Judging from the description, it was his sister, as she had similar features to him, but he also mentioned that he was going to show up at the museum. The guys looked at each other and looked at the guy expectantly. Then the archer began to describe the bomb he was looking for. He had the appearance of a man and had a tattoo on the back of his neck, walking around in a red hoodie. All of this description fit Bulti. Dogon immediately recognized this bomb from the description. He was looking for him himself. That's why his attention was completely on the archer. The guy wanted to know all the details the archer had. Yeha exhaled. He told him that other than hunters and lower-level bombers, he hadn't seen anyone else, and then assumed that the girl the archer was looking for was his little sister. Dogon was too tense from what he had heard and couldn't wait for the archer to come to his senses. The boy jumped up to him and grabbed him firmly by the shoulder. He wanted to know more information. The archer was equally annoyed. Guy angrily pulled Dogon's arm away from him. He switched to a raised tone. He didn't know anything himself and was clinging to the tiny bit of information he had. Dogon felt uncomfortable with his behaviour. Obviously, he was not the only one who had suffered at the hands of Bulti. There were too many victims and those who wished death upon this monster. The archer got out of bed. He saw no more point in staying in this place. The boys didn't know any better. He picked up his bow. Before he left, he called out his name. Huang also asked him to let him know if they should happen to run into his little sister. Yeha hurried over and called out to the archer. Yeha held out a dark bag towards Huan. It was filled with food. The boy looked at the bag and was surprised to see such concern, even though they hardly knew each other. Yeha smiled. He didn't see a problem sharing with someone who was a dobor. Besides, if it wasn't for Huang, they would most likely be dead by now. Taking the package in his hand, Huang looked at it once more in embarrassment. It felt good to him, and the boy thanked Jehu. The night had been too hard. The boys stood fully armed against the bombs that filled the city. They had no right to retreat, even if the fear was too much. One of them turned to the guy who was leading the group. With a frightened face, the guy growled that they wouldn't be able to withstand such an onslaught and would definitely all die. Before he could finish his words, Bomb's sharp blow destroyed the guy, tearing him to pieces. Red blood rushed out in all directions. From the outside, it looked like the guy had been torn from the inside out. The group commander looked around in horror. There was no one around him anymore. The bombers had killed everyone. The guy didn't understand how this could have happened at all. Everything had happened too fast without giving them a chance to even defend themselves. There were too many bombs standing in front of him. One was in the guise of animals, others had human form, the latter were coldly terrifying. A hand was raised, from which long claws erupted. An unknown force shimmered and vibrated around it. After which, this force slammed into the body of the remaining guy, punching holes in it. Blood gushed from the wounds. The guy flinched in furious pain. Maro began to lower his arm following his blow. There were no more people left in the place, and he stated the fact that they had cleared the area. Hupo praised Maro's excellent work. All the bombers gathered around him. There were a lot of them, and it would be impossible for the tiger butterflies to resist such an army. The Lord of the Bombs turned to Maro and ordered him to specify the losses of their army. Del Maro would have to report back and continue with their plan. The guy who had just been impaled was still alive. His body shuddered, but he no longer had the strength to take up his weapon. Hupo was completely oblivious to this, but Bulti turned his head towards the guy against the wall as he coughed. With his body impaled and bleeding, the guy did open his eyes. He was still breathing, though he didn't have the strength to escape or do any harm to the bombers that were in the place. Bulti looked at the boy and his eyes widened in surprise, and a second later, as the realization came to him that the guy was still alive, power surged around Bomb. A sinister grin contorted on his face. Bulti would not leave this matter so easily. The monster in human form wasn't going to kill the guy with a quick death. He wanted to fully savor the moment of the man's torment. A bright flash of power erupted in his hand. Bomb's eyes lit up with the same glow. The boy looked in horror at the monster and the fact that his power was about to overtake him. A bright fear took over his body, but unfortunately there was no way he could resist it. The monster's power descended on the body of the defenseless guy, who would already die from the loss of blood and the wounds Maro had inflicted on him. Light enveloped the body, delivering a new pain. Its fire flared around him and the flames were brutally devouring his flesh. The man's screams were like music to Bulti's ears. He did not lower his hand as he continued to control the fire elemental. What was happening caught Hupo's attention. He stopped. The man looked without emotion at the man who was writhing in horrific pain. The boy's screams echoed throughout the street. At the same moment, a memory flashed before Hupo's eyes. Bomb was tearing up in a scream of pain. He was suffering and could do nothing. And bullying him was someone else very similar to their race. They took great pleasure in the screams of Bomb being bullied. It was a terrible memory. Even though Bomb could no longer do anything to them, they continued to poke him with the stick, leaving more and more wounds. Hoopo put his hand on Bulty's shoulder and turned to him. He didn't want Bomb to sink to the level of those beasts. Apparently this moment had greatly agitated the Bomb Lord. Bulty was slightly taken aback as he saw nothing wrong in his actions, but Hoopo saw he did not wish for the lad to seek amusement in the death of others. Hoopo extended his finger, a fingernail from which increased in length, whereupon a sudden movement of his hand swept his head off the shoulders of the suffering lad. He immediately stopped feeling pain and would never be able to feel anything at all again. He reminded his subordinate that they had come here to take revenge, not to cause suffering and pain, because it would all come back to them, and what happened 4,000 years ago would happen. Hoopo turned to Jichu and Ogepa, ordering them to join him in the 6th district of the city. They obediently bowed their heads, having no right to contradict their lord. Maro and Bulty also had a mission. They were to scout the 7th district. Maro nodded his head, but Bulty was still in mixed feelings after what the lord had said. They had only one goal, and that was to completely destroy the descendants of Gom. Everyone had their assignments and were willing to do anything to fulfill them. Bulty was furious. He still didn't understand why Hoopo wouldn't let them enjoy the death of humans. After all, their tribe had endured so much suffering, and it was all the fault of the Gom tribe. Maro didn't even think of disobeying his lord, but Bulty couldn't understand how he could kill without causing pain. He wanted to blow off some steam. They raced through the city, jumping over houses. At one point, something caught Bulty's attention, and he slowed down in bewilderment. Maro and Bulty stopped abruptly on the roof of yet another house. Something began to appear in front of them. A dark force was bubbling around them, gathering into one solid image. A man appeared out of the dark shadows. He was dressed in a long cloak, and his face was covered by a deep hood. They could not get a good look at his face. The unknown man spoke, suggesting that the Bomas did not like humans. The Bomas became wary and wanted to realize who was standing in front of them. The unknown man began to convince them that he had come to them with a favorable offer. Maro squinted his eyes. He knew that Bomb's hunters had appeared among the humans, and he assumed that this could be one of them. Bomb immediately turned to Bulty, reminding him that they had no time for games. So they immediately sprang into action. Bulty waved his arms, and Maro did the same. They decided that they would not listen to the man's empty words, but would simply deal with him quickly and continue with the plan. The unknown man stood still. The two Bomas disappeared from his sight and headed in his direction. They were going to attack him and eliminate him as soon as possible, but the cloaked man didn't even move, apparently expecting such a reaction. In a second, the two Bom were on opposite sides of the stranger. Their bodies were enveloped in power, and they prepared for their attack. There was a collision that caused a thick dust to rise up, covering everything around them. The man remained untouched. He smacked his lips, for the boys had been too rude to him. Now, after their sudden and sharp attack, the conversation would be a little different. Maro and Bulty were suddenly chained to the ground, their heads held firmly as if they were delinquent kittens. Bulty was shocked at how things had turned out. He couldn't even think that someone stronger than them was standing in front of them. The hand continued to hold his head firmly to the ground, preventing him from getting up. Maro boiled with rage. Power surged out of his body, but even that didn't help him get up. The hand pressed down even harder on his head, and cracks appeared in the roof of the house. He didn't understand how they could be on the ground, and it was too shameful for them. Maro tried to assume his true form to unleash all his strength to defend and further attack. He growled, gritting his teeth. The force was changing his appearance, but he was still pinned down with only one arm. The man grinned at the futility of their actions. As proof, he added a bit of his power to make them feel that they shouldn't even argue with him. Maro's head hit the roof of the house with a crack. Maro suspected that the man in front of them was not a man at all. The stranger didn't refute it, but he didn't agree either. That point wasn't important right now. He still wanted to make them an offer. The dark figure continued to loom over the Bomas, something dark surrounding his body. There was an entire headquarters in the city that belonged to the tiger butterflies. All matters were decided there and assignments were issued. Kim Sung-ji was reporting to his superior about the incident that happened at the museum. The guy talked with utter indignation about the fact that those guys also pointed their guns in their direction. The monitors showed video clips of the incident. The man was clearly surprised that the guys in the video were good enough. The leader of the first team stared dumbfounded at his superior, not expecting such words. Donkol was the commander-in-chief of the tiger butterflies. The man smiled widely and did not punish the first squad for failing the task, but instead he wished to meet these guys from the video. Therefore, he ordered the leader of the first team to bring them to him. Kim Seong-jun's eyes opened wide when his commander-in-chief praised those guys for being so professional. A corrosive feeling crept into the boy's soul. He walked out of the office and grimaced in indignation. Such an order was absolutely not to his liking. Those freaks had been praised and Don Chol wanted them in his company. Anger spread through Kim Sung-jun's body like poison. He couldn't understand why those who had caused great damage were wanted in the company. Someone appeared in the hallway and greeted the leader. The guy twitched and glanced in the guy's direction. His anger was still bubbling in his body. Kente had become the leader of the 3rd Tiger Butterfly team only recently. Because of that, he was still embarrassed to talk to Kim Sung-joon as an equal. The boy smiled embarrassedly when Kim reminded him of that. Kenta wondered what the guy was holding in his hands. Kim Seong-joon picked up the clipboard and twirled it in his hands. Kim Seo-joon put his arm around his friend's shoulder and pointed at the tablet. He suggested with a mysterious voice that Kenta find these guys and bring them in. The guy looked at the list and was puzzled, not understanding why exactly these people were so interested in the leader of the first team. The guy came in from a completely different angle and, pointing to the guys on the list, talked about how Don Chol wanted to see these thieves in person. Kente was flabbergasted, and taking advantage of the situation, Kim Sung-joon offered him to use even the harshest of methods just to bring them into their company. Yeoha scratched his ear nervously. He didn't take his eyes off his phone, and his ear continued to itch annoyingly. The guy even assumed someone was remembering him. There was such an omen. Dogon had offered to buy something at the store. The guys had amicably informed him of their wishes. The guy went shopping. Yeoha remained seated in his seat along with Haru. He kept listening to the latest news and new offers from the ISIL groups. The news kept coming from the guy's phone. By this time, Dogon had already made his purchase and returned to the guys. He handed them the groceries they had ordered, and everyone thanked him. One truth had come to Jehu's attention. He and Dogon hardly knew each other, but he felt very comfortable in his company. Jehu wondered until when their alliance would work together. Dogon leaned back in his chair, covering his eyes. He still hadn't found the enemy he was looking for, so he decided he would stay with them until he found Balti. Then a new realization struck Jehu. The boy surprised himself when he assumed Dogon was just lonely. Dogon lowered his head and folded his hands over his portion of ramen. He didn't say anything in response to such an assumption. There was a darkness in his soul that he had gained by losing his dear family. After a moment, Dogon changed the topic of conversation, still leaving that question unanswered. They began to discuss the 6th district of the city. It had already been completely overrun by the Bomas, and even the military couldn't handle it. From the 1st to the 6th district no longer belonged to humans. It was inhabited by the Bomas. They noticed a pattern. The Bomas attacked the neighborhoods in order. It was very strange, as if some special game was being played. Dogon tried to figure out what it could be, but something was escaping their attention. The boy tapped his fingers on the table. He absolutely hated the feeling that the thought of the Bomas coming to their land gave him. Haru covered his eyes. He thought that the 10th district would not be safe for long. Such words did not fret Jehu in the least. He didn't want to believe it was that bad. Dogon stuffed his mouth with food and then, pointing his chopsticks in Haru's direction, began to speak. Naturally, no one understood him. Jehu indignantly asked him to swallow his food first before expressing himself. They continued to sit outside the store and chat, when suddenly a strange wave passed through. Something very dangerous had happened not too far from where they were. Everyone felt some sort of jolt of a powerful aura. Yeoha immediately tensed up. All his thoughts went somewhere, and excitement filled his whole body. He realized that something very bad had happened. Haru's eyes immediately lit up with a golden light. He also felt that evil energy and realized who it belonged to. They looked up, and somewhere behind the tall houses, dark energy was flowing. Eventually the Bomas were able to get to where it was relatively quiet. A man was injured, blood oozing from his arm through torn cloth. He held a shovel in his hand and asked the children to hide behind the teachers' backs. His whole body trembled because of those who stood in front of them. Across the street from the people stood 2 Bomas. They looked at their victims with lust and also laughed from the fact that getting into the centre of town was a lot easier than they had imagined. One of them smirked, showing his sharp teeth. He was pleased that he had followed Balti, for he had been able to get them to this place far too quickly. Bom crouched down, about to attack the men. He wanted to have fun as soon as possible and bleed these pathetic humans who trembled at the sight of the monsters. People were most worried about the children and wanted to protect them. The man who stepped forward and held the stick was trembling with his whole body. He realized that he couldn't withstand such monsters, but at least he wanted to hold them off so that the children could escape. The monster was already ready to break off and make its attack, when suddenly its body was split by many streaks. It was a different attack, and it happened so fast that Bom didn't even have time to realize what was happening. Yeoha was extremely fast. His attack tore the monster into small pieces in the blink of an eye, leaving only a trail of blood. The monster's blood was still in the air as Yeoha approached the people who were standing waiting to die. He smiled at them and wanted to know if they were all right. The people exhaled in relief and looked at the guy with admiration. They immediately realized that before them stood the very real monster hunter. The little boy looked at Jehu with mute amazement. It was the first time they had seen the hunters work with their own eyes. The woman was so grateful to the kid that she immediately bowed low to him for saving her life. Yeoha was a little embarrassed to accept such thanks. In turn, the thought that there might have been more monsters nearby kept him on his toes. The little boy stepped closer to him and took hold of the sleeve of Jeha's sweater. He looked worried and tried to get the kid's attention. Yaha couldn't ignore the kid and leaned closer to him, so that their eyes were on the same level. The guy was worried that the kid might have been injured, but he only shook his head. The kid pointed his hand in the direction of the children's center. He said that his girlfriend had stayed on the second floor and the kid was very worried about her. In the children's room, where there were many toys, the Bomas were already scurrying around. They were looking for their victim to tear her apart and enjoy the moment. The little girl managed to hide under a slide. She was crying and trembling with fear, wishing to see her parents and for them to take her away from this terrible place. And so one of the bombs passed by the place where the little girl was hidden. The bright light of his eyes flashed even more brightly when he sensed the presence of a human nearby. Bomb had already headed towards the little girl, delighted with his find. At that moment, a guy entered the room and saw what was happening in the nursery. The monster also heard someone enter the room and took his eyes off his prey. His gaze immediately turned to where the footsteps came from. He looked at the boy, whose face was hidden by a dark shadow. The monster's voice rumbled with contented words that there were still people here. He was already anticipating their blood on his lips. Yaha couldn't waste any time, because as soon as the kid told him about his friend left on the second floor, he decided to take a shortcut. The boy looked at the window, which was relatively not very high, and estimated that he had enough strength to jump to the target. In a moment, Jihar had already burst into the room. The window shattered with a loud crack under the pressure of his body. Jihar landed and took a quick glance around the room to assess the situation as quickly as possible, but what he saw shocked him. In front of him stood an unknown guy who held a spear in his hand, and around him lay the slain Bomas. They stood opposite each other in mute amazement. The lad looked at the intruding Jehu with interest, throwing the spear on his shoulder. They wanted to know about each other. Some time ago, the lad entered the children's room and saw that the Bomas had surrounded a little girl. The monsters immediately sensed the man's presence and turned their heads in the direction of the man who entered. They immediately began to anticipate killing him and rejoiced that another human was here. Bomb snapped out of his seat, grateful that the man himself had come to him. The fellow had not come to this place empty-handed. He was armed with a sharp spear on a long stick and was not at all frightened by the monster's approach. The monster roared, opening its maw wide. It swung its clawed hand to unleash its full force on the guy. The other monster only smirked. He didn't mind that his comrade took a bigger prey. The monster took a bite of the young meat. The little girl looked at Bomb and trembled even more. She was so much afraid and cowardly that she could think of nothing, how her cruel end might come. Suddenly something flew at the monster and smashed into its head with force. Bomb stared in front of him in surprise, distracted from the little girl. Bomb looked angrily in the direction where his tribesmen should be, and with a growl in his voice warned him to be careful when eating, but it was not as he had imagined. Bomb was already lying on the ground with his head blown off, and what had crashed into the monster was the head of his tribesman. Bomb couldn't believe that some brat could commit murder so easily. His eyes flashed. He realized that the man in front of him was no ordinary man. The boy twirled his spear and pointed it towards the remaining monster. Energy power poured out of the tip of the weapon. He was completely determined to protect the little girl and destroy all the Bomas. Suddenly, another monster appeared behind him. He entered the room and looked surprised at what was happening. Bomb noticed the corpse of one of his tribesmen, which surprised him even more. The guy could feel the power of the monster behind him. Bomb entered and pointed his finger towards the guy and wanted to know if he had done this to their friend. Then the other monster nodded excitedly. The rest of the monsters that were in the building began to enter the room at that Bomb's order. There were far more of them than the guy had realized. All the monsters were given one order, to destroy the guy who was apparently a hunter. This order excited the guy. He quickly assessed the situation around him. The monsters didn't wait any longer. They didn't need to be told twice. All of them swiftly pounced on one man, wanting to tear his body to pieces. The guy quickly assumed a fighting stance. He couldn't die in this place. His body moved quickly. The power in his hands vibrated and the spear began its work. In one fell swoop, he managed to destroy several monsters that were closest to him at once. Bomb's blood splattered all over the children's hall. The girl continued to sit under the slide in hiding. She was afraid to open her eyes, but there was a loud growl and the way something nastily quacked to her ears. Despite the fact that this guy was now in the very epicenter of the battle, he couldn't leave the girl out of it. His voice was kind. He promised her that he would do everything he could to get her back to her parents. He was like a whirlwind that crushed monsters. Main Bomb was watching from the sidelines. He was confident that the boy would not be able to withstand the onslaught of so many monsters. Because of that, his words to the girl caused Bomb to laugh. The fight continued. The monsters were trying to break through the guy's defense and thought they were succeeding. One of them punched with all his might but hit the holder. They laughed at the guy who thought he could get out of this place alive. The monster's eyes lit up with anticipation. He was so confident of his victory that he continued to taunt the guy. But after a while, the taunts of this vicious monster were stopped. He was already lying dead on the ground and would never be able to mock the lad again. And that's when Jehar arrived. He burst through the window of the children's hall and saw the guy in front of him covering a little girl, while many monster corpses were lying around. Jehar looked at him with admiration as he realized that killing so many monsters required a lot of strength and good fighting skills. He was very curious to know who this stranger was. The guy, though, stood with the appearance of a hero, but his mask shattered the very moment the tip of his spear broke off. This awkward moment knocked him out of his stride. An awkward pause came between them. It wasn't surprising that the weapon broke, after all. He had just killed a dozen monsters with that staff. A while later, the guys came downstairs with a little girl. She immediately ran to meet her friend. The children were crying, but were very happy that the hunters had come and were able to save their lives. The guys were pleased to see the joy on the faces of the children and adults. No one was hurt this time, and that was the most important and valuable thing in the current times. Jehar was still under the impression of what he had seen, and praised the boy for such a great fight against the monsters. He extended his hand to him and introduced himself. The stranger's name was Juan, and he accepted Jehar's handshake. Their hands intertwined tightly with each other. Behind Jehar, familiar voices could be heard. Dogon and Haru, who were very worried about the boy, were already rushing towards them. They had only just now managed to get to this place. Dogon wanted to know where the bombers were, but Haru sensed their absence, which only meant that there were no more enemies in this place. Jehar confirmed Haru's feelings and grudgingly wanted to know where they had been carried. Haru revealed that they had been helping injured people. Haru immediately turned his attention to the stranger standing next to Jehar. Then Jehar introduced the new acquaintance to his friends and told them how he was able to deftly deal with the monsters. Haru turned toward Dogon, who was giving off an energy that wasn't friendly at all. The boy gritted his teeth and glared angrily at Juan. Juan stared in surprise at the gun Dogon raised at him. It had all happened too fast for there to be any chance to do anything. Dogon ordered Jehar to move away from the stranger as he reeked of bomb. The boys tensed up, for Dogon could safely shoot this guy. Juan didn't understand what was going on and what he could have done to be attacked with a gun. Dogon, on the other hand, was determined to do his justice. For starters, he wanted to know more information about Juan and demanded answers to the questions posed. Haru came up behind Dogon and suddenly lifted him off the ground and shook him several times. From the outside, it might have looked as if Haru had picked up the kitten and was trying to calm it down. The man didn't like Dogon's behaviour at all and his stupid habit of waving his weapon around. Dogon was himself in shock that he had been lifted off the ground so easily. He twisted his head to Haru, and once again said that guy reeked of bomb. Then Haru reminded him that a hunter could smell like that, and it didn't mean he was a scoundrel. Jehar turned to his new acquaintance and told him that Dogon had treated him that way not too long ago. The boy jumped with laughter. He liked their unusual friendship and relationship. A shot rang out, the bullet hitting very close to Juan's leg, and all this happened because he wanted to find out some information about Bulti, and hoped that the boys might know something. Dogon's face changed immediately. He needed to know how Juan knew that name and how he could be connected to that bomb. He was willing to do anything for revenge. Haru picked him up again and lifted him off the ground. Dogon couldn't do anything at this point, but he kept his gun down and waited for the guy to say something. A verbal altercation began between everyone. The guys attacked Dogon for shooting and tried to calm him down. Juan wasn't frightened at all by the guy's threatening behaviour. He was even amused and laughed. After a second, the boy's face changed. He told about the fact that Bom, who killed his beloved, was called Bulti, and now he was out for revenge. When they had worked this point out, Haru put Dogon down. The boy had already calmed down and realized that he had pulled a gun on Juan for nothing. Dogon felt guilty for rashly and unreasonably threatening Juan with the gun. He instantly chafed at his actions. He had no choice but to ask for forgiveness for his behavior. Dogon was very embarrassed, and Juan turned out to be very kind and with a smile on his face forgave the guy for such actions. Juan had a bigger problem. He looked at his broken spear and exhaled sadly. The last skirmish with the bombers had caused it to shatter. Now he had to find a new weapon. The boys were just about to go to the armory to buy a new weapon. Dogon turned to the road and condescendingly suggested that the boy join them. The boys looked at each other and smiled. Dogon was trying to make amends in this way. He couldn't be so frank, so he chose other ways to be friendly. The city went on with its life where no monster had yet set foot. The little rat ran through the streets filled with people. It found a hole in a manhole and immediately jumped in. The rat went down the sewer pipes lower and lower. Below the city, something terrible and incomprehensible was going on. The bombers led the prisoners with their hands tied. The people were terrified of what was happening. They could not stand up to the monsters as they had no strength to fight them. The man clutched at his mouth, nearly vomiting from excitement and fear for his own life. He wanted to live so badly, but he was in a scary place. At the head of the procession was Bulti. The words of the captive reached Bulti's ears. He grinned and looked back to him and spoke. They weren't going to kill them, at least not now. Therefore, the people could enjoy the unbridled fear for their lives. The people under the bomb's oppression were coming out of a wide tube, entering a huge space. They were all tied together by a rope so that no one could escape or stop the procession. Fear crept into their bones at the unknown of what might await them next. There were other people screaming from behind the bars. They were begging for help and mercy, but no one could hear their cries, for they were deep underground. The man who'd been led by Boma looked around and was horrified by what was going on around him. People were crammed into cages like cattle. There were too many of them, crying and screaming everywhere. It was a terribly scary place. The man shuddered even more, still not understanding what would be done to them next. He looked at all those cages and the exhausted, frightened people. Bulty ordered the vault to be opened to lock up the new victims. The man was thrown behind bars and the doors locked. He immediately ran up to the bars and began begging for mercy, promising to obey any order. Bulty only grinned, for he had heard these phrases 1,000 times before. He didn't care about their pleas. The man froze in despair. There was nothing more he could do. The monsters didn't care about their cries and the humans were left to wait in fear for their fate in their scheme. Because of the moans and screams, Bulty didn't immediately hear Maro walk up to him. They greeted each other. Maro was glad to see his friend here. He couldn't help but notice that Bulty enjoyed arriving at this place. Bom lifted his hand, running his long fingernails over it. The sounds of screams were like balm to his ears. Despite the way things were going now, doubts still possessed Bulty's soul. He didn't know if he should trust that strange man so much. This place had been prepared by him. Bom looked at his hand. He saw no reason to doubt that man yet, even if he wasn't human. They in this place could thoroughly enjoy revenge and had a good meal of humans. Therefore, there was no point in complaining. Especially Maro had his own plan of action. This way they would regain their full strength, grow claws, and then they could easily kill that man. Bulty's energy flared up as well. His brother's words really cheered up his mood. This plan was to the beast's liking, and he was fully prepared to support Maro. There were two people in the same cage. The man trembled with fear and looked at what was in front of him. The girl was hiding behind the man's back and looking over his shoulder with the same fear. The two men were in the same cage with Bom for some unknown reason. The monster sat quietly against the other wall of their cell and tried not to even look at the humans. Bulty came closer and remarked with irritation in his voice that Chahu still hadn't eaten anyone. He said the words with a kind of disgust. Chahu jerked his head in the direction of the speaker. At Bulty's words that Chahu would be released if he ate even one person, Chahu spoke angrily. He wasn't going to do that, as he saw no point in killing people for his joy. Chahu believed that the Bomas and humans could live in harmony and peace. Bulty's eyes narrowed. Chahu's words caused anger to rise in Boma's voice. He decided to remind them of the terrible times that had made it very hard for them to live. That was the biggest betrayal from the Gom tribe. Chahu switched to shouting. He didn't like it at all that the Bomas were making people pay for the sins their ancestors had once committed. But Bulty didn't care about that. He gripped the bars of the cage with force and growled about how he would do this and nothing would change his mind. Anger boiled in his soul and flared up even more. Bulty moved as close to the bars as possible. A dark shadow fell across his face, but his eyes shone brightly in it. He hated everything about the Gom tribe, for it was because of them that they had spent long millennia imprisoned, where not even such sunlight penetrated. He glanced in the direction of the people who were listening to all this with fear. Bulty's hatred would not fade as long as the people lived. Chahu furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at Bulty and asked him a question about Nare. Bulty had killed her, and Chahu wanted to know the reason. Something trembled on Bulty's face. The name was familiar to him, and a kind of pain went through his body when Chahu remembered her. Nare had turned her weapon against her tribesmen to protect a human. It was a grave mistake that should not have been made. The girl immediately became an enemy when she switched sides with the humans. Bulty's eyes lit up. He looked at Chahu, and in an already calm voice ordered him to eat the human. Chahu grimaced. He wasn't going to do that. This Bom had his own principles, and because of them, he was now locked up in the same cage as the humans. Bulty exhaled heavily. Without taking his eyes off Chahu, Bom beckoned to his servant. He immediately realized what he had to do and nodded his head. Bulty had no choice but to resort to other methods of influence. Bom, in the form of a beast, pulled the chain. A loud clang of metal against metal was heard from the darkness. A moment later, a man appeared in that place. He was bare-chested, dirty and bruised. His body was barely obedient, his hands long since numbed by the tight handcuffs. The man looked more like his shadow now. Chahu growled behind the bars. He had absolutely no idea who this man was. Bulty looked admiringly at the man who had been brought out of the shadows. He had been prepared especially for Chahu for an emergency. Bulty threw his arm around the man who was barely on his feet. Bom told him that the man had undergone all kinds of torture and had not uttered a single groan. Bulty even considered keeping such a delicacy for himself, but he decided it would be more prudent to give the man to Chahu. The cage doors opened, and the man was thrown into the same cell with the two humans and Bom, who did not want to eat humans. Chahu looked worriedly at the man, who hit the floor with force. Bomb's nose was hit by the sweet scent of blood that came from the man's body. Chahu wrinkled his nose, trying to inhale less of that stupefying aroma. Bulti knew that a weakened bomb would smell the sweet aroma many more vividly than anyone else. Chahu covered his nose with his hand. He eyed the lying man apprehensively. All he had to do was eat him, and then he could be free. Bulti continued to whisper words of action in his ear. Bite a soft piece of the man's flesh just once, and then the beast would break free from its confinement and do its work. Chahu could no longer tolerate such a sweet and tantalizing scent. Unable to hold back, he jumped to his knees and slammed his head to the floor of the cell, thus trying to return to reality and put his thoughts in order so as not to do something stupid. The bright flash of pain from hitting his head on the floor brought Chahu's thoughts back on track. He was breathing hard and his head was splitting, but one thing was certain. Bomb would not become an animal and eat a human. Bulti squinted at Chahu. He had expected a slightly different reaction, not even realizing what kind of willpower this bomb possessed. Seeing no more point in talking, Bulti decided to leave, leaving the boy's body, the humans, and Chahu himself in the cage. He was counting on something to happen after a while. On the shopping street of Shinshi's old center, people couldn't help but notice the strange guy. They turned their heads in his direction and looked at the object in his hand with interest. The guy was walking down the street with one hand in his pocket, and in the other he was holding an interesting object. It looked like the rim of a pair of glasses, but the object itself had many patterns, as if a swirl of wind had frozen the stone. The guy was looking through the rim at some old man, and an image from his past life appeared behind him. This grandfather had once been a king. On the other side, a woman slapped her husband indignantly. The guy shifted his gaze to them, and so could also see their past lives. The man had once been a governor and the woman a royal auditor. Guy had no doubt now. This little artifact could show him people's past lives. He continued to scrutinize the passing people and study their pasts. The guy's attention turned to the next person, and he stopped his attention on one of them. Jehu was in front of him, but they didn't know each other yet. He pointed his artifact at all the people who were in the same company. Some strange feeling visited his soul, but he couldn't figure out what it could be. 4 guys were very familiar to him, and at the same time, he didn't know anything about them. The same image loomed over these guys. Their past lives were the same, and its appearance was too strange. The guys were walking in a small group and looked very content in each other's company. The guy didn't know anything about them, but a certain feeling told him to follow them. Sign was a very ordinary guy and lived his ordinary life. One day, a terrible thing happened on Mountain Wangsan. The murder was so brutal and heartbreaking. Lots of blood, body parts torn off. Traces indicated that some kind of animal had done it. People called that day the Bomb Massacre. Shinshi's economy began to collapse, and Isal Group's stock was also unstable. Then the Isal Group offered a bounty on Bomb's head, and so began the war between the hunters and the Bomb. Brave men and women came out to confront the monsters. Sign looked at all of this very skeptically. It seemed to him that what was happening was somehow unreal, and did not apply to him in any way. The guy preferred to continue living his normal life. But it lasted until Sin himself personally came face to face with the fear of all people. Bomb stepped in front of him and roared at the top of his voice. By some miracle, Sin managed to survive the monster's attack. The one swallowed the guy and didn't survive him. Sane lived in its body for a few days and almost went insane, cursing everything in this world. At that moment, it seemed to him that death would be the best outcome. Sign was terrified and desperate. Bomb's stomach was raw and stinky. Every time his stomach rumbled, the guy thought he was about to lose his mind. He was in complete ignorance and fear of not knowing when his life would be cut short. At some point, the guy suddenly saw a bright light in front of him and reached out his hand towards it. It was then that a hope arose in him that he might yet survive. Inexplicably, an unknown energy began to flow into Sin's body. He was completely unable to understand what was happening to him at that moment, but there was nothing left for him to do but succumb to this force. Bomb, who swallowed him, also felt a strange power. He couldn't understand what it was, thrashing from side to side, and the light grew brighter and more powerful, and because of this, there was a strong explosion that destroyed the monster's body and released the guy to freedom. After being freed from the monster's body, Sane saw a strange object in front of him. It was all that was left of the bomb that had devoured him. Even though he survived and was able to return to his home, Sane was still cowardly with fear and anxiety. The boy just couldn't come to his senses and realize what had happened to him. He had never felt such intense anxiety in his life before. That's why he sat on his bed in a dark room for hours and tried to calm himself down. As time passed, his feelings subsided. He became more calm. Only now did Sane remember the strange object he had taken with him that day. The object resembled an eyeglass rim with swirling patterns. Sane took the object and put it on his face. To the guy, this headband reminded him of a masquerade mask for a ball. Guy's eyes opened wide as he saw something inexplicable in the mirror. In front of him was a man, sword in hand. He was in the advanced squad and was killing Bomus, and for some reason Sehin was certain that this was his past life. The man Sehin saw was of unusual appearance. He was fighting the Bomes with his sharp sword. The monsters around him growled and tried to hire him and kill him. The boy fell to the floor from everything he saw. He felt a panic attack again as he was afraid he was going crazy, and because of that he started seeing very strange things. Nevertheless, the guy took Bomb's eyebrow with him and went around the city looking at people. This is how he learned that this artifact had the ability to show people's past lives. While looking at the past lives of the people in the city, Sehin found a group of people who had the same past life as him. It was 4 guys who were walking merrily together somewhere. That was when he decided to follow them to figure it all out. The Armory Exchange was located in the old neighbourhood. There was an active trade in all sorts of weapons in that place. Dovon looked with rounded eyes at the seller, who had just announced the price of the weapon they were interested in. The boy shuddered with indignation and shock. The seller smirked, considering the price reasonable. In front of them on the counter was a spear. For some reason, this item was more expensive than firearms, and it really shocked the guys. The spear really looked very strong and valuable. The man wouldn't stop talking about the advantages of this weapon, and because of that, the price for such an item was higher than usual. Dogon still wasn't going to give up so easily. The boy leaned on the counter and approached the seller. He had traded weapons himself not too long ago and knew the prices at the market. The vendor was unbreakable and snorted, and pointed out that everything had changed a long time ago, and the prices had gone up for a reason. Sehin watched the boys from the sidelines, where he could hear their attempts at haggling. The guy snickered, for the guys were not doing well at all. But then he noticed something. He had to step in and help them, so he stepped forward. He didn't like the fact that the salesman had decided to cheat. The man's face contorted at that statement. Dogon and Haru looked back at the stranger in surprise. Sehin remembered that this seller had promised to give this weapon as a bonus for buying the gun, and now he had decided to sell the spear for too high a price. The guys were already starting to be noticed by the other hunters. Dogon was furious that they were about to be cheated. The guy immediately pulled out his gun for better convincing and loomed over the salesman. The man immediately relented and admitted that it was some kind of misunderstanding. In his heart, he cursed the guy who had suddenly appeared. The seller exhaled heavily and offered the spear for a reduced price. Then Sehin raised 3 fingers up, indicating that this was the price he would pay for the spear, and this was 3 times less than the previously announced price. The man immediately frowned. He didn't even want to hear anything for that price, but the guy kept pushing him, reminding him every time that this spear was originally a bonus to the main purchase. Everyone around them started glaring in their direction. People started to talk amongst themselves. This kind of incident would not be good for the seller, as it would ruin his reputation, as was spreading too quickly among the hunters. The man's ears had already begun to hear the disgruntled chatter of the hunters. He began to realize that because of his greed, he had much more to lose. The hunters would simply stop taking his goods and then the business would be ruined. The vendor looked at Sehin, cursing him. Everything had changed just because of this guy who had gotten in the wrong business. Dogon studied the stranger and just how much he liked this guy. Under the onslaught, the salesman couldn't take it anymore and gave up. He slammed his palms on the table with all his might and then gave the guys the spear. His reputation was more important. Satisfied, the boys walked out of the armory. Jihar was ecstatic that they were able to get the spear for such ridiculous money. The boys giggled as they remembered the seller's crimson face. Huan turned his head to Sehin and thanked him for helping. Then a question followed and Sehin accidentally answered not true. For some reason he had informed them that he was a hunter, when in fact he had never hunted Bomus yet. Suddenly there was a suggestion that the boys all hunt Bomuts together. It was so casual and so simple that Sehin was a little surprised. He had just met these guys and knew nothing about them, but they were willing to take him on as a team and trust him with their lives. Sehin was about to say something, but then Yeha spoke up. The guy suggested that they all eat ramen together and celebrate such a favourable purchase and thank Sehin for his help. The guy realised that now wasn't the best environment for the conversation that was lurking in his soul. He decided that it would be right to observe the boys a little longer. Afterwards, he would tell them about the mysterious artifact that was in his pants pocket. Sehin raised his head and saw some guy. He had never seen him before this moment, but he was already sure that he belonged to their past life together. But there was something strange about him. He looked too bad. The boy continued to stare at the approaching archer. He was walking towards them, staggering, and looked like he had just left the battlefield. Plus, Sehin was surprised because he didn't need to use Bomb's eyebrow to realise the stranger's past life. Yahar turned his head sharply as soon as his name reached his ears. The boy couldn't immediately tell who the voice belonged to, but the anxiety in his soul immediately made itself known. The guys looked at the guy who had come in, and Jeha could recognise him as Huang. The guy looked very bad. His clothes were stained and covered with blood. He could hardly stand on his feet and was breathing heavily. Yeha immediately jumped up to his acquaintance and a whole bunch of questions poured out of the guy. What worried him the most was Huang's condition. The guy bent down slightly and exhaled. Sane was concerned about what had happened. The questions poured in like that, but Huang tried to catch his breath to answer. It took him no small amount of strength to find the boys, and his wounds continued to bleed, soaking his clothes with blood. Huang settled to the ground. No matter how many stories he told about the Bomas starting to kidnap people, others didn't believe him. Therefore, he had thrown all his remaining energy into finding these guys. Plus, he was able to find out that Bulti also had a hand in these incidents. Dogon and Huan immediately tensed up as soon as their ears were touched by the enemy's name. It was the first clue they had gotten in all this time about Bulti. They couldn't miss a single word. Huang speculated that his little sister might have been taken hostage in the same way, so he went to them and started asking for help to solve the case. He had no one else to turn to. His heart was pounding out of his chest in fear of being rejected. In the safe zone, people continued to live their lives. They weren't afraid to take to the streets, but they preferred not to be alone. Yeha didn't understand where Huang was leading them, as the guys were still in the Shinshi safe zone. That was what was the strangest part. Then Huang stopped and said the dreaded words that they had come to the right place. They stood against a building. It was the heart of the city, a shopping centre from a Sal company. But the scariest part was that Huang said it was the bomb's lair. Yeha stared at the mall in surprise and even thought it was some kind of mistake, but Huang refuted such speculation. He spoke convincingly about the fact that he himself had doubted it recently, but he had personally seen what was going on there and was therefore sure of his words. He went back in his mind to the day he had seen everything with his own eyes. The boy, hoping to find his little sister, had witnessed a monstrous sight. The people were led like cattle and led by the Bomas. For fear of death, the people made little resistance. They were put into a van. Huan thought it was strange that the monsters didn't kill people right away. That's why he followed the car all the way to the underground parking lot. Huang's eyes widened when he saw the same bomb everyone was talking about around him. Bulti was with the other Bomas and apparently had enormous influence over them. He was controlling what was going on and giving instructions. The boys slowly moved on while discussing the situation. Yeha was amazed at everything he had just heard. Then he turned to Huang and wondered if he had come up with a plan of action. Huan's plan was simple. They just needed to foil their plan. There were 2 security guards standing in the parking lot who were busy minding their own business. The guys quickly took the matter in hand and sprang into action. Dogon jumped up to the first guard in an instant. Everything was happening so fast that the men wouldn't even have time to react. Distracted by the commotion near his partner, the other man didn't even notice Haru's golden chains wrapped around his body. A green car was coming down into the underground parking lot and slowed down in front of the lowered barrier. By this time, Dogon had managed to change into his security uniform, and the 2 men had been stripped and tied up. Yeha asked his friend to be careful. There were 2 men sitting in the car. Behind the wheel sat an ordinary man who was shaking with fear all over his body, most likely due to the fact that there was someone very scary and dangerous next to him. The passenger was wearing a dark sweatshirt and a deep hood hiding his face. A security guard approached the car and knocked on the car doors. The driver tensely lowered his gaze towards the guard, who stopped their auto for unknown reasons. The driver lowered the window with concern on his face and looked at the guy. Dogon spoke naturally and casually. It was as if he really worked in parking lot security, and asked the driver to show the document that authorized parking in that spot. The passenger sat silently and did not interfere with the driver. The man felt pressured by the passenger, but he could not disobey the guard, so he started looking for the parking documents. The driver handed the document to the guard, and the guard started checking it against the database. After a minute, the check was successful, and the guard apologized for his time and trouble. Dogon decided to find out exactly what the company the man worked for was transporting. The driver admitted that he was new to the position, so he hadn't gotten up to speed with the company yet. Bohm, sitting in the passenger seat, felt a strange feeling. There was a different person handling these matters before. It was too suspicious for a monster, and the thought of killing the guard flashed through his mind. Bohm raised his head and, at the very last moment, noticed behind the column in the distance the silhouette of an unknown man who was holding something in his hands. That man turned out to be Huang. The guy jumped out from behind the column and moved very fast so that the enemy had no chance to do anything. Huang put an arrow in his bow and drew the bowstring, aiming at the right place. Everything happened in a matter of seconds. In an instant, the arrow whizzed across the parking lot and hit right on its target. Bohm, who was sitting in the passenger seat, received a fatal wound right in the head. The driver's eyes bulged in horror. In the van sat the captives along with the bombs who were guarding them. The monsters began to suspect something amiss when the car stood in one place for a suspiciously long time. The doors of the van quietly and slowly began to open. A dim light penetrated the van, revealing a view of the monsters and the people sitting behind them. The 4 stood in front of the open doors and looked into the van itself, which contained the monsters. They were dealt with quickly enough. The two bombs stood at their position, where they were supposed to wait for the van with the new captives. They didn't understand the reason for the delay. The doors began to open, and Bomb immediately spoke indignantly. He didn't like the fact that there had been such a delay. It could be bad for their credibility, except that the people in the elevator were not at all the people Bomb had expected. A group of guys, fully armed. They didn't know how many enemies would meet them, so they were fully prepared to fight. Dogon was with his gun raised and a smirk on his face. He liked that they had managed to take the bombs by surprise. The bombs entered the cage with Cha. They were outraged that Bomb never touched the guy's body and the people who sat with him were still alive. Chahu glanced unhappily in the direction of the monsters and sighed heavily. He wasn't going to change his principles, even if it was to his detriment. Bomb continued to resent and didn't understand Chahu's actions. He could really die if he didn't feed, but Chahu was unbowed. He declared every time that he would not feed on humans. In that case, Bomb shifted his gaze to the guy and girl who were sitting against the far wall. Since Chahu was unwilling to feed, the monster saw no reason not to eat these people himself. The guy immediately realized what was about to happen and begged for mercy along with the girl. They were very frightened and started talking about how they were not tasty. The girl was crying loudly and echoed to herself that there wasn't even anything to eat. The pressure in the cell was building up. The bombers came dangerously close to them. Then the boy remembered about the man who continued to lie unconscious, but he was still alive. The guy offered to eat that man instead of them. The guy and the girl started to praise the man who was lying on the damp ground in front of each other. He was completely unresponsive to what was happening in the cell. Bomb hummed interestedly. People's reactions were too much for his ego. This cattle was willing to do anything to stay alive. Drool rolled from Bomb's mouth. He squinted his eyes and looked at the boy and girl. People hadn't changed in all that time. They were just as willing to betray everyone around them for their lives. Now Bomb wouldn't have so an ounce of guilt for eating them now. Chahu spoke in a monotone voice. He asked not to do this. After all, there were living people in front of Bomb that they could live side by side with. Besides, it wasn't food. The monster turned toward Chahu in surprise. This kind of speech did not please the monster at all, so he decided to quiet Chahu down a bit. The monster's foot swept through the air and crashed into Chahu's head with all its might. That was the end of it. The bombs left their cell, leaving very dissatisfied. In the aftermath, that bomb wished Chahu would come to his senses and eat the man. The boy, who had been lying motionless on the floor all this time, spoke with his dry lips. He uttered only one word, but made it clear enough that he wanted water. Chahu stared at the guy in surprise, not even believing that he could come to his senses, but the fact remained. The captive was alive, but he couldn't say anything else. Chahu grimaced in frustration. Bomb realized that there was nothing he could do to help the man, as they were at a great disadvantage. But he also knew that if he didn't do anything now, the guy would just die. The decision came to him by itself. Bomb rose to his feet and stretched his hand over the lad's head. The only water he could provide him with was his own blood. Sharp claws entered the flesh and scarlet blood protruded from the wounds. A thin stream of Bomb's hot blood began to flow directly into the man's mouth. The guy didn't react in any way for a while. Chahu sat over the guy and felt a lot of guilt for what he was doing. But Bomb didn't see any other way out. It was the only way to quench the man's thirst at the moment. At this point, something very strange began to happen to the man's body. The wounds that were on him immediately began to heal with a hissing sound, and the skin became clean. Bomb noticed this and stared at the guy's body in surprise. He didn't understand at all what was happening or why his blood had such an effect on him. Chahu removed his hand and steam rose up around the guy. All the wounds that were on his body began to miraculously heal. The guy opened his eyes and took a deep breath of air. His appearance was very haggard. The dark circles under his eyes and sunken cheeks only confirmed his poor condition. Then Bomb decided that he needed to add more of his blood and thrust his claws deeper into his wounds. He used his other hand to improve the blood flow. The guy's face was stained with blood. A strange magical energy was sparkling around him and he was starting to come around more and more. The guy looked up and couldn't understand what was going on. Why was Bomb sitting over him and trying to help him? The monster continued to squeeze blood out of his hand. It was already hard for him to do it, as he himself had lost a lot of strength. But all thoughts went to the background when a real fire broke out in the guy's body. He opened his eyes wide as he felt a fierce pain inside his body. It was as if the flames were devouring him from within. Clenching his teeth tightly, he groaned. The pain was unparalleled. All the tortures that had been inflicted on him were nothing compared to the pain he felt now. All his thoughts became confused, and he stopped thinking straight. The only thing that pulsed relentlessly in his head was that he didn't want to die. The boy's eyes poured red and his irises flashed with a bright glow. He saw Bomb in front of him, who was very different from the others. For some reason, despite the hunger in him, the monster hadn't touched the defenseless guy, and now it even helped him by giving his blood. The guy was simply burning with agony that was spilling inside him. Most of all, he was hungry. Hunger was eating him from the inside out, and he saw only one source of nourishment in front of him. For a second, doubt flashed through him, but it was only a second. He headed for Bomb, who wouldn't do it to him. One of the Bomb jerked sharply to the side, his ears flattened against his head as the strange energy travelled through his body. He felt the surge like a wave and couldn't understand what it could have been. The other Bomb didn't seem to feel anything as he was busy doing his own thing, and even scolded his partner for being distracted. The shipment had already arrived, and they had to head out to receive it. The guy sat on his knees and looked at the body in front of him. A strange energy continued to develop around him, but the guy's body no longer seemed tired. On the contrary, it was full of strength. The guys were walking down the corridor. They did not hurry so as not to break the silence in the building and not to give away their presence here before the time. There were some strange and incomprehensible growths on the wall. Dogon looked at these growths with disgust. Haru immediately warned them that it was best not to touch anything they knew nothing about. Behind the entire group walked Sane. The guy was shocked at how going out to eat together had turned into a real hunt. He still didn't understand how he ended up in this situation. The only thing he was happy about was the daggers he had brought along for protection. It was as if Yehu heard the boy's thoughts and turned toward him. He was embarrassed that they had dragged Saiyan into this. The guy, despite everything, didn't resent it and didn't mind helping them in this hunt. Juan stopped abruptly and switched to a whisper. The guy even ducked slightly and extended his arm for the others to stop. The Dogon standing closest immediately reacted to the command and tensed up. Before stepping out from around the corner, Huang said something quickly to the others. He spoke quietly, but the boys heard every word and prepared themselves. The moment of truth had arrived, and the guys jumped out from around the corner. They had weapons in their hands and were ready to use them immediately against the enemy army. But the enemy army did not attack them, and no one was waiting for them from the passage. The boys looked around. A huge hall opened to their eyes, and many cages in which people were locked. The desperate screams of the people filled the space. Despite their helplessness, people were pulling the bars and screaming for help. Dogon's face changed as he looked around. He had never seen such a horrible sight in his life, though he had seen a lot of evil. At the nearest wall, they saw two bombers coming down the steps. The monsters hadn't noticed them yet, so they were behaving as usual. The bombers were preoccupied with their last conversation with Chahu. They didn't understand how it was possible not to eat humans. One of them grinned and was sure that soon Chahu would not be able to resist his hunger and would eat someone. At the same moment, something flew into Bomb's head, but the force was so powerful that it was able to break through the monster's skull. The second Bomb walking beside him looked at his tribesmen in surprise. The second Bomb was not even given a chance to do anything. Haru and Juan's coordinated attack shattered the path of retreat. The golden chains wrapped around the monster's body. Juan pointed his spear at Bomb, which sparked with energy. The hunter immediately plunged his weapon into the monster's head. Its blood splattered in all directions. The attack was too fast and precise. Bomb simply had no chance to avoid it or survive. Once the first monsters were finished, Haru suggested to split up and free the captives first. The guys didn't even argue, as they realized that the first priority was to rescue the humans. Clanking sounds came from all corners of the dungeon. It was the breaking of the locks that held the steel gates of the cells. Huang ran down the long corridors of the dungeon, and all his thoughts were of his little sister Juhi. The boy begged to find the girl alive. He raised his bow and fired a shot at another lock, which immediately succumbed to the onslaught of force and shattered into pieces. There were people sitting in the cage who immediately realized that the hunter was standing in front of them. The people were excited and couldn't believe their luck that they had been rescued from their imprisonment. Huang stood still and the men rushed out of the cage. There was terror in their eyes and at the same time hope that they would be able to get out of this terrible place. There was blood splattered on the walls of the cell, traces that told what horrors had happened here. But the scariest thing to Huang was not the blood on the walls, but what lay on the floor. A little blue dress with a yellow flower on the chest. In Huang's house hung a picture of his family. His mum and dad sitting on the couch, and in their arms sat his baby sister. He stood behind it and was happy to have such a loving family. Huang himself was good at sports and often brought home winning places. He spent a lot of time on his training, so the result was obvious. One morning, his little sister came into his room, still asleep. The girl had not even opened her eyes yet, but she was already worried about her brother. The boy was going to his morning workout. Even though he was smiling, he was sorry to leave his favourite little sister on her day off. They could spend it together. But the competition would happen very soon and he needed to study harder. The girl was not at all satisfied with such an answer. She immediately folded her little fists and burst out in indignation. Yuhi was counting on having fun with her little brother. Huang turned away from the girl and started rustling something. He even grinned as he spoke, saying that it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a play competition with the younger sisters. The girl's eyes widened as she became interested in his rustling. As an apology for his leaving, the boy had prepared a small gift for his sister. It was this particular bag that rustled so seductively. Yui looked at her brother with admiration and was already anticipating to see the gift. Yui immediately pulled out the little blue dress she had been dreaming of. The girl's eyes immediately sparkled with joy and delight. Her baby brother was the best. She would definitely wear this dress the next time they went for a walk. More than anything, she wanted to go out with her baby brother and demanded that he promise her that. Huang decided to take advantage of the finger binding because now that promise couldn't be broken. Juhi smiled a wide smile. She was very happy this morning. Huang couldn't find any strength in himself. His legs gave out and the boy collapsed to his knees. In his hands, he picked up the dress that belonged to his little sister. It was covered in blood. Huang couldn't even imagine the horror Dewey had endured. His whole body shuddered. Through the heartbreaking pain and tears, clenching his teeth tightly, Huang made a new promise. He would make sure that those who had done this to his little sister would pay. The people continued to be released from the cages. They were running out of them and looking for a place to get out. Some were screaming, some were crying, some were focused and cool-headed, while others stumbled and fell on the ground. The Bomas who heard the trouble in the territory immediately rushed to the attack. They couldn't let the humans escape so easily. Dogon and Jehar immediately rushed towards the bombs and began to attack them. Dogon fired his gun, and Jehar swung his sword and immediately blew the monster's head off. Haru hurried them along as not all the humans had left the place yet. Dogon went into cover to reload his gun. He was concerned that the monsters were getting bigger and bigger. Coming out of cover, the guy started shooting. Jehar assisted him and cut into the flesh of the enemy with his sword. At that moment, while they were busy killing Bomb, another monster came out of the cage. He approached Dogon a little too close and, unfortunately for the guy, completely silent. Dogon sensed its presence when it was close by. Bomb's growl echoed above the hunter's head. Everyone was busy crushing the Bomas. Everyone had an enemy in front of them and were actively wielding their weapons to deal with the monster sooner and come to the aid of the others. Huang stepped out of the cage in which he found his sister's dress. His mood was murderous. Placing 3 arrows in his bow at once, he drew the bowstring and took aim. The energy around him was buzzing. All the arrows whistled past the guys and hit their targets. All those monsters they had just fought had received irreparable damage from the arrow attack. The other Bomas stood aside, watching from the sidelines, furious that the hunters had found out about this place. But they were not going to run away. The Bomas jumped out of different corners and rushed towards the hunters who dared to disturb their order in this place. The Bomas wanted their food back at any cost. Sign stood by the pipe they came out of and called out to the people towards it. The crowd ran in his direction. It was the exit to the elevator to get out of this horrible place. There was panic and terror in the eyes of the captives. Bomb suddenly appeared on the ceiling, his eyes sparkling in the darkness. The man raised his head upon hearing his voice, and he immediately felt sick. The monster was not going to let the men go alive. Opening its maw, Bomb snapped from the ceiling. The man below him was unable to make a move. He only saw the bright eyes and huge sharp teeth approaching him very quickly. Sign looked in their direction at that very moment. He saw that there was only a small distance left between the victim and the monster. Bomb would just devour an innocent man who couldn't stand up for himself right now. A memory of how he himself had recently fallen victim to such a monster flashed before the guy's eyes. Sein couldn't let anyone else experience those horrible feelings. His body began to move on inertia and he swung his dagger. The sharp blade sliced straight through Bomb's face, catching his bright eye. Immediately blood gushed from it. The monster froze into place, completely not expecting to feel such a sudden attack, but it was enough to bring Bomb to the ground. The people bounced away from that spot in horror and looked on fearfully as the monster had just been destroyed with a single blow. Sign lowered his gaze to his trembling hand. He couldn't understand how this had happened, or what kind of power had possessed him. There were admiration and gratitude from the people to the side, but the guy didn't even pay attention to it, completely immersed in his thoughts. This was not the end. A loud growl was heard. Sein and the people beside him raised their heads. On the second floor, 3 more such monsters came out. Putting aside all speculation for a better time, Sein intercepted his daggers and got into position. Right now, there were enemies and defenseless people in front of them who needed his help. He didn't understand how he was able to kill that bomb, but he would figure it out for sure. Kim, Sojin and Kente were sitting in a cafe outside the mall. The leader of the first team wanted to know if Kente had been able to track down those guys, but his friend only disappointed him with his answer. The guy tisked unhappily. The tiger butterfly hunter grinned. He had to track down those guys as soon as possible to regain Donchol's favour. After the last incident, the guy had changed his attitude towards him a lot and it pissed Kim off. While the guy was in his thoughts, Kente turned his head to the side when he heard strange sounds. He had absolutely no idea what was going on, and what was happening made him tense. The sounds were coming from the entrance of the mall. The boys turned their heads together and listened. The sounds were indeed strange and growing stronger with each passing moment. At some point, human silhouettes appeared from behind the doors of the mall and were approaching the mall exit very quickly. And when the doors automatically opened, frightened people started running out into the street. They were crying and screaming, their appearance was shabby. Some asked for an ambulance, others for the police and the military, and there were those who screamed about monsters in the subway. Kim, Sojin and Kente stared dumbfounded at the crowd. The boy jumped to his feet, completely confused by what was happening. The crowd was not ending, more and more exhausted and frightened people were running out of the mall. Kente decided he needed to find out what was going on. The boy stopped one man, and the man immediately told about Boma kidnapping him and all these people. The girl was standing next to the man and was all bruised and bloody. People were being killed in the basement of the mall. When Kente heard this information, he froze in place with bulging eyes. It was hard to believe, but the condition of all these people said that this was really happening. Kim Sojin ordered Kente to gather the entire team. The guy immediately took out his phone and started to quickly report what was happening. And the leader of this first team himself was excited about what had happened. They were the first to know what had happened, and now Kim would be able to return the favor. The police had no idea what was going on. People continued to rush as fast as they could to get away from the place of confinement. At this time, a car pulled up to the shopping center with Maro and Bulti sitting in it. They watched what was happening and realized that the people had somehow managed to escape. Bulti was furious about this, because he had not been away for long. Maro gave orders to Bulti to go to another neighborhood to continue his work there. The place had been compromised, but Bulti was not going to listen to him. Opening the doors of the auto, Bom started to get out. Maro squinted at his partner. He wanted to know what he was going to do. Bulti was blazing with anger. Bom sent Maro on his way, but he wanted to know how it had happened. He wasn't going to just leave this place. The pattern of the beast began to spread across Bulti's face. Bom followed the same path through which they had brought the captives to their lair. He saw slain monsters and blood on the walls. Bulti's eyes immediately flashed as the realization came to him that they had been attacked and someone had been able to uncover where the captives were imprisoned. He growled through his teeth, the anger in his body gaining new strength. At this time, Yaha stuck the blade of his sword into the head of another Bom. The monster couldn't do anything to him. A bright flash of energy flashed between them. After that, the guy made a cool swing, thus chopping the monster's head into 2 pieces. After killing so many Bomas, the guy no longer felt his body trembling. All his movements were clear and sharp, and the sword didn't seem so heavy anymore. The guys gathered in a pile. They looked around and realized for sure that this was a shelter, but they didn't encounter any Bomas that were stronger than the ones they had already killed. Dogon was frustrated that he hadn't found any Bulti here. While the boys discussed a plan of further action, Huang stood back. Bitter tears were streaming from his eyes, and in his hands he held the very dress of his little sister. Bulti was very angry and looked irritably at the elevator screen, which showed him what floor he was on. It was as if the elevator was dragging too slowly on purpose. Bulti's nerves were giving out. He didn't want to wait any longer, so power surged through his veins. Bom raised his hand sharply, his long claws increased in size, a bright red aura enveloped his body, and he prepared to strike. Bulti's punch was crushing, but with this method, he was able to reach the right point very quickly. Even the car flew into the air and the room collapsed. The guys who were in the human confinement area stopped and looked around. They felt a strong jolt under their feet, and a vibration ran along the walls. This strange impulse alerted them. Haru felt much more than a normal jolt. The man felt a strong surge of energy. With a twist of his head, he realized that such power could only belong to a top-level Bom. He immediately turned to the boys and warned them in an alarmed voice that another Bom was approaching, one that would be many times stronger than the ones they had already dealt with. The monster could only enter through one entrance, and all eyes turned to the chimney. Anxiety in the air grew with every second. And after a moment of waiting, a very strong energy flash erupted from that very pipe. It swept across the entire expanse of the room. A strong wind blew, from which the guys covered their faces with their hands. The power was very different, and it was clear that the danger was much more serious. Haru struggled to stand in front of such a force. His heart began to thud in his chest. He realized that a really serious enemy was about to appear in front of them. Bom with the red hair appeared from the passage. Evil oozed from him. The monster squinted his eyes and glared at those in front of him. Bulti immediately realized that these were the culprits of his ruined plan. The boys tensed up. They could also feel the eerie aura that emanated from the monster. Juan grimaced as this Bom's face was familiar to him. Everyone immediately guessed that the hated Bulti was standing in front of them. Realizing that there would be no jokes and this enemy was really very strong, the guys started to attack him. Juan raised his bow and took aim. Haru swung his golden chains. Dogon, on the other hand, raised his automatic rifle. He had finally found the one that almost killed him. They made their move and froze in anticipation. There was a thunderous explosion. A bright flash illuminated their faces. Yaha and Sign covered their faces with their hands. The recoil was too strong. Dust and rock started flying at them. And when the dust settled a bit, there in front of them stood the same old Bulti, perfectly unharmed. He spoke without raising his head. A few men couldn't handle a man like him. Claws that were many times longer than ever erupted from Bomb's fingers. Haru's golden chain faded away as the attack from Bomb travelled across his body. A bright red flash slashed across the man's chest. He wriggled in pain and sighed loudly. It all happened so fast that the others didn't even notice the attack. Dogon, who was standing closest to Haru, heard that sigh and turned his head toward him. He saw the man standing in front of him already with a deep wound. The others froze in horror. Jehar was aware that Haru was injured, but his brain couldn't perceive that information yet. A look of horror was written across Sane's face. Bulti extended his clawed hand and pointed it towards the boys. Jehar, Sehin, and Juan immediately tensed up. They couldn't relax. The enemy in front of them was too dangerous. If they let their guard down, they would just die here all at once. Bomb, on the other hand, was serious about destroying those who had ruined his plans for the humans. His eyes seemed too bright in the darkness. Pointing his fingers at the boys, he picked out who would fall by his hand next. Jehar couldn't think of anything right now, but Juan stepped forward and extended his arm, promising to distract Boma while Jehar did his best to save Haru. The boy immediately swung his spear. It twirled gracefully in the air. Juan saw his enemy, knew how strong he could be, and still fearlessly rushed into battle. The boy intercepted his spear and swung it. Juan's eyes sparkled a light green. He was focused and completely fixed on his enemy. Bulti immediately turned his attention to the boy, realizing that he was about to attack him. His gaze shifted to Juan. The guy with the spear in his hands rushed towards Bomb. He moved quickly and was going to do irreparable damage to the enemy. Bulti didn't even move, waiting for the attack and thinking that ordinary people couldn't seriously harm him. Juan's attack was not ordinary at all. Tiger energy burst out of him, which gave him more strength, and his attack became more powerful. He tore forward at his enemy, and his spear shimmered dangerously. Bulti put his arms out in front of him to defend himself from the attack. His eyes widened as he realized the guy was stronger than he had assumed. The force began to press down on his body, filling everything around him with a bright flash. Juan wasn't going to stop. The guy moved his feet quickly, changing his stance. But his gaze never wavered from the dangerous Bomb. Swinging once more, the spearhead swung toward Bulti. Flashes of energy like sparks and lightning came from Juan. He launched a strike at the enemy. After the attack, Juan bounced to the side. Clouds of dust rose up again, blocking the view. The hunter was counting on the fact that he was able to achieve the desired result with his attack. At the same time, Jehar was already with Haru. The guy picked the man up in his arms and begged him to wake up, but Haru still hadn't recovered from that attack. At some point, Haru was still able to open his eye. He saw Jehar's concerned face above him and could only utter a warning that the bomb they met was of the highest level and they needed to be as careful as possible. Despite Juan's perfect strike, the enemy was still unharmed. Bomb had shed his human form and became more beast-like. His skin darkened, and beastly patterns appeared all over his body. Bulti grabbed a rock and sliced it with his claws. Stone shards flew towards the boys. Their speed was so fast that one would assume they were fired from a machine gun. Dogon stared at the monster in front of him and gripped his weapon tighter. Bulti was no longer the same. The energy that hovered around him was eager to burst out to destroy everyone around him. After a while, this place would collapse, so Bulti didn't want to waste time by offering the boys a last good laugh. Bomb put his hands in front of him and dangerous scarlet energy began to accumulate inside them. It began to transform into the shape of a sphere, absorbing an unfathomable power. The boys could feel the energy gathering around them. Sane was already beginning to be blown off his feet by the wind, and that only told him that something very dangerous was about to happen. Dogon looked at the gathering energy with a look of horror on his face and remembered that he had seen it before. He had met Bulti and he had also used this technique. Even the Bomas had been frightened when they saw it. Realizing that there was going to be a big explosion, Dogon shouted loudly so that everyone could hear him. The boy warned of the terrible danger and that they all needed to take cover somewhere. Bulti continued to build up energy. His face blurred into a grin, for he knew that the attack was already complete and the boys would simply not be able to escape it in time. Swinging around, Bulti aimed his hand along with the sphere towards his enemies. The wind around them snapped. Energy waves flashed scarlet in color. Jehar rose to his feet and with his body covered the Haru lying on the ground, who was still out of breath. A bright flash illuminated the entire room with a red cast. Dogon stood with his back to the explosion, covering Sane with his body. Rocks flew and were the guys, leaving painful marks on their bodies. Despite the fact that the explosion was quite serious, they managed to survive. Juan, worried about the others, called out to everyone, in. He wanted to know if his friends were okay. Bulti grinned, pleased that Juan couldn't see him coming. The guy had been so concerned about his friends that he had lost sight of his main enemy. Bulti came dangerously close to the lad. He was frustrated that some pathetic humans had underestimated him. Juan had indeed lost his enemy and came to his senses when it was too late. Bulti savoured every moment of it. The monster thrust its long claws into Juan's body with a sharp movement. The boy felt a sharp pain in his chest area. and blood spurted through his clenched teeth. After the deadly attack, Bomb kicked the enemy's body away with his foot. The guy's blood flew off his hand. The monster managed to destroy one hunter. Juan's body flew aside and crashed roughly into the stone wall. The impact was such that cracks went down the concrete. The boy spat out another clot of blood, losing consciousness. When Dogon saw what had happened, he immediately rushed to attack. He drew his 2 pistols and began firing relentlessly at Bomb. The sounds of gunfire echoed everywhere. But only Bulti was much stronger than the other bombers. He was able to intercept all the bullets that were flying at him. Unclenching his hand, the crumpled cartridges flew to the floor. Bomb looked at the shooter and mocked his actions. He was not going to be able to handle him with such methods. Realizing that he could not penetrate Bulti with bullets, Dogon decided to launch his arsenal of explosives at him. A wide variety of grenades and bombs flew toward Bomb. Bulti raised his head and looked at the ammunition flying at him. He looked at them as if the first snow had fallen. A second later, an explosion sounded in the place where the men were being held captive. The walls vibrated and the floor shivered beneath his feet. Dogon took cover behind a boulder to avoid being hit by the shrapnel from the explosion. He kept his gun at the ready, and his thoughts were on Juan. The boy had seen Bulti claw his body and now prayed that Juan would survive the attack. The smell of Bomb's burning flesh hit Dogon's nose. He hoped that his attack was able to reach the monster and do a good amount of damage. Since the death of his loved ones, it had been months. He had been waiting for this moment, and now the hour of reckoning had arrived. Dogon was about to exact retribution. Reloading his machine gun, the boy spoke to himself, but his words were meant for his dead family. It wouldn't be long before he could pay for their death. A huge crater was left in the floor of the prison, which appeared because of all the bombs hitting at one point. When the smoke and dust cleared, Bulti showed up in the crater, except there were no signs of wounds on his body. It was as if the monster had never been hit by the blast. Bulti smiled. He was having a lot of fun, and he thought that such a blow was not a bad thing. He even felt a little pain at one point. A new wave of bullets flew at the monster, not letting him speak. With bright flashes, the bullets began to crash into Bomb's body. Bulti's eyes bulged as he didn't expect to be attacked so soon. One of the bullets hit him right in the forehead, but it couldn't make it any further, so it bent as it met its obstacle. Bulti was surprised that the guy was able to aim despite the veil of smoke around him. The monster swung his arms, unleashing beams of scarlet attacks that were meant to destroy the projectiles flying at him. Bulti stopped and looked around. There was still too much smoke around him, and he noticed that it was denser than before. He started cursing loudly, provoking the gunner to come out of hiding. Dogon lay down on the floor, hiding in a veil of smoke. The guy was puzzled, as the bullets that had just been fired at Bulti could have easily destroyed the armoured vehicle. But for some reason, the monster's skull was much more resistant. He began reloading his automatic and continued to ponder where Bomb's weak spot might have been. Still, Dogon decided he should aim for the jaw instead of the skull. That way there would be a better chance of penetrating him. Bomb's keen hearing helped him locate the lurking hunter. Bulti swung his arm and the smoke around him cleared, revealing a view of the guy. Bulti smirked, satisfied that he could find his enemy so soon. Nothing would stop him from dealing with him quickly now. Dogon hadn't expected his location to be revealed so soon. He looked up and saw an enraged Bulti in front of him, who was too close to him. A bright flash was rapidly approaching in their direction, illuminating everything with a soft blue light. This flash turned out to be no ordinary light, but a true attack. Unexpectedly, the light was able to split the monster's arm. The hand ripped off the arm. Huang Stand stood in front of Dogon, with his bow raised in front of him. He was the one who released the arrow and was able to tear the monster's arm off. The boy drew another arrow and prepared to release it at Bomb. The arrow flew dangerously close. If Bulti didn't dodge in time, he would probably be seriously injured now. He was already missing one arm. Huang cursed at the fact that he couldn't hit the target. Dogon was shocked that Bulti was able to dodge at such a small distance. This monster was too strong. But to Bulti, it was all like a game. He smiled because the people in front of him were not ordinary people that he could easily kill. He was really enjoying the fight now, and his appetite only grew stronger. Dogon and Huang looked at Bomb in front of them with hatred. They were certain of only one thing, that today at any cost they would release his gut. This monster had done too much suffering, and he must pay for all of it. Bulti was so consumed by his thirst that he didn't even notice that he had chewed his finger to a bloody pulp. He couldn't decide which one to eat first. The monster's eyes glowed ominously in the darkness, and he was giving off an aura that was too dark for him. Dogon was making a strategic plan in his head. He decided that he would take advantage of the moment when Huang would make his attack and aim for Bomu's jaw. That way he hoped to mortally wound him. The smoke screen was already dissipating and they would have to hurry. There was less smoke around. Dogon could see Huang, who was not so far away from him, but the only one they couldn't see was their most important enemy. This made the boys very wary. Dogon didn't notice at all how the monster was able to get close to him quickly. Bulty carried like the wind and froze behind the guy's back, ready for his next attack. Hwang saw Bomb appear out of nowhere behind his friend's back. The boy's voice trailed off into a shout, hoping that Dogon would dodge. Bomb's foot came upward. The knee hit Dogon under his breath with all his might. The guy bent in half and let out all the air he had in his chest. In addition, the blow was charged with the monster's energy power, making it much more powerful than normal. Dogon crashed into the nearest wall, leaving an impressive dent from the impact. Blood began to run down his head from the impact. The guy settled down, his head drooping. After such a blow, the wall collapsed even harder and buried the guy. All this was seen by Hwang, who stood aside and unfortunately could not do anything to protect his friend. What happened shocked him so much that Hwang froze in a daze. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't help his friend. He couldn't save his little sister. The weight of it all fell on the lad's shoulders. Hwan had been lying unconscious for a long time with a very serious wound in his chest. No one knew if he would even be able to squeeze out after such an attack. Sign was still unconscious from the sphere strike and lay against the other wall of the building. Hwang continued to look around the hall where his friends were suffering. He turned around and found Jehu looking at him, who was trying with all his might to bandage Haru's wound. All of his friends were hurt, all because he had come to them and asked for help. The guys couldn't leave him alone and rushed to his aid to find Hwang's little sister. If he hadn't told them about this place and brought them here, nothing would have happened to them. Bomb lifted his hand on which the brush was missing. A bright scarlet light flashed from the limb, and Bulty's sinister laughter rumbled through the hall. Hwang turned his attention back to the monster that had caused all this trouble. The monster didn't look tired or depressed at all. Bulty kept talking and his words were all too vile. Hwang, on the other hand, realized that it was all too bad for them. They wouldn't be able to stand up to such a force. He watched as Bulty lunged towards him, but his hands didn't even try to raise his bow. He couldn't understand at what point everything went wrong. After all, Hwang had just wanted to find his little sister. He thought about the fact that if he hadn't gone to practice that day, he would have spent the day with his little sister, and they wouldn't have been dragged into this disaster. The boy would never forget the spark in his eyes, and the grief he was feeling right now over everything that had happened. If only he had known something like this could happen, he would have spent more time with Juhi. How happy she had been when they had sealed the promise on their little fingers. It was more precious than any words. But none of that mattered to Hwan now, for there was no one else to keep the promise to. He had lost everything, his family and his dreams. The boy had no one left, only a deep emptiness that filled his soul. Bulty's claws were already too close to him, but Hwang didn't even look up at them. At the moment when Hwang had already given up and lost the value of his own life, Jeha appeared in front of him. The guy came face to face with Bomb, putting his sword in front of him to stop the monster's attack. Jeha saw the look in Hwan's eyes and the fact that he lowered his hands. There was no way the guy could let that happen. Because of that, he started shouting loudly, addressing his friend. Jeha couldn't let the guy stop fighting. Not all was lost yet. When Jeha spoke of his little sister, who would be disappointed if she saw Hwang in such a state, something inside the guy trembled. He clenched his bow so tightly that a wave of trembling went through his body. At the same moment, golden chains flew through the air heading towards Boma, who was being confronted by the guys. Haru was able to get to his feet and was even able to launch an offensive attack at the monster. Bulty reacted very quickly and bounced to the side, dodging Haru's golden spirit. His golden chain flowed around Haru. It spoke of how they needed to deal with this bomb in a lumpy way. If they didn't do it now, they would meet him again later and the fight would be much harder than this one. Jeha was in complete agreement with him. The boy intercepted his sword. Bulty swung his arms and the chain that Haru had let loose on him rattled and began to tear under the onslaught of his strength. To Bulty, such chains were like thin threads. He grinned, for one more failure would not be able to change their pitiful situation. Suddenly, the monster heard a voice behind him. He didn't immediately notice as Hwan got close enough to attack him. Hwan swung his spear with all his might. Bulty miraculously managed to wiggle his body to the side and the spear went through the air. The monster was shocked by this sudden attack from this guy. Bulty tensed up because he was absolutely sure that he had pierced the guy's heart. And right now, he didn't understand how he had managed to survive such a deadly attack. But despite everything, Hwan could stand on his feet. There was still a wound in his chest, but the guy didn't pay attention to it. As he said, such a scratch couldn't hurt him. At the same time, Dogon crouched on the ground and was already rapidly firing a series of shots from his automatic rifle. All around the fellow, a dust rose from the recoil. Bulty heard the sounds of the shots and whipped his head to the side. Hwan hurriedly ducked to safety so the bullets wouldn't hit him as well. The monster tisked loudly when he realized that the gunman was just as still able to move, but at the same time, he wasn't worried about the gunshots as those couldn't hurt him. Deciding that he could stop the bullets with his hand, Bulty didn't even try to dodge, but he didn't expect the bullet to go through his hand, and when it did, it was too late. The bullet was hurtling toward the monster's eye, and after that bullet, a dozen more such projectiles flew at Bomb. The monster's entire body shuddered from the blows. Each bullet flew out, leaving gaping holes in its body. Bulty clutched at his wounded eyes with his hands and screamed in sharp and searing pain. Blood ran down his arms and face, and the pain spread more and more throughout his body. Bomb's screams reached the boy's ears. Bulty couldn't understand how a human weapon could do such damage to him. He wanted to know what the guy had used. Bulty bent in half, holding his hands over his head. He tried to recover, but for some reason he couldn't. The monster lamented and wished he could eat some human flesh, then he would be able to restore his energy. The boys gathered themselves and raised their heads as they heard loud noises pass through the building. They realized that this place would soon collapse. They had too little time left. Therefore, the decision was made to deal with the monster as soon as possible and escape from here. Sign was only now able to open his eyes. Until then, the guy had remained unconscious. There was a trace of dried blood on his face, and he heard a noise, but he couldn't concentrate yet. And when he looked up, he saw something very impressive. A huge golden spirit was hurtling towards Boma. Haru was controlling it, and Jehu was running ahead, holding a sheathed sword. For Sehin to see such a thing after waking up was something very fantastic. For a while, he couldn't even recognize who was an ally and who was an enemy. Haru's golden spirit attacked Bulty. The monster ran to the side, and when he swung his arm, he was able to shred the spirit's body. Haru followed the monster's movement and noticed that it was running towards Sein, who was sitting against the wall. Haru immediately shouted to make the boy realize the danger. Bulty continued to run towards the guy, swinging his arms, the monster's sharp and long claws slicing through the air. The boy stared in horror at Bom, who was coming straight at him. Sein's eyes lit up in the darkness. The guy looked up, saw Bom in front of him, who was aiming to kill him, and the only thought running through his mind was that he didn't want to get through something like that again. The guy's body hissed on its own. He managed to grab his daggers lying beneath him and swinging them. He was able to inflict wounds on Bom as well as dodge the attack. Sein bounced to the side, and behind him there was an explosion. A thick cloud of dust rose once again across the room. Bulty was caught in some sort of cage and stretched out all over the concrete floor. He couldn't get up, only growled profanities through his teeth. Things were not turning out in his favor, and it was pissing the monster off. Bom grimaced with anger. He couldn't believe that some pathetic people could drive him into such a state. He blamed everything around him, but not himself. Bulty saw the body in front of him, hoping that it was meat lying in front of him. He was already reaching for it with his hands, for if he ate, the energy in his body would be restored as well. As he drew closer, he was able to get a good look at the dead man in the darkness of the cage. Chahu's empty eyes looked at Bom but saw nothing. Bulty looked over Shahu's corpse in amazement and was shocked that this Bom was already dead. He didn't understand how this could have happened. Silent footsteps were heard behind Bulty's back. A human shadow fell in front of him. A chill ran down the monster's back. Standing at the entrance of the cage was a guy. His hands were shackled with steel handcuffs and his head was lowered. This was the same guy who had been thrown into Char's cage so he could eat him. There were rumbles from all corners. The walls around them shuddered and the floor vibrated underfoot. The boys gathered into a group and decided it was time for them to get out of here. If the building collapsed, Bom would be buried in this place. Bulty looked at the boy and rejoiced at his good fortune. In front of him stood the man they had prepared for Chahu. He thought about how he had managed to survive, but these thoughts quickly vanished from his mind. After all, Bom's first thought was for his own needs. Long arms reached out to grab the boy. Bulty was going to devour him and replenish his strength. Hosu opened his eyes and saw the monster in front of him. He immediately remembered this Bom because he had met him before. Memories flashed through his mind. Hosu immediately recognized the Bom who had brought people to this scary place. He had caused him a lot of suffering. And Bulty was the one who brought him here. Bom had beaten and abused him many times, starved him and kept him awake. Hosu felt all kinds of torture on his body. He was tortured as much as he could. In front of him stood the very Bom who had caused all this to happen. The metal handcuffs flew off the guy's hands. Bulty's hands froze on the guy's neck. For some reason he couldn't move and continue what he had started. Hosu himself stood with his head down, not resisting at all. After a second, the guy raised his head and his eyes flashed with a scarlet glow. He looked at the monster that stood in front of him. Then with his bare hand he delivered his blow to the beast, piercing its flesh. Blood spurted from Bulty's back, for the lad's hand had gone right through. Bom was so surprised that he could not immediately guess what had just happened. Bulty dropped his arms and staggered and began to pull away from the lad. His body shuddered as he stared with frightened eyes in front of him. Hosu, on the other hand, began to change before his eyes. His skin colour darkened, and the same fur that Bom had on his back appeared. Bulty grinned, for he realised that what stood before him was not an ordinary weak man, but something else, and judging by the look on his face, the monster guessed who the guy was. Hosu pulled his arm out sharply, blood flying in different directions, and then he delivered another blow to the disconsolate Bulty. Bom screamed and roared at the same time. Infernal pain rained down on his body. Until this moment, the monster had never once felt so desperate. The building was collapsing before his eyes. The boys ran with all their legs towards the exit. They didn't want the ceiling to collapse on their heads. Maneuvering between the collapsed cobblestones, they continued to carry on like the wind. Signs stopped abruptly when a scream reached his ears. The boy was puzzled, as the voice he heard was too similar to Bulty's, and the way the man was yelling was very suspicious. Seihin couldn't keep running since what he heard was too suspicious. Jehar noticed that his friend had fallen behind and called out to him. At the same time, the fight between Hosu and Bulty continued. The guy made another blow that caused the floor to shake and shatter. Bulty managed to bounce aside, while Bomb pressed his hand firmly against the hole in his body. In front of him now was a similar monster, but it was not on Bulty's side. There was nothing human left in Hosu's eyes. He was consumed with the desire to destroy the monster. Despite his own situation, Bulty's face broke out into a smile. It was as if he saw a bright opportunity in front of him. Red energy shimmered around Bomb's body. He was left with no choice, so he was ready to resort to the most extreme method. After a second of standing in a stance, a stream of power erupted from Bomb's body. A bright scarlet power enveloped his entire body. He was releasing what he had saved for the complete destruction of Shinshi. Who knew that he would have to use this power now? A discharge of murderous energy rushed through the mall building. It was so strong and crushing that the walls of the building failed and cracked deeply. Bomb began to transform again and lost his human form completely. His body became completely covered with wool, his legs took the shape of paws, and a long tail appeared behind his back. Bulty took on the appearance of a real beast, something remotely resembling a tiger. His mouth opened, and Bomb roared loudly. Now the monster would unleash his full power and finish off the boy who had decided to challenge him. Hosu tensed his entire body and snapped out of his seat. He rushed towards Bomb, wanting to destroy him once and for all. But Bulty had a completely different level of capabilities. He laughed when the boy overestimated his capabilities and didn't even realize who he was dealing with. Long tentacles burst out from behind Bomb's back and swiftly headed towards Hosu. Despite all of this, the boy made his strike. A clenched fist met the monster's fist. Bulty grinned, for despite all the strength he now had, it was still hard for him to resist the guy's might. As they collided, a shockwave rippled through the building. After that, the mall building split in two. The whole neighborhood heard the crashing sound of falling floors. Through the roaring and the incredible powerful recoil, Hosu tried to stand against Bulty. The force developed in different directions, delivering painful blows to his body. At one point, Hosu's hand slipped from Bulty's fist and the monster was able to finish his attack. Bomber's fist flew through space and crashed into Hosu's face. His head twisted to the side. He felt his jaw twist and something loudly crunched in his head. The impact threw Hosu off to the side. He went flying and Bulty immediately moved, catching up with him. The monster's body loomed over the flying guy. Bomb grinned, for in front of him was one who was considered inedible to his kind, and if he had known about it earlier, he would have killed him immediately. With a kick of his foot, Bulty shoved the boy's body away from him. Hosu crashed into the wall, punching through the stones. A new series of destructive sounds was heard. As his body smashed through every wall it encountered, Hosu lost his monster form. He lost consciousness, no longer having the strength to fight. Bulty looked at the hole that was left by his blow. There were huge round holes gaping in several walls in a row, and the moment he thought he was done with it all, an attack of bloody vomit came to the monster's throat. Bulty could only now feel all the wounds that had been inflicted upon him. He had used too much power, and now his body could not recover. Blood began to flow out of the hole in his chest in a new stream. He realized that he couldn't fight anymore and decided to lie low. At the moment when the guys were running down the corridor in search of an exit from the mall, quite suddenly the wall collapsed. Huge rocks flew in different directions. The guys stopped abruptly and saw a guy's body flying out of the wall. They didn't understand how this could happen, and looked at the flying guy in surprise. Hosu collapsed on the floor, finding himself unconscious. He was barely breathing, and from the outside it would seem that he was already dead. The guys began to talk amongst themselves, shocked by the incident. Haru decided to grab the poor guy and get out of the building as soon as possible. The mall was about to collapse. They would find out the details later. Dogon jumped up to the guy and pointed to his back. Jehar had to throw the guy in, and that way they could carry him out faster together. Jehar touched the stranger's shoulder to pick him up. It was a quick and fleeting movement that no one would have noticed, as suddenly everything around them lit up with a flash of bright radiance. It was as if the boys were caught in some sort of ball. Something very strange had happened. Jehar immediately covered his face with his hand, the bright light blinding his eyes. He didn't understand what was happening now. All the guys began to hear a voice in their heads, but they didn't realize where it was coming from or what it was saying. The voice was saying that he would kill the Bombers with the sword of death and peace would reign on earth. After the words ended, the bright light became even brighter. The room was flooded with energy that reverberated in the boys' bodies. The pillar of light rose upwards. At the same time, there was something unknown on the walls in the basement of the mall. The body that was there started to pulsate and twitch, and then a face, white in colour, burst out of the core of the body, and in the world of people appeared a monster, which seemed more frightening than all those that mankind has already met on its way. The monster stopped not far from the guys, who were embraced by the bright light and just watched what was happening. Shinshi City, the shopping centre of Izel. There was a flickering light and a tree growing under a dome. A bright light illuminated the city coming from this place. There were people sitting at the bar, they were actively talking about something. There were appetizers on the table, and it seemed like nothing bothered them at all. One of them began to thank the person who had arranged such a place for them. The men were very happy, for despite all that was going on in the city, they had managed to find a good place to eat. Hwanun, the chairman of the Issel group, smiled as the deputy was pleased with his find. The man promised to organise an even better place than this the next time they met. The men sitting in front of Hwanun were officials. They were anxiously discussing the subject of the bombs. They were concerned about whether the Issel groups had continued to pay the hunters for the bomb killed, to which Hwanun nodded and saw no reason not to. Hwanun noticed that the general's face didn't look pleased, so all his attention turned to him. The general fidgeted a bit, feeling awkward. He immediately denied any displeasure, but the chairman felt that something was gnawing at the general's soul, so he continued to press him, though it was with good intentions in his voice. The man was ready to help with the solution of any problem that arose. Feeling the pressure, the general smiled. He couldn't hide his thoughts, so he decided he might as well share the problem. The general brought up the topic of people disappearing. Hwanun immediately assumed that the bombers were involved. He began to talk about what they had been able to find out, what traces had been left behind, and so on. But this last incident worried him very much. There was only one footprint and nothing else. The general immediately laughed and hushed the topic on his own. For some reason he decided that it was not worth talking about such serious matters on such a day, especially since he was already drunk. The official sitting next to him also noticed that the general was already tipsy. The general didn't listen to anyone else and simply put the glass with alcohol into his mouth. He began to drink greedily and the others looked at him anxiously. Hwanun snapped his fingers sharply. A waiter appeared beside him and bowed low. The man figured something he was working on now would be able to help the general with his problem. The officials had no idea what he was talking about, and looked at the chairman of the Aizal group with interest. Everyone waited breathlessly while the waiter typed something on his phone. For some time there was complete silence in the hall, and after a while various sounds from the phones of the officials were heard in the hall. They began to receive notifications. The officials immediately put their faces into their phones and began to study the program they had been sent. It was an app where you could find a hunter and call for backup. When they realized the value of the program, they immediately began to praise the chairman for the idea. It would be good for the town and the hunters would be much better able to deal with the bombers. The evening was over. The general got into the car and was ready to go to his home. The man began to feel his pockets and unfortunately realized he couldn't find his phone. The driver noticed the general fidgeting in the back seat and politely inquired what the problem was. The general then told him that he had forgotten his phone. The driver was ready to go get it. But the general, with the smile on his face, decided to pick up his phone himself, as the driver didn't know where he had left it. He started to get out of the car. The man walked down a dark corridor and was surprised that the lights had already been turned off everywhere. He thought it was strange that everyone had dispersed so quickly. But in the hall where they were resting, the lights were still on. The general thought that the chairman had not left the building yet and wanted to go in. But what he saw was something terrible and seemed unreal. Some monster was eating human flesh. Blood was splattered around. The sound of slurping and crunching of bones could be heard in the hall. The strange monster had an unknown strength. A human leg rose into the air and began to turn into a bloody vortex. The general watched in horror what was happening now in the hall. He had never seen such a monster before, but he clearly realized that it had devoured all the humans that were here. The monster finished off the human body and roared with pleasure. The general looked out from his hiding place to make sure, for sure, that the monster in front of him was a real monster. The man's hand wordlessly reached for the holster that held his pistol. It was the only weapon he had on him. The general was about to head towards the monster when the chairman appeared in front of him. The general spoke to him in a whisper. Concerned about what was going on, he wanted to know if Hwanun was all right and if he was hurt. Hwanun looked at the man in surprise. He wanted to know if the general had any more questions left. The general himself shushed the chairman, warning him that there was a monster in the hall and the general was going to kill it by protecting them. Except the general couldn't see Hwanun's face, which was blurred into a sinister grin. The man complained at the general for calling Hwanun's beast a monster so rudely. Hearing those words gave the general a twitch. He slowly turned his head toward the chairman, praying that he had just heard those words. The general looked at the chairman and could not believe his ears as he continued to speak, and those words were not comforting at all. While the man was distracted, he didn't even notice how the head of the monster appeared from the hall. Its sharp teeth grinned, and fresh human blood dripped from them. The general turned his head sharply as he sensed the monster beside him. The monster began sniffing the man. The general was terrified and trembling with his whole body. He couldn't understand at what point the monster was able to get so close to him. Hwanan strode forward, completely unconcerned about the fact that the monster was in front of him. The man thought that in his opinion the general was a bigger monster than the one in front of them. Chairman Isel of the groups put his hand on Bomb and began to pet him as if he were an obedient dog. Hwanan saw humans as hypocritical and selfish when the Bomb had no such qualities and were far more human than humans. Hwanan looked at the general and asked his opinion on the matter. The man's face was calm. He was not at all disturbed by the situation. But the general did not share the chairman's views at all. The man raised his gun and pointed it in their direction. What he had just heard and learned was simply unthinkable. He didn't understand how the man people trusted the most could be a monster himself. A series of shots rang out, only all the bullets failed to reach their target. They collapsed to the floor as if they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Realizing that the gun could not help at all, the general's hands trembled from the fear that came over him. The man could no longer stand on his feet as they simply gave out. He fell to the floor and released his weapon. A gun against the Bombers was a completely useless toy. The general didn't understand how this could have happened. Hwanan considered that their conversation had come to an end. There was nothing more for them to talk to the general about. The man's eyes flashed gold and a dark aura began to emanate from his body. He turned to his child. The monster's jaws opened as it was given its blessing to devour the man. Sharp teeth bared, and for the general it was the last thing he could see. The chairman walked into the hall and thought about what had happened. He was upset that his nest of holding people captive had been discovered so quickly. He remembered the 2 bombs he had assigned the task to, and thought they were strong enough to handle such a task. Walking over to the window, the man looked out at the city that lay at his feet. Pushing bad thoughts aside, Hwanan convinced himself that he could easily recreate another place like it. Outside the mall, work was in progress. The Tiger Butterfly team was already in full force and Kim Sojin was leading the whole process. The building was about to collapse, so they wanted to destroy the remaining bombers in time. Kim couldn't hold back a smile of smugness as they passed the townspeople, and they looked at them with admiration. People were recognizing the Tiger Butterfly squad. This was something that piqued the boy's ego. Kim Sojin wanted to do the job as smoothly as possible and regain his importance in front of Dongchol. The guy's thoughts were interrupted when a huge explosion sounded. The building of the shopping center was inevitably crushed. Thick dust covered the street, and people frighteningly covered themselves with their hands. Kim Sojin was alone, watching the collapse of the building with annoyance. After all, it was likely that all the bombers who might still be there were dead. The girl turned around when she heard a cough coming from the side of the collapsed mall. From the shadows of the building, someone appeared. The girl kept her eyes on the place, and at some point she could tell that there were people there. Everyone near her heard it and turned around alarmed. The injured and exhausted boys still came out of the destroyed mall. They exhaled a sigh of relief when they realized that their lives were now unthreatened. Kenta pointed his finger in the direction of the ruins and informed Kim that someone had managed to get out of there. The boy followed his indication in surprise and saw those who had gotten out. His eyes widened in surprise and tensed up because Kim Sojin could immediately recognize those people as the same guys he had met many times before, and who had gotten him into trouble with Jongdol. Yaha was supporting Haru, and Sein was calling for help. They had several injured and one guy unconscious. They definitely needed more help. Kim Seongjin shifted his gaze and saw Dogon among the people who came out of the shopping center. This made the guy even angrier, because he didn't want to mess with Paes the most. Kente raised his index finger toward the guys, and recognized them as the guys Kim had told him about, except that Kente didn't know that his friend had lied to those guys, and now he thought they were thieves. Realizing that he was in a very bad position, the leader of the first team of Tiger Butterflies started to lose his temper. Like a cornered animal, he didn't know what to do next. Those guys were really messing up his life. On the day of their last meeting, Kim had lost his weapon and with it his reputation. This caused a series of setbacks that affected Chondol's attitude towards him. But most of all, the guy was upset because he had to cross the path of Dogon himself, who terrified him, who knew that this guy would end up being associated with those rascals. And now, Kim Sungjin was looking at those guys who were doing something in the mall where so many captive people had run out from. He had no doubt that if it wasn't for these brats, things would have been different. The anger in the guy was coming up to his throat. Kente, who was watching the whole situation, was surprised to see that those guys were the ones who had saved all the people. At the same time, it started pouring rain, and he was about to go back, suggesting that his friend do the same. There was no way Kim could take his eyes off Jeha. A dark shadow fell over his eyes. A loud gunshot sounded. The people who were closest, frightened, started to scatter in different directions. The one who fired the shot was Kim Sojin. The guy abruptly turned around and ran in the other direction. Kente looked at his friend in utter shock, not understanding why he had done such an act. Dogon immediately began to look around. He could definitely identify the sound of gunfire, but he couldn't figure out who was shooting and why. The boy assumed that the bombers might have returned. Huang quickly looked around the area to see if the others were okay. Dogon spotted a guy he knew. He took one last look in the direction where the boys were. It seemed too suspicious to Dogon. He remembered the dislike they had for each other. The guys looked between each other and tried to determine that no one was hurt. They had just been through a dangerous fight, and getting hurt by a bullet would be too cruel. Jahar didn't immediately realize that he had been hit, and that it was him that had been hit by the bullet. It wasn't until the blood started dripping onto the pavement that the guy felt an unpleasant, sticky feeling. He was still supporting Haru and lowered his eyes. Then his friend followed his gaze. Jihar raised his hands and looked at them. They were stained with his own blood. He still didn't understand how this could have happened, and why blood was gushing out of his stomach. The boy could hear Haru's voice clearly, but his words were already becoming a blur. His eyes began to close treacherously, plunging the guy into deep darkness. He saw the faces of his friends, their mouths wide open, and they were definitely shouting something loudly, but Jahar couldn't make out the words. In the darkness, Jahar fell into one vivid and painful memory flashed back, that day when their family friend had committed a terrible betrayal and killed the boy's parents. That memory from childhood was replaced by a new one. When Jahar came to the rock of Bombawi, there he met a man named Hupo, the same family friend, who told him about the origins of the boy's father. That night, under the influence of hypnosis, Jahar sang a song. These words had a weighty meaning, and the shaman's power, which the lad had from his mother, was able to open the gate to the other world. The Bomas came out of the other world and began to fill the lands of Shinshi. Hupo was happy that his well-thought-out plan had worked perfectly, and the tribesmen had broken out of their long confinement to wreak vengeance. Those terrible memories were replaced by other, brighter, warmer, and so carefree. When the parents were alive and warmed the boy with their love, and only one man ruined everything around him. Hupo, a traitor and a villain, who destroyed Jahar's family and took advantage of him to let terrible monsters into the world. Jahar opened his eyes abruptly and his heart pounded frantically in his chest. The boy was breathing rapidly and trying to realize whether what he saw was reality or a terrible dream. Haru, who was sitting beside him, immediately jumped to his feet. He looked up with a look of complete concern, wanting to know how Jehu was feeling. What had happened to him was horrible, and no one had expected the guy to get such a serious wound from someone other than Bom. Jahar still couldn't recover. He looked around and saw all his friends gathered around his bed. Haru, Juan, Dogon, Juan, and Zen. All the guys were really worried about the guy, and no one was going to leave his room. The guy brought his hand to his stomach and groped himself lightly. He couldn't understand why he had been shot at all, and why the wound didn't hurt. The guys started talking one in front of the other. They themselves were shocked at what had happened. How could a hunter shoot someone who had fought so desperately against the Bomas to save people? The boys immediately showed Jahar the latest news that Tiger Butterfly Commander-in-Chief Donchol had publicly apologized to the victims. There was a conference to find out the circumstances of the case. Jahar read the news feed, still couldn't understand the reason why that guy decided to shoot him. What had he done wrong that made the man want to kill him? Quite suddenly, Sein walked up to him and took hold of the guy's shirt, lifting it slightly. Jahar stared at him in surprise, not understanding what the man was trying to do. Sein wanted to look at the guy's injury. He was very curious, and he transferred his interest to Jahar as well. Jahar was slightly embarrassed, feeling a strange pressure. He felt awkward doing it, but at the same time the guy didn't want to refuse. The guy unbuttoned his shirt and removed the applied bandage from where his bullet wound should have been. Everyone stared at the same spot, and a second later there was a gasp of surprise throughout the room. The guy's wound was practically gone. 2 days ago there had been a bullet wound in Jahar's stomach, and now there was only a small bruise in that spot. It was something unreal. Dogon couldn't believe his eyes. His brain was clearly aware of the fact that this was not possible, but the fact remained that the wound had healed completely in just 2 days, and it wasn't the targeting ointment. Juan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. He had been watching the others from the sidelines and only now recognized the fact that it was Bom's ability. The guys looked around and looked at the guy with concern on their faces. The guy was definitely sure that the accelerated reincarnation belonged to Bom, but it was still an open question whether Jahar was a Bom or if he had gotten this ability as a result of some accident. Dogon was completely confused. He had never encountered such a problem before and didn't know what was involved. He hoped that Juan would be able to tell more about it. Juan told about his lover who had been killed by Bulti. The boy mentioned that the girl was a Bom and was quite strong. He knew what he was talking about since he knew more about the Boms because of her. Dogon got another stunned response. So many things didn't fit in his head now. Juana's girlfriend was a Bom. How was that even possible? All of these thoughts were voiced in a voice. Juan crossed his arms over his chest. His girlfriend had given him the power that allowed him to fight against Boms. It was because of this that Bulti had not been able to kill him even though the wound had been fatal. But there was still an open question about Jehar. Where could he have gotten such abilities? Everyone turned to look at the boy. Jehar realized that hiding the truth from these guys was no longer an option. He had to tell them about his father's origins. The boy looked at Haru, searching his face for support. The man made a nod of his head. It was enough to realize that he could tell it like it was. Lowering his head and realizing that it was going to be a long and hard conversation, Jehar began his story. The boy found the words difficult to say, but swallowing the lump in his throat, he continued. It all started with his parents, who belonged to different tribes. His father was a Bom, and his mother was from the Gom tribe. Jehar decided that there should be no more secrets between them, so he spoke without secrecy about everything he knew and what he had done. The boys were horrified to hear the part of the story where the boy told about what had happened on Mount Ingwansan, and who was to blame for the broken seal of the Shadow World. All night, and into the morning, Jehar talked, telling everything in great detail. His entire tale took no small amount of time to tell. When the boy finished his story, the boys decided to summarize the important points. They didn't want to get confused in such a long story. Dogon crossed his arms over his chest. He was still worried about the question about the boy's father, who was of Bom descent. It was as if it had only just come to Scene's attention that Jehar was the one who had broken the seal, and the barrier between their worlds had collapsed. Suddenly, someone spoke behind Scene's back. The boy looked around, but there was only a curtain in front of him and someone's tall shadow behind it. The one behind the curtain spoke in a rough and angry voice, for he had heard that Jehar was the culprit behind the broken seal. The curtain swung open with a whoosh. Everything was happening too fast and abruptly. An unknown fellow burst into Jehar's space. He held out his hands to him, the stranger's eyes glittering with the anger that bubbled within him. After all, the guy had found the one who was to blame for all of this. Huang was the first to stand up for Jehar and pleaded with that unknown guy to come to his senses. But suddenly Haru raised his hand, preventing Huan from helping Jehar. The man visibly knew something, so he didn't rush to interfere in this matter. Hosu jumped up on Jehar and grabbed the man by the scruff of his neck. His hands gripped the fabric of his shirt so tightly that they trembled. Jehar, on the other hand, didn't resist. The guy sitting on top of Jehar began to scream. His heartbreaking pain from being held captive by the bombs came out. No one could even imagine what Hosu was going through, what suffering and torture he had felt, and how many deaths he had seen. Jehar looked with all his eyes at the boy who had broken free from hell. He was in so much pain, and Jehar felt all the guilt for what the Bomas had done. After all, in reality, if it wasn't for him and that song opening the gate, none of this would have happened. Dreadful thoughts began to creep back into the boy's head. If he had not climbed Mount Ingwangsan that night and met Hupo himself, all of this could have been avoided. How many souls had been lost because of his action? Jehar realized the full extent of the tragedy that had occurred simply because he had climbed the mountain. His entire body shook, and Hosu felt that shaking under his hands. He was still clutching Jehar's shoulders tightly. When the boy spoke, he apologized in a trembling voice. Jehar's eyes closed, and paths of hot tears flowed from them. Everything that had been building up in his soul for so long was breaking free. He knew that he was guilty of all the misfortunes, and therefore asked for forgiveness. He was really sorry that everything had turned out this way. Hosu looked at the boy with horror on his face. He hadn't expected such a reaction. All his anger was gone. He felt uncomfortable with the fact that he was now venting his anger on Jehu. There was a long pause between them. No one said anything, each of them absorbed in their own painful thoughts. They were all traumatized and lost. Huang was the first to speak. He told of how the Bomas had slaughtered his parents in front of him. Afterward, he learned that his sister had been kidnapped at it, and he couldn't save her. Jehar immediately turned in his direction, and it was as if a long blade had been thrust into him, destroying his heart. Tears continued to roll down his cheeks, for he couldn't even think how hard it was for Huan. Jehar didn't know where the day would take him. At this point, he just wanted to disappear from this world to never hurt anyone again. He apologized to them for everything that had happened in their lives. Huang moved as close to his face as he could manage. His gaze was stern and warm at the same time. The boy spoke and reminded Jehar that it wasn't him, but the Bomas who had created all this trouble. Huang would never be able to forget the guy's kindness when he had picked him up exhausted and saved him, even though they didn't even know each other then. The kindness in the guy's heart was so big. Huang also remembered the day when he had come to them and asked for help, and it was Jehar who had agreed to go to the terrible place without any hesitation, and when Bulti got too close, it was Jehar who stood up for Huang. Huang spoke, and his words were meant for everyone. The Bomas had robbed them of something very important in their lives. Each of them had lost someone dear to them. Therefore, they must come together and not blame each other for their misfortunes. After all, that would only make them hurt more. Dogon exhaled tiredly, but didn't say anything in opposition. Nodding his head, the boy was in agreement with Huan's words. Likewise, Sehin was also in complete agreement with Huan's words. He saw no point in squabbling and looking for culprits when they all had the same enemy, the Bomas. Hosu no longer had the anger with which he had stormed over to Jeha. He exhaled tiredly and raised his gaze to the boy. He felt bad for lashing out at him so suddenly, so he apologized. After all, Jeha had suffered at the hands of the Bomas too. A hand reached out toward Jeha. Though Hosu was in no hurry to forgive Jeha for the broken barrier, he was grateful to him and the others that he had been pulled out of the mall at all and was now alive. The guy then jabbed a thumb over his shoulder and was definitely sure that Huang had told the truth. It was pointless to antagonize each other. Hosu looked at Jehu and with a more confident voice thanked him once again for saving his life. The gesture was completely sincere. Jeha returned the handshake and it was the first step to a big reconciliation. Sehin watched the guys from the sidelines. The guy realized that Hupo was just taking advantage of Jeha. He was so lost now and felt guilty for everything that had happened to the men. At some point, Sehin tasted Hupo's name on his lips. It became distinctly clear to him that he had heard that name before, and it was connected to the very same vision he constantly saw when he lifted the Boma frame to his eyes and looked at himself or his friends. A memory arose in his mind of where he might have heard that name. The man was holding a sword at Hupo's neck and spoke of finally leaving the lands of Shinshi. Hupo was kneeling in front of Thabe. He had lost the fight and there was nothing he could do. The sword was dangerously close to his neck. Sehin grabbed his face with his hand as the puzzle formed in his mind. He tried so hard to hide his realization that he almost shrieked with excitement. The boy couldn't hold it all in any longer. Sehin turned to the guys, exhaling a breath to let them know that he had something very important to tell them. Everyone turned their attention to him. Sein's voice was very serious. He told them about the ability he had acquired along with the Boma frame. If their past incarnation was to be believed, he was certain with precision that they had not met in this life for nothing. Huan raised his eyes to Sein, his arms folded across his chest. He took the words about the past incarnation with some skepticism. The others joined this conversation. They were just as surprised by such a statement. Dogon thought that their meeting was completely random and not the result of anything magical. Sein pulled a Boma bezel from his pocket and looked through it at Hoser, who stared back incredulously. The boy moved as close to him as possible and continued to regard Hosu. Jeha was completely unaware of what was going on right now and looked at the guys with round eyes. Sein, on the other hand, affirmatively assured that Hosu had the same past incarnation as the others. Holding the Boma rim to his eye, Sehin continued his story. He had already confidently said about all of them having the same appearance in their past lives. This man is a hero in the world where Bomas and Gomas lived. The boy gave the name of this man and his name was Thabe. He was the one who became the one who saved the population from the bombs. At that time he was not a hunter but a guardian of the lands. Sein decided to tell them the story, but to make it easier he continued the story on his own behalf. The world in which Thabe lived was completely different. It was different from what it was now. The people of those lands, though too different, were part of one whole society. The Bom and Gom tribes were considered the strongest at that time. They could lift huge stones and even chop them apart. In Thabe's body flowed blood from both tribes, so he became the representative of both clans and was the guardian of the lands. From that day on, he began to protect them. So there was also another guardian who promised to keep the peace. This man's name was Hupo, and he was a loyal friend. Thabe trusted Hupo wholeheartedly, more than anyone else in this world. They walked shoulder to shoulder for a short time. Their friendship was cut short when Boms committed the most heinous act of all, murder. As time passed, the Boms' crimes became more and more brutal. They knew no mercy and were not tolerated. The rift between them and the other tribes grew stronger and stronger. Then the other tribes rebelled against the Boms and began to take their people's lives. Blood for blood. A brutal war broke out between the tribes. Since Thabe was the guardian of the lands, he also had to take part in this battle. And despite the blood that flowed through his veins, he rebelled against the Boms. Thabe had to raise the sword of death against the Boms. The war for Shinshi had lasted a very long time, but there was no other way out. He had to bring peace. In the end, the war ended with the Boms left defeated, and the world once again filled with bright and joyful colours. Sein concluded his story with a quote from Thabe himself. He pointed his sword at Hupo and ordered him to leave the lands of Shinshi, for he could no longer be their guardian. When Jeha heard the story, he shuddered. In his mind, he also formed some points that related to the whole story. The boy immediately glanced at the sword he had taken from the museum. At the moment when he raised it in his hands, for a second he had a vision of a warrior who was going to the front line. It was probably Thabe that he had seen. There were still too many questions that no one had answers to yet. Haru listened interestedly and suggested that the current war could be a consequence of their past. Jeha suddenly spoke and all attention turned to him. The guy definitely knew one most important truth. Clenching his fist, he spoke with certainty about how Hupo was still a villain who took people's lives, that in the past and now the enemy had not changed. Jehar confidently stated that he would do everything possible to finish off Hoopo. Such a speech cheered up the boys. A lively murmur went through the chamber, and they confidently began to talk about how they were going to fight the Bombers. Hosu ticked loudly. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Jumping up from the bed, the boy introduced himself to everyone and firmly stated that he wanted to fight alongside them. He advertised his skills and promised to be helpful. Such a declaration was received with cheers of joy. The boys were overjoyed. Hoopo lay on the mattress, covered with a thin blanket. He tried to sleep, but sleep never came to him. The moment when Thabe brought his sword down on his neck was still in front of his eyes, and then the ceiling in the world of shadows. Bom jumped up sharply and grinned. Dashi, after so many centuries, these nightmares still plagued him painfully. A bright power surged through Hoopo's body. He was sure of one thing. The Bomb tribe would never forgive Thabe for the betrayal he had committed. The boys were in the center of Shinshi. They were now having fun shopping, and at the same time thinking about what name to give their team. Huang had already come up with an option and was ready to share it, but Dogon wasn't sure he could take it. Sign walked over to the mirror and looked at himself. The guys continued to jot down different names that might be suitable for their team. There were all sorts of names, and Jeha even suggested the name Thabe, but it was immediately rejected. Haru intervened in their conversation. He put his finger up and suggested the name Chakhogapsa. Then Huan immediately asked him again. As it was the first time he had heard such a word, Haru told the boys that it was what they used to call bomb hunters. Dogon thought about the name more seriously. He scratched his chin, suggesting that he remove the second part of the word and leave only Chako. Haru nodded approvingly. It was much better that way. The word was shorter, ringing and well memorized. The rest of the guys also liked it that way. No one else had any new suggestions. Everyone nodded approvingly. 7 people connected by their past lives. They found each other in a completely different time and reunited, and the name of their group was Chako, the Bomb Hunters. On the street of Shinshi City, something swept through the streets of Shinshi City too quickly. People only felt a strange vibration in the air and a sudden gust of wind. But it wasn't wind. Someone was running through the city with a very large backpack behind him, and 2 bombers were chasing after him. The man clenched his jaws tightly and was terrified that there was no way he could hide from those bombs. He had a long way to go, and the situation behind him was getting more and more heated. The man with the backpack stopped and shouted to his partner to run on. The guy was surprised by this and worried about the man. The man had another moment to try and resolve the situation. He turned to Bombs and began searching for something in his backpack with his hand. The bombers grinned, assuming the man was going to fight them. The man pulled out an assault rifle from his backpack and immediately started shooting at the monsters. Energy charged into the muzzle of the assault rifle with a bright red flash. The beam cut through the space, but the monsters that the man was aiming at bounced in different directions. The shooter himself could not stand on his feet because of the recoil. His back hit the ground painfully and the man cursed. He cursed himself for the fact that his body was unable to withstand the recoil of even such a weapon. The people who were a little farther away watched with open mouths. A huge hole appeared behind the monsters' backs. The bombers sensibly assessed the fact that if the shooter had been a little more accurate, there wouldn't even be any tails left of them. But they were fabulously lucky. The boys ran up to the man trying to help him, but the impact with the ground slowed him down considerably. The bombers began to close in on them. Pointing a finger at the assault rifle and backpack, the monster warned that he would confiscate it. The other asked for no resistance, and then their deaths would be quick. Completely unexpectedly, steel sounded. The sword blade bared, and with a few precise swings, one bomb lost his head. The other bomb was startled to realize that the hunters had come. Yaha was not alone. Huan and Dogon appeared on the other side. The boys were fully armed and ready for battle. Haru stood in front of the men. He asked them to take cover in a safe place. The girl looked surprised at what was happening, and the guy thanked the hunters for their help. The girl remembered these guys and immediately told that they were the same guys who rescued people from captivity at the mall. The hooded man thought they belonged to a company of tiger butterflies. Yehar overheard this conversation and with a slight smile on his face corrected them, informing them that their group was called Chako. The man with the large backpack once again thanked the guys for saving his life and this time called their group by the correct name. He was very worried that the weapons stored in his backpack might have fallen into the clutches of the bombs. Dogon immediately realized who was now in front of them. The man turned out to be an arms dealer. He carried weapons in his large backpack and gave them away to people. It was thanks to him that the hunters were able to get the proper ammunition to face the monsters. The merchant smirked. He liked the fame he had among the hunters. He had weapons for all occasions. He also noticed that the boys themselves had excellent equipment. Examining the boys' weapons, the man reached Yeha. He lowered his eyes and looked at the hilt of his sword with a puzzled look. And after a second, he realized that the guy had the very real sword of death. Such a find caused a storm of emotions in the merchant, but the most basic one was fear. The man began to quickly crawl back. He was even more scared than when the Bomas wanted to kill him. The humans did not understand this reaction at all. Neither did Yahar himself, completely unable to comprehend what was going on and what had scared the man so badly. The merchant spoke a name in a trembling voice. The same name that belonged to their past lives. Thab. He looked at the boy and saw the guardian of the lands behind him. Apparently no one but Sign had heard the merchant say the name. The lad doubted it himself, but he had to ask again. Dogon couldn't understand why the man was so frightened at all. The man was breathing with difficulty, his mind immersed in terrible memories. He spoke of the old days when Thabi, after the war with the bomb, had brutally expelled all but the Gom tribe from Shinshi. The merchant came to his senses and took his head in his hands. He saw no point in telling this to the Gom children. The boys still insisted on the details, for they had a very different idea of Thabe. He was the guardian of the lands and the hero who defeated the Goms. But these words agitated the merchant even more. The man shouted, for the boys were talking about something they did not know, and in front of them now was the truest outcast of that time. The man stretched out his hand. It was of a different colour and very different from normal human skin. He picked up his hood while continuing to speak. When the hood fell off the man's head, everyone saw his different appearance. His skin was as if created from wood. There was even moss sprouting in some areas. He was living proof that he belonged to the Dudara tribe. Haru immediately realised who was in front of him. He knew that the Dudari tribe couldn't survive outside of Shinshi. He wanted to understand how they had survived being exiled. Then Haru speculated that the Dudari could have created their own world like the Bomas had done. Throwing the hood back over his head, the man got to his feet and extended his arm. He wasn't going to go into details. For the life he had saved, he was grateful to them, but he would not put his species in danger. He raised his hand that had his watch on it and exhaled heavily. Letting everyone know he was in a hurry, the merchant hurried away. As he crossed the road, he shouted a farewell that the boys could come to him for weapons at any time. Yahar was surprised by this unusual encounter, for until then he had never thought that other species could still live among humans. Sign was very puzzled. The merchant's words couldn't leave his head, but what bothered him the most was that he didn't understand what kind of vision he had seen. The guy was confused and didn't know where the truth was. The 6th District Garbage Processing Plant. Bomas walked around in this place guarding the area. There was an explosion in Hoopo's temporary shelter and dust flew out of the windows of the building. In front of the 2 Bomas sat Hoopo himself. The dust from the explosion that had just occurred here was settling in the task. Hozo bowed before his lord and was concerned that Hoopo was having that terrible dream with Thabe again. Hara bowed her head. She was worried that the lord was overworking himself. Hoopo wasn't too happy that his subordinates noticed his fatigue so much. He lowered his head onto his fist. The goal was one thing, capture Shinichi, and then the sleep that plagued him so much would disappear. Hoso looked at his lord and asked the question that had been plaguing him for a long time. He didn't understand why they Hoopo and Thabe had tried together for peace and in the end the latter had betrayed the former. And when Hoso brought up the fact that if that had not happened, they could have lived in peace with the other tribes, such a statement was clearly not to the lord's liking. A bright flash of power flickered near the bombs. It was a clear hint to end the conversation. There was still dark energy coiling on Hoopo's finger. It reminded them of the 4,000 years they had spent in suffering. They had to conjure the perfect revenge, and that was their main goal. A huge hole was gaping behind the bomb's back. They heard their lord and knelt before them, bowing their heads. No more questions were asked. Hoopo was able to quickly remind them of the purpose they had. Soon after the Chaco team was formed, the sweltering summer came. The sun was shining brighter than ever, and it was very hot in the streets. Dogon was sitting in the shelter and was very angry about Bomb grabbing the boy. On top of that, heavy pipes were flying at Dogon, and he couldn't aim at all to kill the monster. From around the corner, a guy came out who was holding a scythe in his hand, the blade of which was blood-coloured. He was going to deal with the monster on his own. Dogon was surprised at such eagerness, but he didn't resist. Holding the child on his shoulder, Bomb was indignantly indignant. He didn't understand at all how it was that the hunters were able to find him so quickly. Of course the monster went unanswered. After all, the real hunt for him had now begun. Hosu's eyes glittered gold in the darkness. He saw his enemy and he was going to destroy him. Bomb was determined to get out of this place, sensing the danger. He realized that help would arrive soon, and then he would definitely fail. Suddenly a bright red chain blocked his way. The child was still hanging on Bomb's shoulder. The boy was thrown aside. The scarlet chain surrounded the monster in a tight ring and clutched his body tightly. Bomb grinned and tensed his body, but he had no strength to break free. Hosu flew behind him like a bird, his body moving smoothly and rhythmically. When he landed on the ground, he moved his hand, the chains tightened tighter, and crushed Boma, who was enveloped in them. Everything happened so fast it was unbelievable that a human could even have such crushing abilities. Yahar was delighted with Hosu's battle. Haru similarly praised the man's excellent weapon skills. While the boys were praising their friend, Dogon ran aside to catch the boy flying down. Hwang pulled out his phone and saw a new notification of an attack, and was shocked to see such an influx of messages. This was their third hunt today, yet with the advent of the app there were far fewer victims. The phone continued to vibrate from the notification. The screen flashed the label, and also showed the distance to the victim who was crying out for help. Just a few days ago, the chairman of Izzle Groups had demonstrated the Hunter app to the city. It caused a big furor among the users. The man spoke fully about the usefulness of the app. It increased the efficiency of hunting, which motivated the hunters to save more people. Thanks to this app, there were many times fewer casualties. But there was one problem. Some hunters started using this app for the wrong purpose. It was free for the townspeople, except that when hunters came and killed a boma, they then demanded a considerable amount of money for saving a life. Forms were flooded with such messages. People began to hate the hunters for such actions. The man tried to prove that not all hunters were like that and that they also risked their lives to save people. He was angry at those who insulted the hunters. Ordinary people started to provoke each other. A veritable flame of hatred and animosity between the hunters and the commoners had erupted on the forum. Hwanan stood in his office and was aware of what was happening on the forums. He grinned, for people had not changed at all and had not begun to learn from their own mistake. He was like a puppeteer controlling a big game. By taking one small step, the man had deliberately pushed people towards internal strife. Now he had his own reasons for acting this way. He was raising a veritable army, but what it was for remained a secret for now. Monsters were at his side, waiting for their time. As he continued to peruse the forums where anger and hostility abounded, the man smiled. He lifted his head and looked at his children, promising them that soon it would be their time to celebrate. Hwan and Dogon went into the cafe to cool down a bit from the sweltering heat outside. They waited for the rest of the guys. The guys got themselves some ice cream and sat down at a vacant table. Hwan offered Dogon to take off his jacket, but he refused. The jacket was a gift from his family, and the boy would not part with it. To Dogon, that jacket was the most valuable thing he had. He even thought that if he took it off, he would die immediately. Hwan wisely pointed out that Dogon went into the shower without the jacket and was still alive. The guy decided to let the moment pass and abruptly change the subject, suggesting that his friend order another scoop of ice cream. For some reason, Hwan's face didn't show any amusement. He looked at the boy with a kind of sadness and thoughtfulness. There was a question brewing in his mind that was weighing heavily on his soul. He couldn't understand how Dogon could behave like this. He had lost his own people, and yet he still lived and smiled. Dogon was silent. For a while he concentrated on how to explain his feelings. It was just as hard for Dogon to discuss it. Still unable to find the words, he looked around, trying to catch a glimpse of something. There were people walking by outside the window, and it was most likely a family. Dogon stared at them intently, and then the words found themselves. The boy never stopped thinking for a second about the family he'd lost to the bombs. No matter where he is, his family always stays with him in his heart. This cafe turned out to be Dogon's favourite place to go with his family. Learning this made Hwan feel uneasy. He scratched the back of his head and apologised for starting such a difficult conversation. Dogon, on the other hand, saw nothing wrong with it, believing that the living should continue to live. Popping another spoonful of ice cream into his mouth, the boy felt the cool sweetness on his tongue. If he died, he would wish with all his heart for his family to live a good life, and I'm sure they would wish the same for him. Those words lingered in Hwan's mind. He had lost someone very important to him, and was trying to figure out how he could go on without her. He thought of his girlfriend Nare, who had been killed while protecting him. Hwan wondered if she blamed him for her death, and if she was sad that he continued to live, eat ice cream and laugh. Hwan's thoughts were interrupted by the sharp and intense vibration of the phone. He immediately reached for it and pulled it out of his pocket. A message popped up on the screen saying that someone was requesting help. Somewhere nearby was the man Bomb had attacked. What worried the guys was that a conflict between humans and hunters was now breaking out. Some people started throwing false requests for help, and the hunters were rushing to help, but no one needed to be rescued. Still, they couldn't ignore the request. Dogon and Hwan jumped out of the cafe and rushed to the place that was indicated on the map. The guys decided they would kick the arse of whoever sent the request, and if it was a false alarm. As they ran down the street, the guys stopped abruptly when they heard a prolonged scream. Thoughts of it being a fake call immediately fell away. Someone really did need help. They tore out of their seats, running even faster. The scream subsided, and the boys worried that the person might have died. They sincerely hoped that they would be able to save him in time. The guys stopped abruptly as they ran out from around the corner, and the full picture of what was happening opened up before them. Something not good was really going on in the darkness of the alley. Bomb, with a red mask on his head, was holding a man tightly by the neck. The man's eyes were red from the strain. He tried to break free, but the monster's strong arm would not let him go. The man's legs dangled in the air. He saw the hunters and was angry because they had taken so long to run towards him. Hoso and Hara looked at the two hunters. The girl tisked her lips, sizing up the guys who had come running to the poor man's aid. She also took note of the fact that they weren't in much of a hurry. They could kill a man in that amount of time. Dogon immediately raised his gun and took aim. He tried to figure out who was in front of them, since the appearance of the bombers had a human appearance. Juan warned his friend to be as careful as possible with these bombers, since they were not like normal monsters. Dogon took Hoso in his crosshairs and left Juan with the girl. The guy with the spear snapped out of his seat and rushed in to attack. Dogon's weapon began to accelerate and gain momentum. Bright energy swirled around the muzzle. The guy closed one eye and aimed at the enemy with the other. A second later, a shot rang out and a bullet flew out of the machine gun. It whistled through the air, pulling a bright beam of energy behind it. The recoil crashed into Dogon's hands, but it was a pleasant feeling for him. The guy had long since gotten used to it. The bullet, cutting through space at breakneck speed, carried towards its target. Bombs didn't even move. Hoso continued to hold the man's plish with the one hand. Letting go of the man, Bomb still turned to fire a shot at the last moment. The bullet crashed into his arm, but something unexpected happened. It split into two honors and bounced off Bomb's arm, causing the man no discomfort at all. Juan stopped in utter confusion and shock. The boy saw everything with his own eyes and realized that the bombers standing before them were of a completely different level. Dogon had no idea how this could have happened. After all, the bullet he had just fired had worked perfectly on Bulti. That day it had pierced through his enemy's body. He also realized that the bombers were much stronger than Bulti, whom they couldn't handle as a group. Soho glanced toward the man who lay at his feet and waved for him to get out of the way. Soho introduced himself to the hunters and struck a stellar pose and advised them to leave. After all, according to Boma, the hunters wouldn't be able to handle such strong opponents. Hara, standing behind, exhaled heavily. She had a different temperament, and Hoso's behavior was sometimes irritating. The boys looked at Boma with utter bewilderment. They had absolutely no idea what was going on. In fact, he was chasing them away, and at the same time, he wasn't trying to kill a person. The boys decided to ask again, for they had a doubt that they had both heard Bom's words badly. But he only confirmed that he had said everything correctly. Such words made Dogon very angry. He was not going to run away from Bom like a frightened rabbit. They were hunters and would not run away like cowards. Hoso was pleased to see some really brave hunters in front of him. Now that everything was resolved, and after the given opportunity for those to escape, Bom agreed to continue the game. The girl smirked. She was also anticipating their battle. Hoso folded his fingers into a triangle and looked at the hunters. He was choosing his prey. After a little thought, Bom decided on a choice and let the girl know it. She turned her head toward him, for she still didn't understand who Hoso had chosen. Bom took a short step towards his opponent. Somehow Juan sensed that the monster was heading towards him. His gaze focused on Hoso. Hoso flew off his seat and attacked Juan. The guy managed to bounce aside at the last second. He expected the attack to be on him, so he was ready for the attack. They moved so fast that the eyes of a normal person would not have been able to see their movements. In just a second, Juan and Bom disappeared from the sight of the others, moving along the walls to somewhere on the roofs of the houses. Dogon only had time to blink, not expecting to see such quick movements. The man didn't realize what was happening at all and was too frightened. He looked down the aisle and to his horror, he couldn't find the girl. He tensed up because he thought that she might have gone after Juan and the guy would have to deal with two monsters at once. But this opinion was wrong. Hara snapped from somewhere overhead and shouted for Dogon not to yawn. She brought her fist up and prepared to crush the guy with a single blow. At the last moment, Dogon guessed that the attack would come from above. The guy, to protect his head, covered himself with his machine gun. Bom's fist slammed into the weapon. The recoil on Dogon's body was incredible. He could hardly withstand such a crushing onslaught. Dogon appreciated this girl's strength. If she hadn't spoken to him during the attack, her strike would have succeeded. Hara smiled and her eyes twinkled. That was her intention. She didn't want to end this battle so quickly. The girl was going to play with the guy for longer. She swung her hand and directed her power in his direction. The fight between them had just begun. She was in anticipation. Dogon managed to dodge the attack. The guy raised his weapon again and looked through the sight glass. He realized that the enemy in front of him was on a whole other level. He saw her stern look in the scope. Bom was ready to react immediately to his shot. But Dogon had one valid problem. There was a human behind him, and that made things very difficult. While waiting for the attack, Hara realized something was wrong. She straightened up and looked at her enemy with interest. She didn't understand why he was losing opportunities. Dogon frowned. He couldn't make the shot as there was a high chance of hitting and killing an innocent person. It was easier for him to risk his own life than to hurt someone. Hara followed the guy's gaze and could guess why he was so cautious. She was in line with the human. If Dogon fired, she could dodge quickly and the bullet would hit the man specifically. The girl abruptly approached the guy and offered him a change of location. Such a suggestion surprised Dogon. He wanted to know what she was up to. Now Hara looked like a very ordinary girl. Her face didn't express anger. She didn't smell of something scary. She wanted to move on to another place so Dogon wouldn't have to worry anymore about people who might be caught in the act. Dogon looked at her with an incredulous look. He had yet to meet any Bomas who cared about humans, yet they had disappeared from the alley, determined to find another place to fight, leaving the man alone. The man himself could not believe his luck, for he was no longer an object to be killed. They found some abandoned structure that had plenty of room to fight. Hara began to knead her fingers before the upcoming battle. Turning to Dogon, the girl smiled. Dogon was still not letting go of the strange feelings. He looked at the girl and asked interestedly about the fact that she would be better off fighting where there were many people. Hara fixed her hair. She stood up straight and proudly declared that she didn't need tricks to win. Bob considered herself strong enough. These words caused a storm of emotion in the guy. He had never met such a monster before and couldn't resist getting to know her. He immediately said his name, wanting to hear her name in return. Hara grinned and went on alert. As she did so, she took the hint that because she knew the guy's name, she would have a softer attitude towards him. But in the end, she said the owl's name. Dogon had a strange feeling inside. He realized that he was facing a real and bloodthirsty monster, and yet he spoke to her as if she were a normal girl. Intercepting his assault rifle, he still prepared himself for an uphill battle. The small talk was over. Their faces changed, their gazes becoming serious and ruthless. Dogon had an urgent need to remember who stood before him now. They snapped out of their seats and ran to meet each other. Their battle had just begun. Now the guy wouldn't be disturbed by people, and he would be able to give his best. An explosion sounded, followed immediately by a cloud of dust and smoke. The battle in Shinshi continued. Huan was up against a very strong bomb. They were now on top of the power poles. The wires were severed and flashes of electricity flickered from them. A second of respite passed, and Huan attacked Hosso again. The guy tried to reach him with his spear, moving quickly and sharply. The weapon darted from side to side, but Hoso moved even faster. From the look on his face, he wasn't even straining much to dodge. Hoso sharply approached Huan's face, the latter stunned in surprise. Bom couldn't help but notice the guy's skill, but unfortunately his body couldn't keep up. Bom wondered who had taught him how to handle a spear like that. Huan didn't see the point in idle talk, so he left his enemy without an answer. He unleashed his power, and a bright tiger flash lit up around him. A green-coloured barrier appeared between them, and began to press down on Hoso's body. Huan held his spear and tried to push his opponent away from him. Unfortunately, the guy wasn't helped by his ability. Hoso was able to get around the barrier, go behind the guy's back and crush him with a leg kick. Huan immediately flew backwards, stunned by the attack. Hoso looked at the guy. He thought that the courage that Huan had could become reckless, which in the end could have resulted in a fatal outcome. The guy was pinned to the ground, the impact making an impressive dent in the asphalt. Huan lay with his arms spread out, a trickle of blood dripping from his mouth. Bohm, satisfied with the battle and the boy's bravery, mercifully decided to grant him life and not kill him. He had already turned away from his opponent and wondered how his partner was doing. Bohm was not immediately able to notice that a dangerous aura had begun to rise behind him. Then, as Huan rose to his feet, Bohm turned his attention to him. Hoso was surprised that after hitting the ground so hard, the guy still had the strength to stand on his feet. Energy shimmered around Huan. He clutched his spear tightly and was not going to give up so easily. He had an enemy in front of him that he wanted to deal with. Hoso exhaled heavily. He could see the boy's eagerness to continue the fight, but he himself no longer wanted to continue. Hoso knew that he was much stronger than the boy, since he hadn't even fought him at full strength. It was as if Huan didn't hear his opponent. All his thoughts were that he needed more strength. He really wasn't the equal of this bomb, but if he could find more strength, he would continue this battle. The only thing he wanted was to protect those dear to him. He remembered Nare, who stood to the last to protect him. Pushing himself to the max, the guy wanted to at least match Nare's strength. The energy continued to swirl around him, becoming more and more intense. Hoso felt a familiar sensation. Boma's eyes opened wide as he felt that this guy's energy was all too familiar to him. Huan jumped out of his seat. His jump was filled with power that caused even the asphalt to fly apart. Hoso hadn't expected the guy to change so much in a matter of seconds. The spear shimmered in front of Bomb's face, and he looked at it with a dazed look. The blow was very strong, bright flashes mixed with the dust, thundering sounds echoed from all sides of the street. When everything settled down, Huan saw a silhouette in front of him. Hoso stood behind a veil of dust, but the twinkle in his eyes was visible despite his surroundings. Huan himself coughed from the dust that swirled around him. He had spent a lot of energy on this attack, except that the bomb spoke as if he didn't care at all about the blow, though he admitted to being surprised. Hoso looked completely different after the blow. His body took on a beastly appearance and distinctive stripes appeared across his body. If he had transformed a second later, he might have been badly hurt. He didn't expect to meet someone who was as skillful with a spear as Nair. A huge furrow appeared on the ground between them from the guy's attack, but that wasn't what was important. Huan froze in place because of the name he had just heard from Bom. Thinking that he had only imagined it, the guy still decided to ask again. His eyes were wide open and his heart pounded in his chest with excitement. Warm memories of his beloved immediately flashed before his eyes. The girl gently put her arm around his waist and whispered affectionate words in his ear. Na was Bom and Juan's girlfriend. She had a sweet face, funny ears, and a very kind heart. Her soul was open, and she had no malice at all. Because Na lived in the shadow world, the boys could only see each other once a year. Even though that time was very short, they enjoyed every second they spent together. The boys had one dream. They wanted the passageway to open so that Nara could live among humans. But when it did happen, the conflict between the humans and the Bomas got very bad. Nara had to rebel against her tribe to protect the man she loved. The one who decided to kill her turned out to be Bulti himself. A serious battle ensued between the two. In the end, while protecting her lover, Nara was unable to survive. Bulti killed her without regret, even though she was his tribeswoman. This was a very serious blow to Juan. Juan became angry. He once again began to accumulate the power that was within him. His whole body was sparking with energy. And in just a second, the guy had already snapped out of his seat. He clutched his spear tightly, which was also sparking from the energy he had put into it. Juan's eyes were burning. He wanted to destroy Bom and avenge his beloved. Hoso couldn't stop thinking about Nare. He looked at his enemy and felt the energy of his friend. The power that came from the guy was definitely Nare's. Juan was already as close to striking as possible. Bom continued his reasoning in his hearing. The energy was clearly from Nare, but this guy in front of him. There was no way it could be her. He wanted to find out how that was the case. Juan stopped abruptly when he realized that Bom was familiar with his lover. He asked him about it. Hoso darted his eyes at the boy when he said the girl's name. He realized that Juan knew Nare. Something trembled in his chest. Hoso immediately remembered his friend and their last conversation. Nare had talked about being able to forgive the Gom tribe. She held no grudges against them. She had even told him about a boy she had met once who had not been afraid of her, but had smiled at her. She talked about him with such enthusiasm, and even called that boy her friend. She did not care that he was from the tribe of Gom. Soha himself listened to the girl with surprise and a kind of admiration. She was too kind. Hosu told Juan that he knew this beautiful girl. She was indeed amazing, for she was able to form a friendship with a man from the Gom tribe, despite all the suffering they had gone through because of them. Juan listened to Gom with bated breath. Soho continued talking and told him that after the seal was broken he never saw Nare again. He then suggested that Juan was the child the girl had spoken of with such admiration. Putting a hand to his chin, Soho smiled. The girl had told him that when the seal broke she would be with that man. Hoso was happy for his friend, for her dream had come true. Hoso introduced himself and laughed uncontrollably. He hoped that Nare had at least told Juan something about him. They were good friends, after all. Juan didn't understand why Bom had changed so drastically in his behaviour. At some point, Bom calmed down and put his hands on Juan's shoulders and asked about Nare. He wanted to know where his friend was now. The boy's heart stabbed painfully. His head drooped and his voice trembled. He had to tell about the fact that Nare was no longer alive. Those words sounded too devastated. For Soho to hear such a thing was a real blow. He had never imagined that his kind and cheerful friend could be dead. His face twisted with pain and the realization of reality. Bom's hand gripped the boy's shoulder tightly, reaching up to shiver. He wanted to know more. Soho asked if Juan had killed the girl. Such an assumption offended Juan greatly. His gaze darkened as he recounted what had happened. Nare had protected Juan from a Bom called Bulti. The one had mercilessly killed her. The boy then looked at the Bom in front of him. He thought that it was normal for them to kill their own. Dumbfounded by such words, Bom recoiled. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. It was completely out of his mind. The thought of Bulti doing such a thing hit Bom on the head. He grabbed his head, which started to hurt. He knew that Bulti hated the Goms the most, but he would never have assumed that he would dare to kill his own tribesman. Bom couldn't wait any longer. Turning away from Dujan, he wanted to know where Bulti was now. Dujan didn't know that, but he had reported where he had last seen him. Soho glimpsed at Dujan. A dark shadow lay over his eyes. Bom asked for forgiveness. His words sounded ragged. Bom snapped out of his seat and vanished into thin air. Juan recoiled, surprised that the monster had abandoned him and yet left him alive. Dogon's battle was in full swing. He threw a smoke bomb and it immediately went off. The room was filled with thick and impenetrable smoke. The guy was good at navigating in such conditions. That's why he started shooting, knowing where the girl should be now. A trap was already prepared in the passage. The girl stepped forward. The fishing line immediately stretched under the weight of her step and the check came out of the bolt. There was another explosion, raising the firepower from the grenade into the air. Despite this explosion, the girl remained unharmed. Dogon climbed up to the ceiling and sat in cover. The boy realized that Hara was giving him the opportunity to find a new hiding place, and it annoyed him greatly. After all, he was weaker than she was. The girl's ears twitched. She turned her head sharply in the direction where Dogon was. She was enjoying their game. Dogon watched her from behind the column, realizing that once again he had been found. He had counted on being able to weaken the girl's abilities with a blast, but all his efforts were in vain. The guy snapped out of his seat and kept his gaze fixed on the point where the girl was. And just as he started to turn his head in the direction of running, a shadow flashed in front of him. Hara was already in front of him and preparing to attack him. Her eyes were burning with excitement and fun. The girl brought her arm up and was about to let Dogon taste her direct blow. Boma's fist sank mercilessly into the boy's stomach. She didn't spare him, but put enough force into her blows to disable the guy. Blowing his eyes out in pain, Dogon gasped at the blow. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He flew backwards at the speed of the wind. The guy couldn't stop. His whole body ached with pain after being hit like that. Eventually he crashed into the wall, leaving a good dent in it. Dogon's head hung down, blood streaming down his face. He couldn't find the strength to get up, and all he could find in his thoughts was a remorse. Dogon wanted to be just a little bit stronger. Meanwhile, Hara was not done with her battle. The girl was off the ground again and carried towards the defeated boy. If Dogon was a half-blood or had a Boma girl, would he be any stronger? Such thoughts lingered in his mind, and it made him feel nasty. He covered his eyes, resigning himself to whatever fate was in store for him. The girl's blow brought the wall down. Huge chunks of concrete scattered in different directions. Soa looked at Dogon and spoke. The girl hated pathetic traitors more than anything, but not people who were willing to stoically accept their death. She turned from him and condescendingly offered to go home. The girl had no desire to kill him. Dogon sat like that on the floor, and beside him gaped a huge hole in the wall that Bom had just knocked out without touching him. The boy raised his head and looked at Soha with complete incomprehension with one eye. She hadn't killed him, and yet she had also decided to let him go. Too many thoughts swirled in his head. Only no one would tell him the answer. The girl disappeared, leaving him alone, and Dogon continued to wonder why she left, leaving the man alive. Maro and Bulti faced each other. The red-haired Bom pointed a finger in front of him, suggesting they look off into the distance. Maro, on the other hand, wanted to know what Bulti had forgotten in this place. They stood on the roof of one of the houses and looked up at a tree in the centre of town. It seemed to Bulti that it looked very much like the Shin dancer they had in Shinshi, but Maro ridiculed this assumption, believing that it was the most ordinary tree created by man. Bulti thought they were parasitized by working for that hooded man, but Maro didn't think so. They had gained shelter and a place to hunt. Maro looked at his comrade. Bulti thought Hwanun was a real mystery, and he himself was in complete agreement with him. There was some terrible benefit in their following his instructions. Roughly speaking, Hwanun was the true ruler of Shinshi. He had power and wealth. Also, this man had terrifying power. The question remained open as to why he needed the kidnapped men and why he wanted to spill their blood. Maro picked up his phone and looked at the app Hwanun had created. That was another question that had no answer. He didn't understand why the man had created this app since the Bom were suffering because of it. Bom continued to stand on the roof of the house and his head was buzzing with questions. Hwanun was too contradictory. He had helped both humans and Bom. But what the whole game was for and whose side he was really on remained a big mystery. The girl had bright red eyes and very white skin. She was covered in blood, holding a human hand. The girl turned to her father, offering him the hand as food. Behind her were monsters similar to her, but their appearance was not human. Hwanun himself stood at the window, and the girl addressed him. He did not immediately react to her words, continuing to stand and stare into the distance. Hwanun turned his head, and a smile appeared on his face, and his eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised that Jigwe had learned to speak already. The boys sat comfortably on the soft couches of their new headquarters. The room was very spacious and also had a wide plasma TV. Hosu had just gotten out of the shower and exhaled with relief. It had been so long since he had felt so alive and relaxed. Sane walked into the hall, and in his heart the guy was anxious about the fact that they were using this apartment as headquarters. Huang pointed to the chicken legs, the aroma of which spread throughout the hall. The guy ordered them for everyone. Hosu gave a satisfied thumbs up. He was really hungry. Anxiety was written all over Yeha's face. He couldn't stop thinking about Dogon and Hwan. The boys had been gone for too long now, and he was going to go looking for them. He promised to be back soon. Haru resolutely got up from the couch and followed Jeha. They would go together to look for the boys. The others were just as concerned. As soon as Hosu approached the chicken legs, as Huang extended his hand, Hosu took a greedy gulp of saliva and wondered if they would have to wait for the others to eat. Huang, on the other hand, was unbowed. Hupo closed his eyes and felt a pressure on his body. He felt a spirit from the Dudari tribe clutching his body and questioned why he had betrayed them. The skeletons circled around him, asking questions, demanding answers, cursing the Bom tribe. They asked for help and reached out to Hupo. He continued to stand still and tried not to react. Then the image of Thabe appeared before him. He looked at Hoopo with a smile on his face. Thabe wanted to work with Hoopo to make Shinshi a better place for everyone. Hoopo's eyes widened and his old friend's name almost came off his lips. Everything inside Bomb clenched. Bomb turned away abruptly and coughed violently, covering his mouth with his hand. Behind him, Bomb stood, looking at his lord with a concerned look. Hoopo wished to carry out his revenge as soon as possible. Taking his hand away from his face, he looked at the bloodstain he had just coughed up. A rumble of thunder sounded not far from them. They all turned their attention to it, distracted from Hoopo's recent coughing. The lord ordered Jichu to stay put and wait for Hoso and Hara. They were to report on the current situation. Ogep was to follow Hoopo. Bomb nodded obediently, without any questions, and followed his lord. Bomb turned around in surprise when he heard a voice behind him. Not far from them, someone appeared from the shadows. Behind the Bombs was a frightened family. The parents were cradling their child tightly between them. The Bomas, on the other hand, looked at the unknown person with utter bewilderment. The Bomas first assumed it was a hunter, but then they remembered that the app was not supposed to work in this area. The unknown figure was approaching them. Deciding that they had nothing to lose, one Bomb snapped out of his seat. He let out his long claws and headed for the stranger. The unknown girl spread her arms out to the sides, and faint threads appeared around her. They were thin and glinted from the bright sun. Bomb's head collapsed to the ground. The monster couldn't even realize what had happened to him. Everything was so fast that he kept talking and even managed to puzzle out the fact that somehow everything tilted very sharply. An unknown girl picked up Bomb's body. She was ecstatic because of the fact that Bomb could take another whole 7 steps without having his head on her shoulders. There were still threads all around that were shaped like a spider's web. No longer were they clean. Now Bomb's blood was dripping off them. Bomb's partner grinned and didn't want to believe his eyes. Bomb didn't understand at all how his partner could die so quickly from some threads. Hoopo and Ogep were watching the whole incident from the side. They saw how someone unknown opened the spider's web and in one fell swoop was able to blow Bomb's head off. Bomb rushed forward and his enemy similarly snapped out of his seat. The monster tried to keep track of its target, but the enemy was moving too fast. As the monster threw its paw forward, the girl had already been to all the places around it. It was as if she had bifurcated and was in different places at the same time. After a moment it stopped, but there wasn't much flesh left of Bomb. The bloody stain of the monster's body hovered in the air. The strange girl turned her attention to the other 2 Bombs in human form. A smile appeared on her face as she assumed that those had come to the aid of the already dead monsters. Ogep looked at the girl in surprise. She had dealt with the 2 Boma warriors very quickly and with ease. Hoopo frowned, assessing the situation, trying to figure out who was in front of them. Hoopo looked at the dead Bomas. They were not from his squad, and the Overlord had a question as to what the 2 were doing in this area of the city. Bright energy began to accumulate in the strange girl's hands. She didn't look like a human, and it definitely wasn't Bomb. She was going to send these 2 to follow the Bomb she had just destroyed. Hoopo decided to handle this matter on his own and ordered his subordinate to stand aside. Energy began to gather around Hoopo. He realized that the enemy in front of him was not so simple, but he couldn't just leave this matter alone. The man had to avenge this wench for the lost lives of the Bomas. The girl's nets closed exactly the second Bomb disappeared from her sight. She was impressed by this speed and began to giggle softly. Hoopo was able to move in an instant and found himself behind the stranger's back. Though her eyes were covered, she sensed Bomb's presence behind her back. Hoopo threw up his hands and his sharp claws were ready to tear her body apart. There was a violent and loud explosion, making the ground shake. The family was still sitting on the sidelines, watching the situation fearfully. The boy was worried about that girl, because she was able to deal with the monsters that wanted to devour them. Part of the girl's face was destroyed. She raised her hands and couldn't believe that her father had lied to her. He had told her that the Bomas would never be her equal, and now the girl felt a very intense pain. Hoopo bounced to the side and watched the stranger. She had completely stopped paying attention to the people around her. The girl's body trembled, and words came out of her mouth that she did not want to die. The Lord of Bombs kept his golden eyes on her. He could now determine with certainty that she was not human. Suddenly, an incredibly violent scream rang out. The girl opened her mouth and the sound of very high notes escaped from her throat. Everything around in space shrank and vibrated. An incomprehensible, powerful energy spread out from her. The family of a people clamped their ears, unable to endure such a strong scream. They didn't understand what was happening and couldn't even open their eyes to see everything. Ogep also covered his ears. He thought that the scream would make them bleed. Bomb speculated that it might have been some sort of death scream. And now it became clear what the scream meant. From all sides came strange monsters that didn't look like humans or Bomb. There were 3 of them, each with some kind of peculiarity. But what united them was that they had come to help, and Hoopo was their enemy. The Lord of the Bombs turned around sharply as he sensed the rapid approach of danger. His eyes burned with a golden hue. His face was in shadow. He realized that there was no time left at all to take cover. After a moment, Hoopo felt a cutting pain in his shoulder area. His eyes bulged as Bomb's arm ripped away from his body. The monsters squealed with joy. Not too far away from the scene were Jeha along with Haru. They stopped abruptly when they saw and felt a strange flow of energy. A bright pillar of light caught their attention. They felt a very powerful energy emanating. Haru doubted his thoughts and yet assumed that such power could only belong to Bomb alone. Jeha finished the sentence for him by saying a single name, Hoopo. Hoopo had lost his arm, but he would not give up without a fight. The battle was in full swing. The beast bounced to the side and slowed its movement with a whole arm, clawing at the concrete, leaving deep furrows on the surface. The monster, with the appearance of a cyclops, fought Hoopo as if a fun game had been started between them. To him, Hoopo was nothing more than a kitten that dodged an attack. Just as the cyclops was about to use another attack, Ogep jumped out from behind him. Bomb was furious that this scum dared to touch his lord's body. A crushing fist slammed into something very hard. A wave of dust and a gust of strong wind blew everywhere from such a violent blow. Cyclops turned his only eye and looked at Bomb, who dared to touch his cheek. Despite the serious attack, it wasn't clear from the monster's face whether it had felt it at all. The one-eyed man's hand went upwards, and in it was clutched an energy ball. Ogep noticed at the last moment what he intended to do and tensed his entire body. The power was released and Bomb was swept aside. Under the impenetrable layer of dust and smoke that rose, nothing could be seen. Ogep's body flew toward the people sitting in the corner. They looked on in horror as the powerful bombers were unable to fight their enemies. Hoopo stood still and observed the situation. He shifted his gaze when he heard a familiar quiet giggle behind him. It was the same girl who had led the brethren away with her scream. When the smoke around the girl cleared, she appeared before Hoopo in a completely different guise. Because of the wounds he had inflicted on her, she was no longer human. She looked more like a huge tarantula spider. Many red eyes and teeth adorned her body. Hoopo was left alone against a whole group of unknown opponents. The Cyclops did not relent in his interest in the battle and continued to try to strike a precise blow at his opponent. Hoopo, on the other hand, was hastily dodging. He realizes that these enemies were very dangerous, as they could easily knock out strong bombers, but what bothered him more was the question of who these creatures were. After all, even in ancient times, he had never encountered them. The unknown creatures continued to circle around him. Hoopo realized that he had no time to think about who these creatures were or where they came from. He became more serious, and by releasing a stream of new energy, he was able to regain his lost arm. It was as if Hoopo had changed. A whole different level of energy began to gather around him. Even the lost arm was not a problem for Bomb. With his newly created arm, the Lord of Bomb was going to crush the unknown monsters. The girl in the guise of a spider watched her opponent and was amazed at his resilience. According to her father, the bombs were not supposed to have such strength. Hoopo's fist slammed into the Cyclops' chest. The creature felt an overwhelming ripping pain that pulsed through its entire body. This blow alone was enough for Hoopo to completely destroy the creature. The Cyclops was torn into many pieces, with no way to recover. Hoopo stopped, his power beginning to drain from his arm, transforming it back to its former human form. He furrowed his eyebrows and looked in the direction of his enemy. There was still another Cyclops like him left, who had decided to use the surprise attack tactic. Bomb was not going to lose any more parts of his body, so he reacted much faster than last time and was able to dodge the attack. In addition, he deftly touched the monster's body with his hand and injected his power into it. When that creature was finished as well, the Spider Girl spoke to Hoopo. She didn't hesitate to acknowledge his strength and power. She was even confident that she couldn't handle him alone. She had underestimated her own abilities. But a devious plan had already crept into her head. Turning toward Bomb, who lay unconscious after the blow, Spider thought of eating him and then becoming as strong as Hoopo. The Lord of Bomb went off screaming to wake up Ogipa. Even though Bomb opened his eyes, his body was completely without strength. He realized what might happen now and still had no way to get up. The Spider Girl's sharp fangs were rapidly approaching the lying Bomb. Ogep never moved to even try to dodge the attack. The fangs of the creature attacking Ogep were suddenly stopped. Hoopo could not allow his fellow man to be torn apart before his eyes, so he thought of nothing better than to protect him with his body as if it were a shield. Sharp fangs penetrated Bomb's body, blood gushing from his mouth. Hoopo felt all the pain Ogep could receive. Bomb opened his eyes and looked at his fellow man. He was worried if he was okay. Ogep couldn't believe his gasps. He looked at Hoopo and sobbed in heartbreaking pain. The Lord of Bomb himself had sacrificed himself for him. The Spider Girl was only amused by this situation. She reached out her hand and touched Hoopo's face. The creature whispered that Bomb might not have gotten in without a turn since she planned to devour him next. Hoopo didn't give the girl a chance to finish her sentence. A sudden force burst out from Bomb's body, cutting through the spider's body. The girl screamed from the pain that had so suddenly appeared in her. She was confused and completely unaware of what was happening. The Lord of Bomb was able to free himself from the spider's tenacious and sharp paws, slicing her body in two. Hoopo fell to his knees beside Ogepa. The spider girl could no longer remain without power. She began to crawl towards the humans who were still sitting off to the side like that. She was willing to devour anything to replenish her own strength. The frightened people screamed in fear. And just when she was ready to tear people apart and savor their flesh, a golden chain was thrown around her. The family screamed even harder, and they turned away from the danger. The chain grew denser and hollowly blocked the path to the humans. The spider clutched her hand into those strands and couldn't get any further. She didn't understand where the barrier had come from and was alarmed by it. Somewhere nearby came the tinkling sound of a sword being pulled from its sheath. It was short, but it carried power. Jahar rushed to the creature and slashed at its back with his sword. A bright flash of power followed the blade. The spider's back arched inside out from such crushing pain. That sword strike was enough to chop the spider into two equal pieces. The girl called out shrilly to her father. Each time she got worse until the words turned into dull, isolated sounds. Jahar and Haru made it just in time and managed to stop the monster from killing innocent people. The boy lowered his sword back into its scabbard and watched as the unknown creature died. Jahar turned to the family and wanted to know if they were all right. The people were very frightened, and with faces twisted with fear began to nod their heads. They had seen too many terrible things this evening and would not be able to recover for a long time. Jahar heard movement behind him and turned his head. At that time, Ogep was helping his wounded and tired lord to his feet. He gently threw Hoopo's arm around his shoulders. Ogep spat, realizing that the hunter's appearance wasn't a good time at all. They weren't in the right fighting shape to continue the battle. Hoopo raised his eyes and looked at the hunter, who now stood before him. He recognized him immediately. Jahar's eyes blazed with rage. His whole body clenched with a sickening feeling, for before him now stood the truest enemy of all mankind. Hoopo, the one who had started it all and because of whom he and all people had suffered so much grief. In front of Jahar stood the murderer of his parents, the bomb that caused the seal to fall and all the monsters to come out in Shinshi. So much spilled blood and evil had been caused because of this man. Nothing was more important to Jihar right now than to crush the monster that started it all. The guy grabbed his sword and hurriedly drew it from its sheath. The boy swung his sword but suddenly encountered the first obstacle. Ogep gripped the blade with his bare hands and tried to hold Yehu back. He wanted his exhausted lord to escape in time, but Jahar was burning with his own anger, and was not about to let his greatest enemy get away so easily. The boy swung his sword and a thin wave of power slashed through Bomb's body. Ogep was amazed that an ordinary man was so strong and could even wound him. While Bomb was puzzled, Jahar was able to bypass him with a single jump and continue his attack on Hoopo. He saw no obstacles in front of him and would do anything to end this bomb once and for all. Jahar saw the face of a murderer and an enemy, a true traitor. The man realized what was about to happen and furrowed his brows, preparing for the worst. The sudden cry of the little boy deafened everyone around him. He screamed with all his might, trying to stop Jehu. The boy ran up to the boy and grabbed him tightly by the hem of his clothes. He cried and begged him to stop, for Hoopo had saved him and his parents from the scary creatures. Jahar's hands trembled. He gripped the hilt of his sword so tightly that blood flowed from under his palms. The boy could not commit a terrible murder in front of the child. Despite all the anger that was bubbling in his body, Jahar turned his head and in a calm voice asked the kid to step back. The person in front of them was not a human, but a brutal murderer bomb who had caused too many people to suffer. Suddenly, Ogep intervened in their conversation. He started shouting, waving his arms. From Bomb's words, Jahar didn't know anything about the suffering that Bomb had endured. Therefore, the guy had no right to even stutter about it. Everyone turned their heads towards Ogep, who was already unstoppable. The words that came out of his mouth were that the Gomers had carried out a real massacre for no reason, and the people don't even know their history and don't understand anything at all. These words made Jehu angry. He looked at Bomb with his murderous gaze. The boy's eyes shimmered purple. Hoopo had killed the boy's father, even though he was the same as Bomb. Ogep was taken aback at such words. Then Hoopo spoke up and acknowledged the fact that Jahir was the son of a Bomb named Pungray. Ogep stared at the boy in surprise. Now the pieces of the puzzle were coming together in his mind, and he realized from where Jahar had such crushing power. Ogep knew that Pungray lived on Mount Ingwansen with the Gom Shamaness, but he hadn't even realized they had a child. While the conversation was going on, Haru Lightning grabbed the interfering child, making Jahar unable to continue the fight. The boy looked fearfully at the man, but didn't dare to resist. Haru intended to remove the child to safety. Now that the child was no longer stirring under Jahir's feet, the boy extended his hand with his sword forward. He only wanted to know one thing, whether Hoopo's purpose was so important that it justified killing a tribesman as well as genocide of humans. Hoopo looked sternly at the boy. There was not an ounce of guilt or remorse in his voice or eyes. Pungra had paid with his life for turning his back on the clan's problems. Compared to his betrayal 4,000 years ago, his death was only a small sacrifice to their cause. Hoopo was going to wipe out all the Goms from the face of the earth. Only then would their pain subside. Those words were enough to compel Jehu into action. He unleashed his power, because of which everything around him began to collapse. The boy brought the blade of his sword down on Hoopo. Bom intercepted the weapon and they met gazes. Yeha wanted to know what kind of peace for the bombs could be discussed when Hoopo had betrayed his own trust and broken his promise to Thabe. Ogep intervened in this confrontation. Bom pushed Jehu aside. Ogep could not allow some boy to harm his lord. Yeha bounced away, and Haru had already appeared beside him. The man had taken the men to safety, and now they could keep their strength up. Ogep looked at Yeha fiercely. He had his own opinion on the matter. Bom had spoken with vivid certainty that Thabe was the one who had first betrayed Bom. For Jehu to hear such a thing was truly strange. He was so sure that Thabe had no evil intentions that such words caused him a lot of contradictions. He wouldn't have believed those words, or even hesitated if he hadn't met an arms dealer from the Dudara tribe one day. The man had then told of Thabe's brutal expulsion of everyone from Shinshi except the Gom tribe. A seed of doubt had been planted in the lad's soul, but he tried not to let it go to his head now. The enemies in front of him were too serious. Even if Thabe was indeed a traitor, it didn't change the fact that Hoopo had brutally murdered his parents. Their conversation was interrupted by a bright flash of unknown magical power. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. Something was circling right above them, and a voice was heard from that place warning everyone to stop. Jichu, Hosso, and Hera appeared out of thin air. They saw the situation their lord was in and came to his aid. Haru's whole body tensed and twitched as he realized that there were many more high-ranking Bomas. The man immediately warned Jehu that they were in very strong danger. The boy grinned as he was well aware of it. Hosso immediately approached Hoopo and began to whisper something in his ear. The information was about Maro and Bulti. Hoopo immediately frowned and changed his face. He didn't like what he heard. In spite of all the warnings, Jeha broke away from his seat. Hosso sensed the approaching danger and stretched out his arm. A transformation took place around it that was able to protect his body from the sword blade. Hoopo was not going to linger here any longer. The information brought to him excited him very much, so he ordered everyone to retreat. The rest of the men obediently prepared to obey their lord's orders. Hosso turned to Jeher, who continued to press his sword against his body. Because they had more important things to do right now, they wouldn't get into a fight. Jeher looked at Bom in surprise. The masked Bom slammed his clenched fist into the guy's body and he immediately flew tens of meters away from him. Haru followed his student's fall. Jeher crashed into the wall that was behind him with a violent rumble. The Bomas all gathered in one place, dark energy swirling around them. They were no longer paying attention to the hunters, completely immersed in the affairs of their clan and the problem they had learned about. Jeher's voice came out very loudly. The boy was literally ordering Hoopo to stop. The man only squinted in his direction as the dark energy continued to engulf their bodies. Despite the fact that Jehu had just been slammed into the wall, he got up again and ran at breakneck speed towards Hoopo. He couldn't let him get away. But Jeha didn't make it in time. The energy dissipated and a void appeared around him. The guy with his head down slumped to the ground. He was furious that he had missed the main enemy in his life. Haru ran to the guy, worried about his well-being. Dogon and Huan appeared just as Jeha gave a heartbreaking scream. They didn't immediately realize that Haru and Jeha were in front of them. The guys looked puzzled and couldn't understand at all what had happened here. Why Jeha was in such a state, they were starting to worry that something bad might have happened. Haru looked at the guys and talked about how just a moment ago, Hoopo himself had been here, but he along with the rest of the Bomas had disappeared so quickly that they didn't even have time to do anything. Dogon was shocked that they had run into the leader of the Bomas himself. Huan exhaled with relief, for such a face-to-face encounter could have had dire consequences. Jeha's voice was empty. He was soberly assessing his abilities and realized that the Bomas could not have killed them, for they were much stronger than they had imagined. The boy lifted his head. The bombs had only one goal, to destroy all the Goms, but something happened that caused them to leave them alone and rush off somewhere. A bad feeling filled the boy's soul. District 6, Hoopo's hideout. A girl was walking around the building of the bomb asylum and was twisting the head of the slain monster with her hand. There were traces of fresh blood on her clothes. Jigwe became frustrated as she was unable to find the leader of the Bomas in this place as well. The girl with scarlet eyes looked around. Behind her were creatures just like her. She abruptly grabbed her stomach as it rumbled nastily. That meant only one thing, that Jingwe was hungry. She tapped her cheek thoughtfully with her finger. In her hand was a sheet of paper with a list of things she needed to accomplish. One of them was to capture the leader of the bombs, but she decided to postpone it, as it was time to feed the little ones. The girl decided to go to Maro and Bulti, as they were responsible for feeding her younger siblings. The girl and her creatures walked out of the hangar, leaving dozens of bomb corpses behind them. But there was also the one lone survivor of such a brutal massacre. lying under the bodies of the slain bombs. The merchant looked at his video camera in horror. He had managed to capture a moment of what was happening in this place. Just an hour ago, this hangar had been very lively. The bombers were minding their own business. One of them caught the merchant and brought him to this place. The man tried to resist, but his strength was not enough to resist. One of the monsters wanted to know who was brought to them. Then the second bomb reported back and said that this type was producing weapons to sell on the black market. The merchant shuddered in fear because he had gotten into this place. Bomb took out a dagger made of dark metal, bright magical energy pulsing around it. It was a merchant's creation. Weapons like this were made to kill Bomb. The beast intercepted the weapon and the dagger ignited in his hands. He kept puzzling over where the golems had the ability to kill bombs from. Humans had long since lost their powers, but now he knew they were supplied with energy weapons. With a start, Bomb was surprised when he realized what kind of power was now hovering in the air. But after a second, his face changed to a smirk. It had already been too many hundreds of years. Bomb had forgotten the feeling, but now he understood who stood before him. The man belonged to the Dudara tribe. The merchant grimaced in indignation. He absolutely hated to have his identity revealed, and especially not to let the weapons tempered by his magic fall into Bomb's hands. Bomb pursued around his captive. It was only because of this weapon that the Bombers had been able to win a war 4,000 years ago, and because of that, Bomb had to flee to the Shadow World. Bomb decided to directly show Dudara that they held a grudge not only against the Gom tribe, but their tribe was also responsible for many of their troubles. The beast stabbed a dagger into the merchant's shoulder, and the merchant screamed in pain. Bomb continued to abuse the captive. He suggested that he call Thebe or the Goms for help, knowing that none would come to his call. Some strange sound came from the merchant. The Bombs immediately became wary, not realizing what it had just been. But as it turned out, the merchant had used an app on his phone and sent a request for help, so the hunters could find out where he was and come rescue him. Bomb turned his head in surprise as 3 men appeared at the entrance to the hangar. Only their silhouettes were visible. The merchant immediately began to call out to the hunters for help. The Bombers did not understand at all how it was possible that their place could be declassified. But at the same moment, something very strange began to happen. The 3 hunters who had come to the rescue on the call began to lift themselves off the ground. From their bodies, blood flowed profusely. The guys had absolutely no living appearance at all. Only the one in front could still utter a few words. He was begging for help. Blood flowed from their eyes. It seemed that something very strong was squeezing their bodies, but there was no physical effect on them. In just a moment, the 3 hunters who had appeared in the hangar aisle were flattened in front of Bombs and the merchant. Their blood splattered in different directions, staining the room with bright streaks. Everyone watched in amazement, and no one could understand what the hell had just happened. In a strange way, the blood that had scattered around the hangar began to bubble and rise. The Bombers were still watching this strange phenomenon in a daze. It could seem as if someone was controlling the blood of the humans. The liquid blood turned into hard and sharp spades, each spade headed for the body of its enemy. The Bombers didn't even have time to recollect and take cover somewhere from such a sudden and completely unusual attack. Those closest to the blood were stabbed through with the pikes. Shrieks and slurping sounds rang through the hangar hall. A girl who could not be identified as a human entered the room, though she looked very much like humans, and behind her, terrifying creatures entered Reed, inspiring terror and fear. The Bombers, who were behind at that moment, looked at the unknown girl. They shuddered at the realization that she had just been able to kill so many of their brethren with a single blow. Attention shifted from the merchant and the man jerked to the side. Jigwe looked at Bombs with her red eyes and smiled. She had come to this place to find their leader. Bomb was angered by such a woozy behavior from the girl. He wouldn't dare speak so disrespectfully about their lord. The monster bared its teeth and its face contorted with anger. The wolf's muzzle moved forward. They had only come here for their leader. They didn't care about the rest. The merchant crouched to the ground and covered his head with his hands. His heart was pounding out of his chest. He had no idea who these creatures were or why they had come here. What worried him the most was that the hunters had been killed, and there would be no one to protect him. But the worst part for the merchant was that these creatures had not only killed the hunters, but they had killed the Bombs just as mercilessly. The creature released its tails, and those sharp pikes headed towards the beast, piercing its body in various places. Jigwe arose behind the other Bomb's back and killed it just as ruthlessly. The beast's blood scattered in different directions. These creatures had a very evil and terrifying aura. When they had killed all the Bombers that were in this hangar, the girl headed towards the exit. She was frustrated that she couldn't find their clan leader. The merchant reached to pull out his video camera and filmed what was happening. He watched these creatures with a shiver in his body. They were very, very dangerous. He thought that he should warn the hunters about the existence of such monsters. After all, they were scarier than the Bombs themselves. The man in the office heard a strange sound. He immediately distracted himself from his work and listened. He was at his workplace and had never heard such sounds before. The guy was so much absorbed in his own thoughts that he did not immediately pay attention to the fact that another employee was trying to reach him. At the moment when he turned away from the wall from behind which he had heard the strange sounds, there appeared an unknown mark of a human palm. The office was in full swing. The employees were talking among themselves and were completely unaware of what was happening behind the wall of their office. And there was a man in tears crying for help, but to his regret, no one saw or heard him. The man was in a strange room from where he could observe the life of the office. Realizing that no one could hear him, the guy groaned and sank to his knees. Behind him, someone appeared and slowly began to approach. A huge hand lay on the guy's head and squeezed his fingers tightly, crushing his skull. The man screamed and sobbed with renewed vigor. He realized that these were his last moments of life. The unknown creature began to pull the man with it. The man grabbed its arm and tried to free his head, but the grip was too strong. He screamed, kicking and begging for mercy. The hall he was in was filled with strange scarlet eggs in which someone's life was budding. The eggs pulsed and gave signs of life. Hwanan set up another meeting with the officials of Shinshi City. They couldn't get excited about the release of an app where townspeople could summon hunters for help and life-saving assistance. When Hwanan answered nothing to their words, one of the men looked at him and addressed him directly. Except that Hwanan himself was completely immersed in his own fearful and very dangerous thoughts. His entire plan was perfect, everything was going as smoothly as ever, and he could not hide his sinister smile. The bombers moved to a temporary shelter that was located in the 3rd district of Shinshi City. Hoso told everything he had been able to find out about Maro and Bulti's affairs. The bomb girl was very surprised at such a thing, and especially at the fact that those two had managed to keep it all a secret. Bomb appeared in front of them with a tiger-like appearance. He immediately told his lord that he had information about Maro and Bulti since he was in their squad. Bomb said that those two were being helped by a strange man, and afterwards he added that the existence of their clan was threatened. Such a statement alarmed the elder Bomb very much. All their attention turned to the beast, and they wanted to hear all the details of the case. Hoopo was furious. He had not expected such treachery from his own men. The man ordered Bomb to tell everything he knew, and not to leave out a single detail. The beast began to tell about how the man was able to subdue 2 highly ranked Bomb with just 1 brute force. The others were very surprised at such a statement. What kind of strength a human must have to be able to accomplish such a thing? Bomb grinned as he began to tell the story of how one man had been able to pin 2 very strong Bomb to the ground. He also found it strange that the man didn't kill them, but gave them shelter in the center of Shinshi, and took the blood of the people held captive there as payment. Such a story did not fit the Bomb's imaginations at all. They were unwilling to believe it to the last. Hoso looked at the beast and wondered where this helper was now. When the Bomb in the tiger's body told about the powerful man in the main building of the Issel groups, they did not immediately believe him, but he strongly convinced his fellow members that Maro and Bulti's assistant was none other than Hwanan. Such a statement knocked the spirit out of Hoso. After all, it was Hwanun who had set the rewards for Bomb's heads. It was strange to hear that he was involved in stealing people and helping the Bombers. Hoopo grinned. This whole situation with Hwanan was too funny. The man himself was playing 2 different sides at the same time. But what bothered him the most was Bomb's statement that this was all a threat to the existence of their tribe. Tiger covered his eyes and recounted Bulti and Maro's nasty behaviors towards their brethren. They played dirty games and began to threaten the honor of the warriors, thus leading their tribe only to defeat. Bomb spoke of Chahu, who was being abused in the cellars. Hoso lowered his head. Such information only further confirmed that Bulti could easily take Nara's life. Bomb felt a vibration in his pocket. He fumbled for his ringing phone and apologized for being distracted from the conversation. Hoso brought the receiver to his ear. Ogep was speaking on the other end. Bomb's voice was too concerned. He spoke curtly, and it wasn't immediately clear what he was trying to say. Hoso irritatedly asked his brother to repeat what he had said. Ogep gathered his courage and took in more air into his lungs and told him that all the high-ranking Bomb they had managed to collect were dead. The Bomb were now as the hangar of their sanctuary, watching the very real carnage. All the tribesmen were dead, and the guy had absolutely no idea who had managed to conjure this up or how. A terrible thought flashed through Hoso's mind. He was scared about the fact that someone might have been leaking their information. The boy raised his head and turned to his lord. He felt that they urgently needed to track down Maro and Bulti. Yaha sat down on the couch in frustration. The lad's head was down, his mood lacking. He blamed himself for not being able to deal with Hoopo, and they had lost him. Hosu did his best to support his friend. He was sure that his and Hoopo's paths were bound to cross, especially if they continued their hunt for Bomb. Those were the right words for Jehi. The boy felt the support of those close to him already. He had not disappointed them, and that was important to him. Huan called out to Yeha. Huan was mired in doubtful thoughts. He doubted that with Hoopo dead, their war would be over. There would be those who would want revenge. Huan used to think all Bomers were like Bulti, but Hoso was different. The words of that Bomer never left the boy's mind. Soho spoke of Nare with kindness in his voice, plus he had mentioned her desire to forgive the Gomers, and she had told him the same about her friend. It didn't bother them at all that this friend was a man from the Gom tribe. Then Juan reacted sharply. He was sure that all Gom were the same, and killing each other because of their preference to be friends with Gom was normal for them. After the boy's words, Hoso's face changed drastically. His thoughts of fighting Juan immediately vanished, and Juan himself still couldn't understand why this bomb had left, leaving him alive. He remembered his conversation with Nare. The girl looked very mysterious and smiling, which made him even more interested. The girl turned to the guy and shared her dream with him. She wanted the seal to be broken as soon as possible so that Goma and Boma could fight each other. Juana couldn't help thinking that if the girl hadn't forgiven the Gom tribe, she would now be just as capable of killing people as Bulti had been. But she had chosen a different path, and in defense of a human, she had paid with her own life and was killed by her own tribesman. The boy clenched his fist tightly and came to some obvious conclusion. He was determined to do what he could. Juan's thoughts came to an abrupt halt when Sign spoke into his hearing. The boy rolled his eyes toward the ceiling and wondered if they could measure up to the Bomas. The other tribe had intelligence and it would be realistic to negotiate with them. Sign's spoken words elicited questioning looks and exclamations from everyone in the room. No one had expected such a thing, and the very thought of being friends with the Bomas was very controversial. The first to speak out was Hosu. The boy gave in and showed that Sane's words were nonsense, that he didn't even want to hear about a truce because the Bomas were bloodthirsty monsters with no forgiveness. Dogon didn't look up. He stroked his assault rifle while supporting Hosu's position. The boy saw no diplomatic ways to resolve this conflict. Too much blood had been spilled between them. Dogon's gaze grew sadder. Having met a bomb named Hara, his opinion had changed a bit about the bombs. He realized that not everyone was as bloodthirsty as the Bulti. He was sad that he hadn't learned about bombs like her before. Dogon's last words caused a storm of emotion in Hoso. The boy cringed. He absolutely hated to even consider the idea that they could be friends with the bomb tribe. Dogon pulled out the wand he used to clear his automaton and jabbed it in Soha's direction. A question was asked that was hard to answer. What would Sohu do if he met a bomb that didn't kill people? What would he do in such a case? Hosu fell silent and looked at the boy from under his forehead. Such a question was clearly not to his liking. Sohu himself doesn't know how he would really act in such a situation. Huang intervened in the conversation. He waved his hand, and in his voice there was doubt that there were such Bomas who would not kill people. Everyone they had met before had been cruel and bloodthirsty. Dogon paid no attention to the boy's skepticism. As he continued to examine his machine gun, he was convinced that they need to have a word with the Bomas. Otherwise, at the critical moment, everything could come to a dead end. There was an oppressive silence in the hall. Everyone was absorbed in their own heavy thoughts about what had just been said. Sign felt this oppressive atmosphere physically. He reflected on the fact that he shouldn't have said such things out loud. Haru picked up the bullets from the TV and broke the silence with a question. He wanted to know if the guys were done with their conversations. Receiving an affirmative answer, Haru nodded and turned on the TV. Jeha couldn't believe his eyes. At a moment like this, the guy was ready to start watching his show. Hosa was pulled down from his spot where he was blocking the TV. The guy stood up with a nonchalant look, and before leaving the room, he reiterated his opinion on the truce one more time. He wasn't going to support it and thought it was a stupid idea. Sign didn't even doubt that Hosu would have that exact reaction. Then his thoughts turned to another matter. The guy couldn't understand why Thabe wanted peace with the Bomas so much, but then started destroying them with his own hands. The guys turned their attention to the TV and suggested watching something else. Haru, on the other hand, didn't even want to hear anything. He would never trade his favourite series for anything, and besides, today's episode revealed important secrets. Suddenly, Haru's show was interrupted and the TV started broadcasting breaking news. The anchor was saying that the chairman of the Isel group had called a conference and announced that the bounty on Bomb's head would be reduced 5-fold. Huanan stood in front of all the journalists and told them that there would be a reduction in the reward amount. The reporters were shocked by this announcement. The guy immediately started asking questions to Huanun. He realized that such a decision would undermine Shinchi's security. Hunters might not be willing to risk their lives for petty cash. Huanan didn't see that as a problem. He reasoned his decision was because the large payouts made them enrich the hunters. The man displayed the ranking structure of the hunter groups on the screen behind him. They decided they had to change the system. Huang poked at the screen, pointing to the name of their group. They were in second place in the rankings. Jihar didn't understand at all what this was all about or why there was a ranking. Haru, on the other hand, was suffering because he was now watching the news instead of his show. Huanan put the fan to his lips and revealed the new system. The first 10 groups of hunters would continue to receive the payments that they had before today. The guys looked at each other. In their opinion, nothing had changed, and now they couldn't understand even more what it was all for. Haru was already starting to freak out about his show. At that moment, Dogon, who continued to sit on the couch, spoke. The guys looked back to him sharply when the guy said that things were going to get really bad now. They would have new enemies, not only the Bomas, but the humans themselves. Seeing their puzzled looks, Dogon continued to explain. With a heavy sigh, he warned that not all hunters would like this. They might start killing other hunters to break through in the rankings and take out the competition. Jeha realized the full horror of the boy's words. His stomach immediately twisted, for he couldn't even think that other people could turn out to be enemies. Somewhere far away in the Ingwangsan Mountains was a secret place that no one knew about. The creatures with snow-white skin had managed to find this place. They had already approached the secret passage and prepared to rush in. The passage shimmered in front of the monsters and mesmerized them with its beauty. But the creatures didn't care about the beauty of the world. The passage itself was covered by a curtain. The Dudara tribe's shelter was bustling with activity. People were going about their business and making weapons so that others could resist the bomb invasion. The boy looked the other way and cheerfully reported that he had gotten a signal when the wires were properly attached. He didn't yet know what danger lurked behind him. The secret hideout of the Dudara tribe had been infiltrated by an intruder. This snow-white creature had not come here for peaceful conversations. The monster had a fearsome and bloodthirsty aura. Without further words or warning, the creature snapped out of its seat. Its large maw opened, revealing a row of white and sharp teeth. A piercing scream sounded as Dudara's body was torn apart. Blood splattered in all directions. The men immediately recognized the danger. Dudara, aged, shouted at the top of his voice about the attack. He ordered everyone to go to shelter and lock the doors. The frightened men were confused, but at the same time quickly began to follow the order. Everyone rushed in one direction. Some helped those who couldn't move quickly. Others grabbed weapons and covered the backs of their tribesmen. No one wanted to die. Everyone ran in hopes of escaping the monsters that had infiltrated their home. The moment the last men ran for cover, the guy pressed the button very quickly so that the gate would close sooner. The man in the hat took a breath and looked at the locked gate. He couldn't understand at all how someone had managed to find this place and who those monsters were. Pierre stepped forward. He didn't know what had happened and was shocked by it. He, like the others, couldn't understand how anyone had managed to find their hideout. They looked up to the screen that hung on the wall and switched to video surveillance. The monsters had stopped in front of the gate and were not taking any action yet. The man in the hat exhaled with relief. Just as suddenly, something slammed sharply into the metal gate. The single impact left a very serious dent in them. The Dudars were numb with fear. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. This place was their refuge, and now some unknown monsters were smashing it and wanted to destroy them. Meanwhile, the monster was gaining its magical energy, which formed into a sphere. The creature abruptly let its hand on the gate and another thunderous sound was heard. This time, the monster managed to punch a gap in the gate, but not so big that those could fit through. He stretched out his arm and waved it around, trying to catch someone, and out of the shadows his scarlet eyes burned. Pierre looked at the clawed hand and realized that he had seen these monsters before. His whole body shuddered as he knew how strong they were. Still, the fact that the creatures were able to pass through Dudara's barrier did not settle in his mind. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Pierre looked at all of his tribesmen and shouted that the gate would not hold for long. They all needed to leave the shelter as soon as possible. They started running. The guy running behind Pierre didn't want to leave the place as they would have nowhere else to live, but Pierre knew that if they stayed here, they would all die. Pierre remembered the words of the prophecy that said that the half-breed would bring doom upon all. For both the Goms and the Bombs, the war would soon be over. The old man behind him looked at the boy with interest, and an uneasiness arose in him. Then Pierre realized something. He remembered those guys, and thought about how they could take the Dudars in and help them. The Thabe were gone, which meant the Gomas might not be feuding with the Dudars. They stopped and looked back. The older man doubted Pierre's idea, and yet they had no other choice now. One guy stopped the other and suggested calling the hunters to this place through their app. The other guy had no idea how it was possible to do that, since Mount Ingwansan was swarming with Bomas, and the hunters simply wouldn't be able to get here. They reached the exit of the shelter and hurried to leave. They now had to find places where there were many Bomas and hunters to find shelter in their company. It was now every Dudari for himself. The boy shouted across the passage for everyone to leave the caves. The old man heard his words and called to Pierre to get out just as quickly. Pierre, meanwhile, was doing something very fast and clacking buttons on some device. The man was surprised, but the guy wasn't going to leave the creatures their sanctuary. He would do anything to make them pay for what they had done. Another gate felt this pressure of the creature's heavy blows. The old man shuddered with fear, his eyes staring at the doors. He had no idea they could break through so quickly. The snow-white creature smashed its way into their room. The shards of the gates flew in different directions. The man grabbed Pierre and pulled him to the side so he wouldn't get hit by a rock. At that very moment, the explosive he was preparing for the monsters flew out of Pierre's hands. The device had travelled too far away from them. Pierre looked at the device that was already too far away with horror. He didn't even notice his friend abruptly froze in place and a dark shadow fell over his eyes. The boy turned his head towards his friend to hurry him up, but he saw a terrible picture. A spray of blood was spurting out of the old man's mouth. His whole body trembled, and he could only utter one word, "Run." When the monster kicked the gate, a huge shard crashed into the man's body. He was trying to protect Pierre, and by doing so, he had set his back up. Right now, the man could no longer run. The monster spread its arms, wanting to tear apart the Dudara standing in front of it. Pierre couldn't take his eyes off his friend. A shiver ran through the merchant's entire body. He didn't want to leave him, but he had no other choice. Before his eyes, the snow-white creature tore his old friend's body apart. Blood scattered in all directions. With tears in his eyes, Pierre started to run to the sound of tearing flesh and clanking teeth of monsters. He vowed to himself that he would avenge these creatures for all the horror his tribe had endured today. Haru abruptly snapped his eyes open. A very dark feeling stirred in his heart and clenched painfully. He could not yet understand what had caused his body to feel such terrible emotions, but was certain that something irreparable had happened. He got up from his bed and held his head, trying to get his thoughts in order. The eerie feeling wouldn't stop leaving his body. After a while, Haru made his way to the lounge and turned on the television. He was glad because at this time there was a repeat episode of his favourite series. In this way, the guy tried to distract himself from the burdensome feeling. At that moment, Jeha came out of his room. He was thirsty and surprised to see Hara here at this hour. Jeha called out to his friend, but he continued to stare silently at the TV screen and didn't react at all to the guy's words. And when he walked around his friend, he noticed that Haru had tears frozen in his eyes. He continued to stare blankly at the TV and was completely oblivious to the presence of the others. Jeha twitched. He had no idea why Haru might be crying. He figured it was likely that his friend had gotten caught up in a very touching moment in the show. The boy shifted his gaze to the screen, but there was nothing there that could evoke such emotions, at least not with Jeha. Jeha didn't want to sleep anymore. Too many thoughts were in his head. He brewed himself a hot cup of coffee and decided it would be good to get some fresh air. Jeha headed to the roof of their house. As soon as the guy opened the doors, he heard someone's voices. One definitely belonged to Sein. Sein was sincerely asking for forgiveness, for he didn't even think about the fact that his words might hurt the others. The Bomas had caused too much grief to his friends. Huang's sister was brutally murdered in the basement of a shopping mall when she was captured. Despite that, Huang smiled, asking his friend not to worry about it. To Seihin's surprise, Huang saw sense in his friend's words. The boy thought about his little sister who'd been killed, about Jehu, whose dad was a bomb, and of course about Huan, who had a lover from the bomb tribe. The only question left was whether to continue the war or understand and forgive them. Sein leaned on his arm and looked up to where 1,000 stars twinkled. He thought about how violence unequivocally led to more violence. Such thoughts were depressing to the lad. The boys continued to stand looking at the stars and the city. They realized that there are unforgivable acts, and forgiveness could not bring back those they had already lost. There was a creak of the door which made Huang's head spin, but there was no one behind him. He thought the draft was playing with the door. But Sohu was sitting on the roof, crossing his arms over his chest. He had heard their conversation and was absorbed in his own not-so-easy thoughts. On the night the Dudars were ruthlessly slaughtered, bright stars from mounting Vansen began to rise into the sky. It was as if the souls of the dead were taking their final journey. Haru felt every soul that was leaving this world. He felt that the living beings of Mounting Vansen were senselessly dying. Something started to happen. Suddenly the guys felt a hellish headache at the same time. They grimaced and didn't realize what was happening to them. Even those who were sleeping through their slumber felt this pain. Something very vivid was seeping into their consciousness. They all at once heard a single phrase that said that the half-breed would bring doom upon all. Jeha's eyes bulged, the pain preventing him from thinking about anything else. Something very strange was happening to them. Hupo had absolutely no idea what Thabe was talking about now, and his friend had just voiced the prophecy that the Dudars had made about a man with the blood of Bom and Gom in him. Hupo knew that Tab had such mixed blood. He turned to him and wanted to comfort his friend, but he was not allowed to finish. Thabe smiled. He hadn't considered that such a person would be him, since the Dudars themselves had blessed his soul to protect Shinshi. Even after death, he would be a spirit protector. At the same time, a small, strange white monster sat on Tubei's shoulder. Thabe's words soothed Hupo's soul. He turned toward the sun and smiled. If everyone lives in peace, then all will be well. Then Hupo couldn't help but notice that some strange monster was sitting on his friend's shoulder. Thabe blanched and didn't immediately give his answer. Thabe then turned to the monster on his shoulder and assured his friend that it couldn't hurt anyone. The monster was too small for something great. Hupo did not share his friend's recklessness at all. He had seen a real monster that was dangerous even in such a small form, plus it needed to be fed blood. Thabe put his finger under the monster's snout and it took a small bite with gusto. The boy promised his friend that he wouldn't give the monster more blood than it needed. He kept everything under close control. Hoopo had always known that Thaber had oddities, but he never would have thought that he would start raising a monster. In the end, Hoopo was confident in his friend's strength. He went on his way waving goodbye. Hoopo opened his eyes and was completely unaware of what was happening to him. His body was chained by the Shindansu tree pole. He didn't understand why he was here in this state and how this could have even happened. At the same time, brutal murders were taking place in front of Thabe's eyes. Gom swung his sword and slashed Bombs back. Thabe screamed with all his might and tried to stop the massacre, but for some strange reason no one heard him. He pulled with force on the shackles restraining him, but for some reason the shackles wouldn't break. At the same time, another Thabe spoke. It was a liar posing as the true guardian of the lands. He gave out commands and announced that he would be in the vanguard. Raising his sword of death, the liar promised to slay all the Bombs. The worst part was that the real Thabe could do nothing and no one could hear him, and the people around him fully supported the liar. Thabe was horrified when he saw his copy and the words that were spoken. He had no wish in his life to harm the Bomas or anyone else. The liar promised the people peace in their lands. Everyone around them threw up their weapons and fully supported their leader. The man from the Dudara tribe was puzzled and realized that the war against the Bombs would begin again. The Gom, standing in front, was confident that they should follow Thabe. Thabe watched as the men supported the liar, and none of them heard his scream and pleas to stop. The chains continued to hold him down tightly and the world around him turned scarlet in colour. The liar turned his head and looked directly at the true Thabe. His gaze was filled with emptiness. The liar turned to his captive. His appearance changed to half of his face. One was the same as the true Thabe, but the other had the appearance of a monster, a red eye and creepy bloated veins. He was glad that Thabe was already awake and now the monster could thank him. Thabe frowned at what the liar said about how he was going to wipe out this Shinshi and build a brand new city on its ruins. Thabe was completely unable to realize who was standing in front of him. The liar swung his hand, forming a grid in the air from his power. This attack was directed towards the Shindansu tree. The liar had no name, but would prefer to call himself a snowflake. He was grateful for the blood that Thabe was giving him, but now was a different time. The attack went through the Shindan's tree and Thabe himself, cutting everything into small pieces. Tsabt realized that he was about to die. He begged forgiveness from his friend Hoopo for failing to recreate the desired world. At the moment of the destruction of Shindansu and Thabe himself, the guardian of Shinshi asked for only one thing, that his soul, blessed by the Dudars, could protect the city. His soul flew towards the sky like thousands of small sparks. Haru opened his eyes. He tried to comprehend what had just happened to him. The headache started to recede, and the guy thought about the fact that it might have been Tubai's own memories. The others felt the same feelings. They all saw the same memory at the same time. Huang and Sein looked at each other fearfully. They guessed that they had seen a strange vision at the same time. Meanwhile, a small group of Dudars entered Shinshi City. They moved slowly as they were afraid of running into the Bomas. The guys were puzzled that there were no bombs around. The girl turned to the guy and exhaled in relief as it was to their advantage. Pierre was not left with bad thoughts. The absence of the bombs in the neighbourhood didn't speak of anything good. He couldn't stop thinking about the monsters that could easily massacre the highly ranked Bombs. The boy walked behind and looked at the city with wide open eyes. He was even hesitant about the rightness of their path, as he was completely unable to recognise the current city. Pierre looked at the city lying in ruins. Understanding his tribesman's surprise, the city had changed a great deal since the day the Bomas had set foot on these lands. The merchant could not understand how those creatures had been able to find their refuge. It was hidden by Dudara's power and impossible to find. Suddenly it dawned on him that if he used GPS like the bomb hunters did, they could be tracked down. Pierre pulled his phone out of his pocket and looked at the hunter's app. He assumed that the monsters could have used such an app for their own purposes, and that horrified him. He remembered how the hunters he had summoned through that app had entered the bomb shelter, but they had been killed by those creatures. Realizing all this, Pierre ordered his tribesmen to get rid of their phones. The guys looked at him in surprise and didn't immediately want to believe the seriousness of Pierre's words, except that for the others it was already too late. The monsters had caught up with their group too quickly. A huge clawed hand swept through too quickly for Dudar to escape the attack. The snow-white creatures were able to tear apart the guy's body in an instant. They squeezed the blood from his limbs and poured it into their jaws. Pierre and the other two boys hid behind the car. They were frightened and afraid to move. The merchant himself was only convinced of his hunch. Their whereabouts were being tracked through an app. The monster swiveled its head around looking for its new victim while the boys were in hiding behind the car. Pierre also decided that these things were only oriented by GPS signals. The guys had a difficult goal in front of them. They needed to survive until morning to find a shelter without maps and be able to get to the center of the city, where it was safer. In the morning, the guys gathered around the same table to have breakfast. They shared that something very strange had happened that night and they had seen the leading. Dogon was most surprised by this, and he started to swivel his head in different directions. The boy couldn't believe that they all could have had the same dream. For those who were awake at that moment, it wasn't a dream. They took it as a memory. Huang actually stated that everything felt like Thabe was himself. Haru interjected into the conversation. He reminded everyone of Sane's words that they had all been Tebe in their past lives, so it was possible that this could all be a memory of Tahabe himself, and it wasn't a pleasant one. They had a very vague recollection of that memory, and were completely unable to understand what was happening. The two Thabe had raised many questions for them, but what worried them the most was Shinshi's destruction, and that the half-breed would bring Tumul doom. Hosu caught a glimpse of Jehu. The boy was peacefully eating his breakfast, and his friend's thoughts were not at all rosy. The one with Bom and Gom's blood in him, the one who had broken the seal and released the bombs from their imprisonment. At first he thought the prophecy was about Jehu, but the boy hadn't willingly opened the gate for the Bomas. Shaking his head, he still thought about the fact that the legend could have been just a legend. Huan leaned over to Sane and suggested that he turn to the Dudara tribe for help. The prophecy was from them, which meant it could be passed down from generation to generation. They also remembered Pieri, who knew something about Thabe. Dogon heard what the boys were talking about and raised his hand, drawing their attention. The boy had a serious face and he had something to say about it. He reminded everyone that the place to look for Pieri was in the 1st district of Shinshi near Mount Ingwansan, and everyone knew very well that there were too many Bomwas dwelling in that place. It was too risky. The guys were surprised and didn't even know that Pieri lived so far away. They immediately realized that they would meet too many enemies there that they would have to deal with. Yaha clenched his sword. It was the first time he had spoken in the entire breakfast, and he was determined to go to Mount Ingwansan. They needed answers. The television that was running in the background began to broadcast the news. The boys fell silent and started listening to the anchor. The man told them that the tiger butterflies would be sending 200 hunters to the 1st district for a sweep, and they expected to accomplish this mission in a month. Eventually the boys packed up and hit the road. Jiha not only wanted to save Shinshi, but also to find Hupo. He would finally be able to get even with him for all the grief he had caused him and the rest of the humans. Huanan stood against a tree similar to Shindansu's. A window glowed in front of him, showing the progress of the download. The man was a little resentful that things were happening slower than he had hoped. Huanan picked up his phone and looked into it. Information about a group of hunters called Chaco was displayed in front of him. It was because of them that he had lost his resource and everything had gotten slower. After all, those guys had destroyed them all. Looking at the pictures, Huanan couldn't help but notice their similarities to Thabe. Thinking of him, vile memories surfaced in his mind. Anger overwhelmed this man, and he squeezed his hand so hard that the phone flew apart. Huanan was distracted from his thoughts and turned his head to the sound coming from the television. Just at that moment, the news was on. Huanan was interested in it, and now he had learned that over 200 tiger butterflies would be going on a sweep of the 1st district of the city. This information put Huanan in a good mood. The tiger butterflies were on their way to meet their doom without even realizing it. There was a real beating going on near Mount Ingwangsan. Hunters and Bomas clashed in a crushing battle. There were casualties on both sides. The man was pressing his weapon and shouting. He wanted so badly to crush the Boma standing in front of him to make money as soon as possible. Jichu held back the man's blow and had absolutely no intention of dying. His eyes were burning and the power within Bom was raging. Eventually Bom was able to dodge the onslaught, while making a counter-strike at the man and defeating him with his attack. Jichu began to wave his hand carelessly to clean up the human's blood. He was convinced that these hunters would not be able to clean up their hideout. They were still trying to find those responsible for the deaths of the high-ranking Boma. Now they were all gathered together, trying to find those who had managed to kill their brothers and sisters. Their hands were drenched in blood, but that didn't give them the right to stop. The boys of the tiger butterflies realized that they were now facing a completely different enemy than they had ever faced before. Donchol was among his men. He grimaced in fear and worry for his men. He knew the enemy would be strong, but he never thought it would be this strong. The man realized that 200 men were too few for such monsters. Hupo was pleased that he and his men were able to defend Mount Ingwansan and the passage that led to the Shadow World. The inhabitants of the Shadow World were safe. Now they could go to the center of Shinshi. Bulti was in a farm where eggs were stored in the walls. He stopped in front of a cage that held 2 people. Bom clutched his head, feeling very sick. He felt very sick and his body refused to function properly. Bom bowed his head and felt pressure in his chest and coughed. Blood clots began to fly out of his mouth. He urgently needed meat to restore his sober's condition. The girl looked at Bom with horror and hugged her little brother. She was ready to sacrifice herself just to keep her little brother alive. The boy was also very much afraid for his own life and that of his sister. Bulti raised his head. He was disgusted to hear her words. He ordered them to shut up. Prayers wouldn't help the girl at all, as they would both be dead soon anyway. Suddenly, Bulti thought a strange golden light appeared around him. Bom opened his eyes wide and held his head. A sad female voice began to sound in his head. Bulti could recognize it without a doubt. It was Nare, who he had once killed, speaking to him. He began to remember all the conversations that had taken place between them. How Nair had stood in a field full of sunflowers and shared her happy memories of the boy Goma with whom she had managed to befriend. Then the sunny Nar disappeared, replaced by a memory of Chahu and their last conversation. Bom didn't want to kill any more people. He didn't understand why Bulti was so fierce about it. Chahu was so very tired of everything. He crashed his head into the concrete just to avoid touching a human and becoming a monster. Bom wanted peace for everyone. Bulti lost his temper. He absolutely did not want to hear the voices of the dead in his head. He grabbed a bar of the bars and bent it with force, creating a hole in the cage. Bom was furious. The words of his dead tribesmen kept going round and round in his head, and it pissed him off even more. After all, he would never understand why everyone felt so sorry for the Gom tribe. His brother and sister trembled with fear at the sight of the maddened beast. When the monster's teeth were very close, the girl tearfully covered her little brother. The boy screamed and cried, fearing for his baby sister. But something unforeseen happened. Bom, who was about to tear people apart and feed on their meat, became a victim himself. The snow-white creatures came at Bulti from different directions. They sank their teeth into Bom. Bulti opened his eyes in surprise. He looked at the creature that continued to squeeze Bom's body and realized that they had begun to eat him. The girl and the boy watched in horror. The Huanan creatures had hatched from the eggs that were closest to their cage. Except that Bulti was in no hurry to be upset. He wasn't going to give up his life so easily. A mad smile stretched his lips. Bom's eyes glittered in the darkness as he remembered that Huanan owed him something. Bulti was ruthless even with these creatures. He tore out one monster's leg and grabbed it in his teeth. Bom was confident that he could handle anything. Surviving for revenge against the Gomes and eventually killing Huanan was his primary goal. Bulti encountered another creature, but he fiercely pushed his way out of this place. Bom would no longer serve Huanun. He needs to throw off the chains of hatred that have bound him for 4,000 years. The boys reached the 5th district of Xinxi City. They had no idea the place would become so uninhabitable. It was a strange thing, because they hadn't met a single bomb along the way. They thought it was the work of the tiger butterflies. After a long way they stopped. Dogon could hardly breathe, for the sun was scorching everything around them. Then Jihar suggested a halt and pointed his finger behind his back. They took shelter behind the walls of one of the ruined buildings. Dogon was red from the heat. He was having the hardest time with the weather. Huan warned everyone that he would go to the roof to look around. He went to the roof of the building where they were camping. The hot wind greeted him affectionately. At the same time, somewhere down the street, a single bomb was fancying himself. He had a beastly appearance, but that didn't stop him from looking good. He was surprised that the leaders were nowhere to be found. Because of that, Bom assumed that those had gone hunting. Raising his head, Bom noticed a strange figure on the roof of one house. He stared interestedly at the dark spot, trying to figure out what or who it was. As he got closer, Bomber was able to see the figure as a human. The beast moved quickly and completely failed to understand why some person could stand on the roof so unconcerned. Suddenly, the man abruptly turned around and headed back into the building. He had just opened the doors and was walking inside. Bom's eyes immediately became inflamed with anticipation of hunting the man, and drool flowed from his mouth. He decided to let him go inside, for indoors the man would have no chance of defeating him. Dashing to the very door behind which the man had hidden, Bom burst into the room. He roared with all his might to take the lad by surprise and frighten him. The beast's eyes were burning, its mouth was grinning. Suddenly, Bom, who had burst in, was dumbfounded. His mouth was still open, but his gaze read intense surprise and confusion at what he saw in front of him. In front of the beast stood a whole group of hunters who were armed and just waiting for him to appear. No matter how you look at it, Bom fell into the most trivial trap. To destroy the monster, the guys had enough minutes. They decided to go on and be more vigilant. Bom's hand appeared from the room, and a pool of blood flowed out from under it. Walking down the street, the boys stopped abruptly as they heard a suspicious noise. They looked in front of them, trying to figure out what was going on up ahead. Dogon pointed his finger in the direction and his eyes widened in surprise. Not everyone immediately realized what was happening there. A moment later, there was an explosion on another street. Everything around them flew into the air. This alerted them very much. Jihar immediately grabbed the hilt of his sword. He commanded everyone to stop as the guy noticed that something was approaching them. There was indeed someone running towards them, and this someone was incredibly scared and was rushing as if death itself was chasing him. As soon as the man got closer, they could see Pierre in him. Dudar was running with all his legs, his breathing ragged and tears streaming from his eyes. When the merchant saw the boys, he couldn't believe his eyes. Yahar was equally surprised to see them in such a place. He stared at Pierre, trying to figure out why he was trying to run away so fast. He and the other two boys didn't stop and ran. They were fighting for their lives and had probably never run so fast in their lives. And there was a very good reason for that, because they were being chased by terrifying monsters that the hunters had never met before. The creatures were not human-like, had tails and very muscular bodies. Pierre, as soon as he reached, immediately grabbed onto Yehu. The boy didn't even pay attention to it, as he stared at the creatures with all his eyes and couldn't understand at all what they were. Pierre was sobbing, he was begging for help and begging for them to be saved, as Duda added that Shinchi was in imminent danger. He was very happy to meet the Chaco group, for they were the ones he was aiming for. Yaha and the boys were just looking for Pierre, but never expected to encounter an unknown force. The boy looked up and jerked down towards he saw the monster too close. The one-eyed creature reached out its hand towards them. There was a thick vapor coming from its mouth, and the whole appearance of the monster was very scary. At the same time, Bulti never managed to escape. He was caught up by Jigui, who found out that the bomb had killed her youngest. The girl pressed Bomb into the ground and tried to find out the reasons for such an act of his. Jigui stepped on Bulti's jaw and continued her interrogation. Bomb straddled the girl's leg and tried to move it away from his face, but he lacked the strength to do so. The girl's gaze was murderous, and she was also crying because this bomb had killed the newly hatched cubs. Anger was vivid. Jigui abruptly raised her foot and with furious force began to kick at Bulti's body. Bomb felt all the girl's anger on his body. All the air was literally being knocked out of him, blood flying in different directions. She again pressed his head to the ground, demanding to hear a clear answer. At the same time, someone came out from around the corner. Huanan was that person. As he came closer, the man started clapping his hands and smiled indulgently. He was amused by the fact that Bomb in front of him was a complete non-entity. Hearing Huanan's voice, Bulti smiled. He had never thought that his target would come to him proper. This was a great chance for Bomb to kill Huanan. Jigui raised her foot again and delivered another crushing blow, only this time Bomb was able to dodge in time, and the girl's foot slammed into the concrete. Bulti's eyes blazed with rage and began to fill with blackness. He was unleashing his true form to be able to fight the hated man. Bulti's might rose towards the sky, his dark red energy power surging out. Even from the other end of the neighborhood, this surge could be seen. Hoso was heading somewhere. He glanced sharply to the side when he felt a strong energy surge in the air. The boy immediately felt Bulti's presence and realized it was him. Hoso immediately remembered Bomb's words about Maro and Bulti following some person's instructions. Because of that, Bomb's existence was threatened. Also, Bomb couldn't forget the conversation with Juan, who blamed Bulti for Nara's death. He didn't want to believe it, but everything pointed to Bulti's guilt. Hoso clenched his teeth. He had no idea what Bulti was up to behind their backs, but the feeling was bad. He had to figure this all out. Bulti started thrashing from side to side, smashing everything around him. In this way, he was trying to confuse Huanun and the girl. Huanan himself watched Bomb's actions calmly, not at all worried for his life. Huanan covered his eyes. All this noise and devastation was making him sad. He quietly asked Bulti to calm down and stop smashing things around. The moment Bulti decided to attack the guy, transforming into his most powerful form, Huanan pulled his phone out of his pocket. The man wasn't worried at all about the beast's attack. He wanted to show Bulti something interesting. Huanan opened his camera, preparing for the live feed. The phone displayed Bulti's muzzle, his bright eyes and sharp teeth, and Huanan's own carefree smile. The main street of Shinchi was full of people. They heard strange noises. Someone was checking the microphone's operation. Some stopped and searched with their eyes for where the sound was coming from. Everyone on the street raised their heads to the large advertising screens. The one who spoke introduced himself as Jeha from the Chaco Hunter Group. Some immediately recognized him, for he had become famous when he freed the captives from the mall. A guy who looked very much like Jeha actually appeared on the advertising screens. He had a hood on his head, which hid some of the dissimilarities. The length of his hair was different, and black streaks were visible on his cheeks. The guy claimed to have caught the culprit. Some time before the live show, Bulti unleashed his power towards Huanun, but the man managed to bounce aside in time. Bright furrows travelled across the ground, raising pillars of dust into the air. Bulti was furious that his perfect attack hadn't worked. He eyed the man, and the man appeared on the other side of Bomb. Tentacles emerged from under Huanan's cloak. They moved chaotically. Bulti roared with anger. One of the tentacles darted toward Bomb, who barely had time to deflect the attack. He followed his gaze to the tentacle, which was undoubtedly moving too fast. Bulti wasn't going to give up so easily. Bouncing off the tentacles that were darting from side to side, Bomb got too close to the man. A power flared up in his hand and took the form of a sphere. All he had to do was release this orb towards Huanan. Huanan's tentacles surrounded Bomb on all sides. One move and the monster would be pierced through and through. The man smiled, for to him, Bulti was a child's plaything and nothing more. He did not see him as an enemy at all. Bulti raised his head, feeling an incredible pressure from above. A dark shadow fell across his shoulders as Huanen's tentacles blocked out the daylight and headed toward his enemy. There was no way Bomb would be able to bounce back or dodge such an attack. He felt the pain roll through his entire body. Huanen's tentacles were piercing his flesh in different parts of his body. Right in front of Huanen's face was the Bulthi sphere, but Bomb never managed to use it. The man smiled broadly. He was anticipating his next move, for he already had plans for Bomb. Bulthi grinned and his whole body shuddered in pain. He still did not understand who Huanen was, or how he had such tremendous power. Huanen no longer saw the point in hiding his identity. Half of the man's face began to change and began to resemble Thabe's appearance. He smiled, introducing himself as Snowflake. Huan-nun, who introduced himself as Jeha, and took on a similar appearance to him, continued to broadcast live. All humans could see and hear it. He pointed out that he had caught a bomb named Bulthi. The bomb was suspended by his arms and impaled with spears, his head down. People stared in surprise at the screens that were placed all over Shinshi where civilization still existed. Jeha's voice kept broadcasting that he was going to perform an execution after which he would bring back the former Shinshi. One of the screens showed the girl walking up to the monster and thrust another spear into Bulti's body. Bomb roared in pain. Lying Jeha wasn't going to grant Bomb a quick death, so he would bully him until the last moment. One of the hunters was in full support of the action that was now being shown live. He wanted to see more blood and for Bomb to be bullied even more. The guy was tugged by someone, and he turned his head in anger. He didn't like it at all that his attention was being diverted from such a spectacular event. The girl who had tugged the hunter looked too pale and crying. She was afraid to speak, so she raised her hand for the lad to notice that she was bound. She was trembling all over and hoping for the hunter's help. The guy didn't understand at all and started to demand an apology from the girl yet. Suddenly, at the same moment, Maro spoke up. He looked at the screen and saw the live feed. The girl gingerly turned to Bomb. The guy, having too much self-confidence, continued to resent the girl for still not apologizing, and just as he was about to announce that he was a hunter from the Tiger Butterfly Company, just as suddenly his face turned pale, his eyes opened wide as something changed in front of him. The guy who was holding the girl suddenly changed dramatically. An ominous and very dangerous dark aura began to emanate from him. His eyes lit up with a bright flash and tiger patterns appeared on his face. Maro did nothing. After what he had seen on TV, he no longer cared about the people around him. He needed to help his brother Bulti. Bomb jumped up in 1 second and it seemed like he just vanished into thin air. Jeha took a hard hit from the snow-white creature. The guy was shocked that the monster's strength was so fierce. If he hadn't set his sword up in time, his head would have been smashed. The one-eyed monster smiled. He enjoyed doing battle with these people. The rest of the guys were just as busy catching another monster like this. Dogon was continuously showering the creature with his bullets, but it still continued to move nimbly. The third monster was occupied by Hosu, Haru, and Huan. They attacked it from different directions and tried to restrain the creature's movements. Hosu threw chains on its arms, Haru summoned a golden spirit, and Juan sought to pierce the monster's body with his spear. The boy continued to fight the monster and clearly realized that the creature's strength was far greater than Bomb's. Jeha could barely hold back the white-skinned man's onslaught. The one-eyed monster swung his arm once more and struck the guy's sword with force, who put his sword in front of him as a shield. The creature was not interested in playing with the Gomas, as it considered them too weak. After another blow, Jehu was thrown back many meters. The force of the blow was too great for him to stand on his feet. Jeha crashed into a wall that was in his way. The concrete under his back cracked and shattered, leaving a dent. The guy himself, on the other hand, spit out blood. Haru immediately noticed that Jehu was thrown back very hard. He was distracted from his fight, and a golden chain surged around him. The Chaco hunters continued to fight the unknown, but very strong monsters. They could not lose to any creatures and continued their confrontation. This battle was watched by the Dudars, who unfortunately didn't have the strength to take up arms and confront the enemy. Pierre was horrified at what was happening. He knew that the Chaco were very capable hunters, but now, seeing what was happening, the merchant realized the strength of the creatures. Those were very serious enemies and carried a threat to the entire city. Streams of blood flowed from Jeha's head. He didn't care about the pain. His main concern now was that he didn't have enough power. Jeha immediately thought about the fact that he couldn't defeat Hoopo with such weak strength, that Bomb was no less powerful than these monsters, and he can't even defeat them. Jeha remembered the day when he first picked up the Sword of Death. Then his mind was transported to the memories of Taibei, and the guy felt an incredible strength in his body. He had to do it again to become stronger. To protect his loved ones, the guy had to become stronger. After realizing this, Jahei rose to his feet and a completely different aura was already playing around him. It was filled with a power he had never felt before. The pain and fatigue faded into the background. He saw the creature before him and he had to destroy it. The one-eyed creature was pleasantly surprised that Jeha could still move and survived his attack. People used to die after the first hit, but this guy was an exception. The creature looked at the guy. It jabbed its finger at him, reminding him that no matter how strong he was, he still couldn't become stronger than the creature itself. Jeha suddenly sprang into action. He jumped up from his seat so quickly that the monster just didn't expect it. Up until this point, the man had been moving at a much slower pace, and here he changed drastically. The one-eyed creature immediately turned its head, expecting an attack from behind. Behind him, something did indeed pass behind him, very similar to the guy's sword. But it was only a shadow. The creature immediately turned its head forward as it realized that something was a trap, which meant it would be attacked from the front. The sword actually went straight for its eye. The creature very quickly managed to dodge, and at the same moment the weapon once again became just a shadow, which caused the illusion of an attack. Arching its back, the creature recognized the fact that such a bunch of attacks was too dangerous for it. And at that very moment, a guy appeared right out of thin air. He forced the monster to bend into such a position that he could deliver a decisive blow that the creature would not be able to dodge. His face covered in blood gave Jeha a ferocious look. His eyes glowed a bright violet, his aura pulsing uncontrollably around him. His hands gripped his sword tightly, and at that very moment it was clear who was the stronger of the two of them. Bulti flashed back to the memory of the little spider-sized monster that always sat on Thabe's shoulder. He had never imagined that one day that monster would grow up. Bulti even thought that Thabe had given him a whole sea of blood to drink. Hwanan was no longer willing to listen to Bulti. He ordered Jigwe to end the matter, and shut Bomb up once and for all. The girl blushed just thinking. She was armed with a dozen spears with which she was going to impale Bomb's body. Bulti realized that his affairs were too bad now. He couldn't stand it and asked to wait. It was hard for him to do so he said everything through clenched teeth. The lying Jeha smiled. Such a pathetic reaction of Bomb gave him pleasure. He decided to take advantage of the situation and find out where Hoopo was hiding now. Bulti waved his head. He would certainly not give away his lord. What he was talking about, however, was something else entirely. Bulti asked to give him a quick death by beheading him. Only such a request infuriated Hwanun. He took up his spear, the lad's eyes glittering with danger and bloodthirst. He wasn't going to give Bomas an easy and quick death. He had promised that he would kill the entire tribe in a brutal and painful manner. Hwanan intercepted the spear, a terrible dark energy swirling around his body. He flipped the spear over and glared at Bulti, wanting to inflict maximum pain on him. But just as he prepared to deliver his crushing blow to him, something slammed into the wall beside him. A deep groove was left on the wall. Maro appeared just in time and scattered concrete stones in all directions to stop Hwanan's attack. He had come here to get Bulti. But it wasn't just Mora who appeared in this place. Hoso appeared in the air. Bomb covered his face with his hands to protect himself from the rocks and dust. He was hurtling downwards. Hoso looked obliquely at Maro. He wanted to know what Maro had been up to lately, that their actions had become detrimental to the Overlord's plan. Maro sighed heavily. He didn't expect to find Hoso here, so he asked him to leave the questions for later. Maro saw his friend. Bulti was chained by his arms, with sharp spears sticking out of his chest. He couldn't make out his head, but he knew for sure that Maro had come for him. Hoso was looking around the area and trying to figure out what had happened here. At that time, Maro broke the chains holding Bulti down. Bomb collapsed to the ground and looked very bad. At this time, Hwanan, in the guise of Theb, stepped out of the shadows. He smiled when he saw an old acquaintance of Hoso. Hwanan counted on the fact that Hoopo might have been somewhere in the neighborhood. Hoso saw the man standing in front of him and stunned in surprise. He could not believe that the very real Thabe stood before him. Bulti poked his finger at the impostor and pointed out that it was not the real Thabe. Even though he felt very bad, Bomb could not allow Hwanan to deceive his brothers. The liar's tentacles burst out from behind his back and raced towards Bomb. He wasn't happy that Bulti had blabbed his little secret, and now Hwanan wished he could shut them all up so that no one else would ever know the truth. The tentacle flew past Hoso. Everything was happening so fast that if they had come down on him, they would have hit their target for sure, but right now Hwanan's target was Bulti. Hoso immediately moved to his brother's side and put up a protective barrier, the tentacles slamming into him and unable to penetrate any deeper. Hwanan, in the guise of Thabe, grinned. He wasn't going to give up so easily, so he was resolute in his actions. Hopeso looked at his enemy with undisguised hatred. A dangerous energy was bubbling around Boma. His eyes lit up. He absolutely hated that the pitiful man was underestimating them. If not for the Lord's orders, Hoso would have torn him into small pieces. Maro glanced at Bulti and then at Hoso. He didn't want to believe that someone could have mutilated Bulti so badly. Bomb himself was in very bad shape and had taken on his usual human appearance. His whole body was drenched in blood. Jigwe heard a beep on her phone. Distracted from what was happening, the girl examined the message. She turned to Hwanan, informing her that it was already time for them to head back. The liar turned his head in surprise. He had no idea that too much time had already passed. Meanwhile, his phone showed the download progress and there was already indicating 100%. His business was so important that Hwanan decided to leave the battle and leave. Jigui followed her father without even looking in the direction of the enemies. Hoso, on the other hand, took it as if they were running away from the battle. The imposter raised his hand to the sky. He granted them the opportunity to see the birth of a new Shinshi. It was such a blessing as a sign that they once had a past together. Hoso looked at the imposter with contempt, completely unaware of what the imposter was up to. In the meantime, Maro helped Bulti to his feet. Bulti was in very bad shape. Yaha swung his sword, power raging around him, and the monster's head flew off his shoulders. This monster would never be able to harm anyone ever again. At the same time, Sain and Hwan attacked another snow-white monster. A bright battle raged between them, power sparking and crumbling. The guys tried every possible way to corner the monster. At one point, the monster raised its head, its ears on its head twitching. He felt an internal signal that only they could hear. They were all being summoned by their father. Just as Sain prepared to strike again, the creature immediately disappeared from their sight. The boy looked puzzled at the empty space. All the creatures that were in the area just started running away from them. This raised many questions for the hunters, but one thing they knew for sure, they would not follow the monsters. When the danger had passed, Pieri stepped closer. He bent over the severed head of the monster and spoke. The merchant still couldn't believe that they had managed to destroy one of them. After all, these creatures were many times stronger than even high-ranked bombers. Pieri looked up at the boys in surprise. Somehow he thought that the hunters had already found out about these monsters, but judging by their puzzlement, he would be the first to tell them about the creatures. The merchant immediately reached into the folds of his sleeve and pulled out a small video camera. He wanted to show them the footage he had taken the day these monsters killed an entire hangar of bombs. Yeha was equally surprised. He watched the video of the creatures mercilessly killing the bombs. Pieri nodded his head, confirming that these creatures didn't care who they killed. They were also smart enough to use GPS to track their prey. The merchant continued his story and noted that the most dangerous creature was the one with a human form. Specifically, he met a scary little girl with very dangerous powers. As Pieri finished his story, he suddenly remembered that Yeha had mentioned at one point that they were on their way to find a merchant. Yeha put his hand to his chest and spoke very earnestly. The Chaco wished to prevent the destruction of Shinshi, and therefore they wanted to find out from Pieri where Hupo, the leader of the bombs, was. Pieri thought about these words. He knew that Hupo had very good instinct. The trader suggested that the boys look for the leader of the bombs on Mount Ingwansan. Yeha bowed his head. He had thought about it himself, and now it was only confirmed once again. With no better information, they had no choice but to go to Mount Ingwansan. Before Chaco and Pieri had gone their separate ways, the merchant had advised them to use the underground way of travel. The guys went down to the nearest subway and continued their journey. The tunnels had changed and turned very feral. As the boys travelled through the dark tunnel, Jehu was overcome with sullen thoughts. He doubted his own strength. After all, just a few months ago, he couldn't even defeat a low-tax bomb. Eventually, JR resolutely pushed the weakling's thoughts aside. He was inflamed with determination. He no longer had a choice. The guy had to protect his loved ones and Shinshi himself. The boys successfully made it to the foot of Mount Ingwansan. Dogon was the first to notice that there was no danger around. Then Sei noticed that there were no traces of hunters here either. Haru suggested that everyone just move forward. Haru raised his head. A light breeze blew towards him, enveloping the guy in foliage. It was as if the rock of Bombawi welcomed him. Haru couldn't help but notice that this place had changed a lot since he left. They stopped against an open gate. The gate glittered and sparkled. It was a very real passageway to the world of shadows. Yaha raised his sword, which glinted in the light of the setting sun. The boys were heading to the shadow world to stop the bombs once and for all. The shadow world was a dark place where vegetation did not take root very well. No rays of sunlight penetrated here and darkness was always present. Malsuk stopped abruptly. She felt two very familiar energies. Bomb thought to herself that Pungre and Nar had returned to the shadow world. Pebbles were flying around her, but it didn't bother her. Dogon noticed that Haru was puzzled about something. They had indeed entered a completely different place, one that was very different from their usual home. The boys were walking through an old village that reminded them of a historical movie set. They were twirling their heads and couldn't believe that this was ancient Shinshi. Suddenly, the bomb girl appeared in front of them. She was struggling to breathe and stopped very abruptly in front of them. Malsuk had run so hard to meet the people who had come, but the ones she saw were the ones she had met for the first time in her life. The boys immediately perked up and tensed up. Dogon came to his senses the moment he realized that there was no wind in the shadow world and he couldn't sense Bomb's approach. They were going to attack the girl any second now. Yeha started to draw his sword, but at the same time the guy couldn't realize who was standing in front of him. He could see Boma with his eyes, but he couldn't feel any enemy energy from her. He even had a hunch that she was so confident in her strength that she didn't even try to exert herself. Malsuk stared wide-eyed at the guy who swung his sword. She was terrified and completely unaware of the intrusion from the outside world, and the sword was already quite close to her neck. Suddenly, children's voices were heard from behind the bushes. They wanted to know if little sister had hidden. The boys were playing hide-and-seek at that moment. Jahar immediately froze on the meth as soon as he saw the children. The sword stopped right at the girl's neck. The children had already come out of their hiding place and were running towards their little sister. Malsuk folded her arms and apologized for anything she might have done to offend these people. The babies were just as frightened and completely unaware of what was happening. They looked at the people and their little sister with all eyes. Dogon put his hand on Jeha's shoulder, trying to stop him. Huang couldn't believe his eyes, for now there were real baby bomas standing in front of him. For a moment, the children surrounded Jeha. Their surprise was replaced by intense interest. They looked at the boy's sword, his clothes, and complained at their sister for leaving to play with such interesting people without them. Jeha stunned and was afraid to move. Memories of his family flashed before Jeha's eyes. He was angry at himself for bringing them up at the worst possible time, but committing murder in front of the children was definitely not something he wanted to do. The children immediately noticed that these strangers had no ears or tails. They remembered the stories of Nare's sister. These words attracted Juan, whose heart shuddered. These little ones might have known his beloved. The Boma children immediately began to praise their teacher Nare. They loved her very much, for the girl was the best teacher in their school. Malsuk decided to see if Juan was standing in front of her now. The boy could not believe that he heard his name from the lips of a stranger. It seemed so strange to him. Juan looked at her with a look of surprise. The boys lowered their weapons and didn't even think about attacking them. Dogon had decided to tease Hoser, who had intended to destroy every last one of the Bomas. Now the guy only grimaced and asked his friend to shut up. They turned their heads toward Juan, who was enjoying his conversation with the bombs. The boy brightened and smiled as the boys told him about his lover, and they were enjoying his presence as they could feel Nare's energy from him. Something had happened. The ground on which they were all standing abruptly began to shake and go deep crack. They fearfully began to look around, not realizing what was happening. Yehu froze as he heard and saw more of the villagers. A woman was approaching them and the Malsuk wreck. The girl immediately looked back at the familiar voice. Granny Suni immediately noticed the strangers and even at such a moment was able to note their beauty. The girl rebuked Granny for saying such embarrassing words. Granny Suni was surrounded by other elderly Bomas. They had all rushed here to warn that everything was cracking around them and the ground was collapsing. They should run away from this place as soon as possible. The girl turned to the boys and warned that the ground was about to collapse and that they should run away as soon as possible. Jahar couldn't believe his ears, but judging by everyone's panic, they weren't kidding with those expressions. Dogon hoisted the children onto his shoulders and headed after Malsuk. He didn't understand why they had risked their lives so much and wouldn't leave this place. Sadness flashed in Malsuk's eyes. They would have liked to do it, but they just couldn't. They reached the Shindansu tree. The girl pointed to it and told them that this tree gave them strength. Once they passed to the other world, the weak Bomas would lose all their strength and be a burden to the Lord. Jehar looked at his hands in surprise as he felt a very strong surge of strength. As soon as they approached that tree, they felt its power within them. The rest of the guys also felt the tree's powers on them as well. Dogon's shoulder even stopped hurting. They were filled with energy, as if they had a good rest. Granny spoke abruptly. She looked at Jehu and spoke bluntly about how she felt the two powers of both Bom and Gom in him. It also seemed all too familiar to her, for that was how Thabe himself was. Malsuk's eyes bulged. She was very worried that Granny Suni had mentioned that name. If the Overlord found out about it, he would definitely be angry. Jahar looked at the woman carefully. They were not allowed to finish this conversation. There was a sound like a thunderclap. Everyone was greatly startled. The sky above them crackled and began to crack. The Bomas were very frightened, as such a violent split had never happened before. Hosu held the little girl on his back and decided to find out what would happen if everything cracked. The girl told him in a concerned voice that they would all die. Those who fell through the cracks would never come back. Jahar heard this conversation and froze in place. All the pieces of the puzzle began to fit together in his mind, and the prophecy that said that the half-breed would bring about the destruction of the world sounded. He didn't want to believe it, but the Shadow World was being destroyed right now when he first entered it. Dogon made his decision quicker than anyone else. He was well aware that they couldn't stay in such a dangerous place. He waved his hand toward the portal. The boys were about to turn towards the exit of this world. Sehin suddenly stopped when he noticed the doubt on Jehar's face. Jahar held out his hand to the Bomas and motioned for them to leave with them. Those in the front rows couldn't believe what they heard. Malsuk was completely confused and didn't know what to do. The others looked at them the same way with disbelief. There was a great deal of doubt in her. They wouldn't be able to have strength without the Shindansu tree. Because of that, they were very much afraid for their lives, and yet the desire to leave this world was too great. Yahar smiled, assuming that if the Bomas lost their powers, they could live in peace with the Gomes. The boy wanted to protect them. Malsuk was suffering. For the long 4,000 years, they had dreamed every day of returning home to the real Shinshi. She didn't want to go against the Overlord's will, but now was a chance to get out of the shadow world. She squeezed her eyes tightly shut with tears coming out of them, and the girl nodded her head. She immediately turned around sharply and addressed her people. The girl reminded them that if they died in this world, their loyalty would not help them. They had only one option, to leave the world of shadows. Surprisingly, the girl was supported by all the villagers. They were moving towards the portal, and even the old men were following the Gomas. Malsuk knew that even stripped of their ancient powers, they would still be loyal to their lord. Yahar couldn't hold back his curiosity and turned to Granny Suni. He wanted to understand why she had spoken so warmly of Thabe. To this, Granny told him that Hoopo had never had any friends. Thabe was the first person to befriend him. She also mentioned that Hoopo was a very kind bomb. The old people thought that there was a very big misunderstanding between them that led to this conflict. They did not believe that one of them could have started such a war at will. These words surprised Jehu very much. At the moment when Shindansu collapsed, Granny Suni asked Jehu for a favour. It was a message to Hoopo that the old people believed in him and reaped. Hoopo, along with Ogep, carried on through the neighbourhoods of the city. The day had come when they could plant the seed of Shindansu. Hoopo opened his palm in which the small seed lay. They had waited so long for this, and today their dream would surely come true. Ogep ran first. They moved towards the centre of Shinshi, and at that moment Bom felt a strange energy. He reported his feelings to the Overlord. They froze in place and looked at the tree under the dome. Bom had the feeling that a real Shindansu tree was towering in front of them. Maro supported his friend. Bulti could barely walk. He was very badly wounded. At one point Bom spoke up and asked his brother to stop the Hatman. Maro was afraid for his friend and ordered him to keep quiet, otherwise his wounds might reopen. Blood continued to ooze from the hole in Bulti's body. Bom no longer thought he could survive. He knew his body better than anyone, and even regeneration would not help him. Maro didn't want to hear such desperate words from Bulti. He was going to get him blood and flesh to regenerate his strength. Bulti turned to Hoso at the same time. Bom immediately realized what was wanted from him, and it did not please him much. He took his mask, getting ready. Hoso put his mask over his face and said Maro's name. Bom immediately felt a strange power within him. His eyes lit up and something happened to him. Maro's body immediately sagged, and Hoso picked him up. Bulti thanked his friend for what he had done. Hoso looked at him and expected to hear Bulti's last words. Bulti looked up and decided to warn Hoso. He asked that he tell everything to the Overlord, for Bulti was sure that the man wished to fool Hoopo. Bulti continued to speak. He told him that Huanun was the very Snowflake and was able to take the form of Thebe. As soon as Hoso heard about Snowflake, he immediately thought of the same unkillable monster that Thebe had raised 4,000 years ago. Hoso thought of the monster that was able to transform into any organism if he tasted its blood. At the end of the day, Bulti asked Hoso to keep an eye on Maro to make sure he didn't do anything stupid. Hoso turned and said goodbye to the dying Bom. The monster that was to be feared was called Bulgasari. Bulti was left all alone and didn't mind dying in this place. He was getting colder and colder, and he realized that the end was too close. Two hunters ran into the alleyway and immediately spotted the sitting and defenseless Bulti. They thought they could take him down, and that was the end for Bom. The last thing Bulti saw before he died was the two Boms who lost their lives because of him. If only he could turn back time, he would surely have gone a different way. Unfortunately, it was too late for Bulti. The hunters had done their job, and Bulti lay in a pool of his own blood with tears in his eyes. Huanan was in a state of anticipation. Something grand was happening all around him. The eggs he had so anxiously nurtured were beginning to show signs of life and hatch. The eggs were cracking, and what sat inside them began to burst out. The Bulgasari began to hatch into the world. After a while, the hall was filled with the piercing roar of the monsters. They were clanking their teeth and wishing for more blood. Huanan opened his robe, revealing his torso. A gruesome sight was present on his body. Thab's head was inside Huanan's very body. He was eager to show him his reared children who would very soon fill the city of Shinshi. The Bulgasari roared in agreement to their father's words. They burned with hatred and rage and wished to crush Shinshi once and for all. Huanan communicated with Theb, whose head was attached to his body. The man had waited so many years for this moment, for the birth of his children, and now this moment had come when Shinshi would be completely his. Ogep raised his head, feeling a terrible and very strong dark energy. Hoopo lowered his hand to the ground. He could also feel it and knew that a very large amount of evil energy was approaching them. A bright light flashed in the sky. This flash began to approach the ground very quickly, and eventually landed behind Hoopo and Ogepa with a great rumble. The Bomas turned around to see who had arrived at their door. As it turned out, it was Hoso. Hanging on his shoulder was Maro, who was still unconscious. Hoso bowed his head before his lord. Their enemy was very strong, so Bom offered Hoopo to unleash all of his power. Such words did not make Hoopo angry. Although he had become weaker, he was not so weak as to tremble in fear of the wretched Gom. The lord could not temper his anger. He only needed to plant the seed of Shindansu so that he could replenish his full strength, and then he would crush any enemy. Hoso apologized for his words, but at the same time he continued. He reminded Hoopo about Snowflake and told him that Shindansu had set up a trap for him. After all, the real tree had been destroyed back during the war. Hulgep was outraged, as he was sure that Bulgasari couldn't even handle a rabbit, and the fact that Hoso dared to compare the Overlord to that monster was absurd. Behind them, a new wave of energy erupted from the tree. It was pressing its weight on anyone who was too close to the place. Hoso spoke bluntly about it being emitted by the very same Snowflake. Hoso kept talking, reminding Hoopo that the monster that had taken away his arm was Snowflake's ward. Of course, Bom remembered that moment. It was very unexpected for him. Hoso's face changed and became quite somber. He said that Snowflake had become very strong and could easily take on the appearance of Teibai, but most importantly, he was able to kill Bulti, who had unleashed his full power. Ogep stepped forward. He wished that Hoso's words were not true, as they now found out that Bulti was dead. Hoopo tisked with indignation. Now it seemed to him that it was necessary to execute their plan even sooner. They turned towards the tree under the dome. Hoopo realized that they had already delayed this thing too much. He also realized that the Shadow World might collapse soon. They needed to plant the true seed of Shindansu as soon as possible. The last of the Bombers made their way out to the Shinshi world. They looked at the passageway that was very quickly shrinking in size. This sight was too terrifying. Granny Suni heaved a sigh of relief. After all, if they stayed in the Shadow World, they would never be able to return to the real world again. Dogon was glad they had managed to get home after all and come here with the Bombers. Malsuk took a deep breath. She had lived in the Shadow World for so long, she never thought the normal world would have such pleasant air. She wanted to savour this beautiful moment as much as possible. The other Bombers were in the same anticipation. She looked up at the beautiful starry sky and realised that they were back home in Shinshi. At one point, Bom felt her little animal ears begin to disappear. The girl realised that this could happen, but it was a very sudden phenomenon for someone. Yahan noticed the imminent change in Boma. He realised that their power was gone after all. Once they passed into this world, Malsuk blushed with embarrassment and nodded, confirming the boy's hunch. Hosu walked up to them and interrupted their conversation. On the boy's shoulders sat the baby Bom. Hosu's look was too serious for such a moment. He wanted to know where Hoopo might be headed after all. The girl assumed that the Overlord was headed towards the centre of Shinshi. The boy was still trying to find out the specific location of his whereabouts. It was then that Haru intervened in the conversation. He thought that everyone could already guess what specific place they were talking about. Haru closed his eyes. He was sure that it was the place where they were rewarded for killing the Bombers, the centre where the energy was stored, and it was the Isal Tower. Dogon had picked up on the fact that it was the very centre of Shinshi City. The boys realised the danger, for if a battle broke out there, many innocent people would be hurt. A bright beam shot out from the centre of the city and pierced the sky with its light. Jahar looked tensely in that direction. Something very dangerous, Tess, and serious was happening there. The boy decided that they needed to have a word with the Bombers who had come out of the Shadow World. He spoke to them about the revenge that lurked in the hearts of the hunters. When Jahar told them that Hoopo was their target, the Bombers looked at him dumbfounded. They didn't want to believe that their beloved lord had become a true villain to someone. But Jahar looked at the people who were very peaceful and didn't want to fight with them anymore. The lad wished for a peace to come between the Bombers and the Gomers. He patted the boy with a smile on his face. All that remained was to know what words to pick up to end the bloody war. Malsuk couldn't stay away. She broke out of the crowd and almost begged to go to Hoopo with the hunters. The girl was confident that she could find the right words to speak to her lord. Malsuk's words that she did not want to let her lord destroy the world for revenge interested Jehu. He looked at the girl carefully and saw a strong determination in her. It was as if Yehu's eyes were open now. Blinded by hatred and desire for revenge, the guy didn't even notice the strong resemblance to Hoopo. They both wanted peace and shed blood in the process, and because of that they made others worry. In front of the boy's eyes, the terrible memories of his parents' death surfaced, again and again. The saddest part was that those never wanted revenge for themselves. It was Jahar's choice, and his goals were not good. Jahar looked at his friends, and a question came out of his mouth. He didn't want any more revenge. Surprisingly, his friends had also lost that visceral thirst for revenge. Each expressed their desire to end the war. They all wanted to live peacefully and amicably with the Bombers. Of course not everyone was so happy about it, but despite their anger, the boys were not willing to shed any more blood. Yes, they wouldn't forgive the Bombs for what they had done so immediately, but it would be the first and important step towards healing many souls. Jahar smiled. He was very pleased to have such friends gathered around him. They all had good hearts. Memories from Thabe's life appeared all too suddenly before Jehar's eyes. He could now say with absolute certainty that it was Taibei who had been betrayed, but he himself felt no hatred for the Bomers. Jehar told Haru about everything. The boy was experiencing a severe headache. It remained a great mystery why the Bomb tribe hated the Gom so much. Haru felt that they would soon be able to find out the answers to their questions. He turned toward the city and jabbed a finger somewhere in the distance. There, the sky was coloured scarlet, which troubled the man's soul more. The boys turned their heads sharply in the direction Haru was pointing. This was the first time they had seen something like this. The wind around them howled ominously. The sky truly looked like a sea of blood was splashing. A scarlet moon rose above Shinshi City. A dangerous energy spread throughout the city, enveloping everything around it. Shinshi had changed beyond recognition. The only one who marvelled at this sight was a man named Huanun. He opened his fan and took another look at the red moon. The sight mesmerized him. The man's eyes were burning red. He felt that there was not much time left before his victory. A smile crept across his face. Just a little longer and Huanun would create his own magnificent city of Shinshi. One of the Bulgasari had just tasted human flesh, blood dripping from its mouth. Jigui was beyond excited. She knew that the more they ate, the stronger they became, and those that had the animal form would soon be able to become human. The girl huddled closer to her friend. She was shivering with fear and her eyes could not dry. The boy clutched her tightly and believed with all his soul that very soon the hunters would come and save them. They hid under some car that had been abandoned on the road. One of the creatures bumped with a rumble onto the auto. The car sagged a good bit, thus scaring the people underneath even more. There were too many monsters around for the guys to escape. A man lay on the ground, and one of the Bulgasari stuck its long claws into his body. It was once a hunter from tiger butterflies, but now it had become a meal for the monsters. Blood began to flow profusely down the car. The boy and girl looked at the spreading puddle in horror. They covered their mouths so that they wouldn't inadvertently make a sound. At some point, they saw some kind of ugly tentacle come down from the car and start wriggling in the pool of blood. The boys trembled with fear, for the enemy was too close to them. But what they did not expect was that the tentacle had an eye. The eye opened abruptly and looked directly at the boys, who were trembling with fear under the car and praying that the hunters would save them. Bulgasari's head sank too sharply to the ground. It turned out that that tentacle was the monster's tongue but had an eye, and then it also had sharp teeth. The monster headed towards the guys who were doomed to die. An unexpected explosion took the monsters by surprise. They turned their heads in the direction it came from. A completely different weapon appeared on the streets of the city. A large double-barreled tank was rolling in the direction where the cluster of creatures was. The man in the military uniform looked around with disdain. He had never seen such monsters before, and he didn't even know what they were. He had a cigar clenched in his teeth, and his attitude was very determined. The moment the man turned his head, Bulgasari was already rushing toward him. The monster wanted to get fresh blood as quickly as possible. He didn't care who the man was, only thirst and hunger pulsed through the monster's body. And at the very moment the claws were about to reach the military man, projectiles flew at the monster. Bulgasari was thrown aside and pressed against the wall. The shots continued to pile up on the enemy's body. The military man turned his head in surprise. There was the sound of a helicopter flying in the air. One of the monsters heard it and raised its head up with a grin on its face. The helicopter also appeared to be military and had a machine gun hidden in it. The guy with dyed hair on his head had the call sign Comet. He laughed as the tiger butterflies had obviously failed their mission. Now all hope rested on their strength and abilities. On the wall of the helicopter was a small television. In it, a salesman named Pieri appeared with an important message for all hunters. Pieri urged all hunters to be more vigilant and told them that the creatures in the city were not Bomas. One had to be many times more careful with these creatures. Comet smirked, fully confident in his own abilities. He lowered his goggles and scrutinized the streets of the city. Explosions sounded throughout the city and neighborhoods. All of it was aimed at the monsters, but there was no guarantee that civilians might not have been hurt. The guy with fear in his eyes tried to get away from the Bulgasari that was about to catch up with him. The creature extended its long and clawed arm to grab the man. Its mouth opened and its sharp teeth glistened in the light of the moon. Just in time, the hunter arrived and was able to slash at the monster's neck with his weapon. Bulgasari collapsed to the ground and the guy continued to run away with a scream. The hunters were given weapons that were made by the Dudars. The lad looked at his spear and was absolutely delighted with it. The girl gave the command to group 6 people and each group to attack one monster. Pieri watched what was happening in the city than the monitors. He was now in Choco's headquarters. The merchant was very worried about the others and couldn't find a place to be. Even though the Dudars had done everything they could, he wanted to do more. The boys were looking for the next enemy, and in the meantime they shared the latest news they had heard. They learned that the strongest hunters had travelled to Mounting Vansan. Unfortunately, they didn't see the enemy coming from behind them. Jigwe got too close to one of the hunters and very dangerously ran her nails across the guy's cheek. Such a light touch was enough to leave bloody scratches. A second later, the creature easily ripped off the hunter's head. The other guys turned sharply when they heard a nasty crunch. They saw blood spurting from their friend's neck. The boys couldn't let such a brutal murder go unpunished and jumped towards Jigwe. They roared with anger and the desire to destroy their enemy as soon as possible. Comet continued to attack the creatures with his machine gun. Next to him was his partner, who clearly coordinated the guy's actions. During this time, they definitely realized that the enemy was indeed too dangerous and strong. The man looking through the binoculars found a snow-white girl. He couldn't believe that she could pose a weighty danger, but the man had not yet seen what Comet had seen. Behind the girl was a huge creature. From the height of the helicopter, the size of the enemy that had appeared could be seen. Bulgasari had the shape of a millipede and its body stretched over several blocks of the neighborhood. The helicopter seemed like a small fly compared to the monster. The millipede noticed the flying machine and primarily wanted to destroy it because of the intense noise. Comet didn't wait any longer. It just started firing its machine gun at the huge monster without stopping. The bullets flew towards the creature and unfortunately did not do any damage to Bulgasari. They bounced off the monster's skin. The centipede raised its black with red irises eyes and looked at the helicopter with irritation. Everything was happening in a matter of seconds. The centipede swung its tail and chopped the helicopter. There was an explosion and the tail of the helicopter broke away from the main part. The tanker was clearly puzzled that the machine gun shots had completely failed to harm the centipede's body. Jigwe headed towards the tank. She folded her arms and looked at her would-be victim with bloodshot eyes. She was already eager to taste the blood of a human. Meanwhile, the military man looked at his enemy with an unbroken gaze. He puffed on his cigar and gave the order to load armor-piercing shells. The girl clapped her hands joyfully. She had spotted the enemy more strongly the moment he first appeared. Her cheeks even turned pink from the eagerness to kill him. 3 silhouettes appeared behind the tank, and they were heading towards the girl. Hoopo immediately noted that she sensed their power. Jigwe was happy to finally meet the leader of the Bomas. She had been searching for him for so long, and now this day had come. Hoso inclined his head to Hoopo and alerted to the fact that this girl was with Snowflake. Hoopo decided it would be wise to heed the Doodar's words. They had a dangerous enemy before them, and the methods would be drastic. The Bomas unleashed their forces and planned to attack the monster all at once. The Chakho hunters were running at an incredible speed. They had to make it in time to do something and save their city from the monster. At one point, a view opened up in front of them that made their blood freeze in their veins. Jahar stopped abruptly and looked in front of him with frightened eyes. The others were equally shocked. The city was in flames and ruins, and the red moon made the streets look even more ominous. Yehar's heart was ready to jump out of his chest. The boy thought they might be too late. While they were in shock, Malsuk noticed that the Bulgasars had grabbed a man. Huang immediately pointed his bow towards the monster. An arrow burst out of the guy's bow and swiftly flew into the enemy's arm. The strong blow provoked the monster and it let go of the man. Bulgasari looked at his hand in bewilderment. He still did not immediately realize that there were hunters on the other side who dared to attack him. He looked at the hunters and licked his lips. The monster recognized them, for they had already met them this morning. The guy who was clutched by the monster's hand was lying on the ground without feelings. Haru covered his nose with his hand as the stench of human blood filled his lungs. Dogon also noticed that the monster's energy had changed a lot. In the morning, they felt much weaker than they did now. Yehar was furious at what was happening. His body immediately became enveloped in purple energy. He drew his sword and threw off his cloak to get out of the way. Yehar's gaze was full of hatred and detachment. These monsters must be punished for the murders they had committed. The boy set himself to fight these enemies. In front of him stood 2 Bulgasari who had already been infused with human blood and had become many times stronger. For the monster, it was like a normal game. He took all the words of the hunter with amusement. The other creature pointed its hand towards the lion guy. The creature's hand tightly squeezed the man's body, and he came to his senses and screamed in pain. The monsters did not see them as people, but only as a means to improve their powers. Watching an innocent human being being bullied was the most painful thing to watch. Yahar's heart was being torn apart, for there was nothing he could do at that moment. The monster, fueled by the hunter's anxiety, clenched his fist even harder. The man's body was simply torn apart, blood scattered in different directions along with parts of his bloated body. Yahar's anger filled the space. He intercepted his sword and prepared to attack. After such a brutal kill, the guy wouldn't give these things an easy death. The monster attacked first. Bulgasari's fist slammed into the guy's sword. From that blow, sparks flew in different directions. The monster's strength was really impressive, but Yehar stood diligently in resistance. Yehar pushed Bulgasari away from him, the sword whizzing too close to the monster. The other creature jumped in the air, just as prepared to fight. Haru stood backing up, ready to enter the battle at any moment. His golden chain was already curling around him. Haru swung his arms and the chains began to coil around the creatures like a lattice. Bulgasari looked at this net with a sneer. After their movements were restricted, bright arrows flew into the monsters' bodies. They pierced through the monsters' bodies and delivered painful sensations. Hwang and Dogon stood back but were doing a very weighty job. Haru reinserted several arrows into his bow at once, while Dogon prepared for more shots. Sein, Hosu, Huan, and Malsuk stood off to the side. The guys noticed that these monsters were slower than when they first met them for some reason. The girl who saw these creatures for the first time didn't understand what was going on at all. Yaha continued to pounce on the creature. They were flying through the air, the monster trying to dodge every swing of his sword. The guy's power was raging like a tornado. He would do everything he could to destroy these creatures. At one point, Malsuk decided to point out to the guys that it wasn't the monsters that had slowed down, but they themselves had gotten much stronger. She pointed her finger in the direction where the fight between Jeha and the monster was taking place. There was another devastating explosion there at that moment. Bomb felt that their energy had become different and much more powerful. The boys were only now paying attention to each other and to themselves. They hadn't noticed that their power had increased for unknown reasons. Hosu speculated that it might have been because of Shindansu. Meanwhile, Jeha continued to deliver dissecting blows to Bulgasari. The monster was completely confused and didn't understand the reason why his body wasn't recovering. Blood was gushing out of its wounds in splashes. While the monster stood there completely bewildered, Jeha sprang towards him to strike again, full of power and anger. Jeha began to move like a whirlwind. Each of his blows, filled with incredible power, found the enemy's vulnerable spots and left deep furrows on its body. The fight was over. The hunter lowered his sword slowly into its sheath. Jeha glared at the monster, who was overconfident. All that was left for the monster to do now was to die. Bulgasari's body began to dissolve into thin air. He clucked his tongue loudly and was outraged that some weak and undeserving person was more skillful than him. As soon as the monster ceased to exist, wind swirled around Jeha. At the same moment, a worried Hwang and Haru rushed to him. The boy assured his friends that he was fine. After dealing with all the monsters that were around, the guys went on to search for Hupo. They didn't know that at the same time they were being watched by someone very scary and strong. A military man was looking out the window and giving commands to his subordinates. Extending his arm in front, the order sounded to start firing at the approaching enemy. A shell immediately flew out of the tank, accompanied by a deafening sound and firepower. Jigwee didn't even move from the meta, even though she could clearly see that the shell was flying straight in her direction. Even when the danger was too close, the girl calmly looked in front of her. Everything was happening as if in slow motion. The shell was aimed at her head. The shockwave fluttered her hair, but her scarlet eyes looked at the tank from which the shot was fired. She didn't care at all that she might have been injured. She was so confident that she didn't even bat an eyebrow. The shell bounced off the girl's head and promptly crashed into the house. There was an explosion, and the building was badly damaged. Jigwee only twitched her shoulders, the impact only causing her mild discomfort. She extended her arm, and a clot of blood began to pool beneath it. The monster was preparing to attack. Jigwee dropped to one knee and brought her hand to the ground. A large pool of blood formed underneath her. A very scary energy was building up around the girl. The Bomas watched Bulgasari's actions and could not yet figure out her plan of action. Ogep suggested that the attack might be from below. At the same moment, a new explosion sounded. The girl's attack was intended for a tank that was standing not so far away from the bombs. The entire tank was covered in fire. Hupo intercepted Hozo's mask and held it out in front of him. His eyes glittered from the fire. Hupo realized that now would be the best moment to attack because he didn't want to waste any more time. Hozo's mask increased in size, becoming a sort of shield that Hupo put in front of him. Bomb snapped out of his seat and headed towards Jigwee. Hupo swung his mask, a tail of energy force spilling out behind it. Jigwee was very quick to dodge, and those swings didn't hurt her body at all. Except what the girl definitely didn't expect was that Hupo would sink his teeth into her shoulder. Bomb clenched his jaws as tightly as he could without letting go of Bulgasari. Meanwhile, the girl only glanced at her opponent with a smile. The fact that he had managed to spill her blood only amused her more. She was convinced that Hupo's strength was no comparison to Bulti's. Hupo let go of the girl, her blood dripping down his beard. He spat in disgust, trying to get the vile taste of the monster away from him. Apparently Bomb's words hurt her, because without any more words, Jigwee jumped up on the spot and slammed into Hupo, to which Bomb managed to put up a mask shield protecting his body. Jigwee abruptly froze as she felt something change at the bite point. Her body was pierced with intense pain. Something was growing out of her injured shoulder. She rushed again towards Hupo, who was successfully shielding himself from the attacks with his mask shield. Hupo was focused on his enemy, power bubbling through his body. He couldn't let it pierce his defenses. Hoopo's hand reached for the girl, to which she began to laugh, finding this attack too slow. Suddenly, her eyes widened, for what she thought was a weak attack turned into something too grandiose. A veritable tornado of energy erupted from Hoopo's hand and completely engulfed Jigwee. The power of the attack was immense. The wind began to blow away everything in its path. Hoso and Ogep tried to regard their lord with worry. They knew that on such a force he had expended a great deal of his energy. When everything around them subsided and the dust cleared around the girl, they saw the decapitated standing body. Ogep clenched his fists in joy as he considered that they had succeeded in killing this monster with this attack. Soho glanced in his brother's direction with bated breath and shushed him. They continued to stare at the headless body, and something terrible began to happen there. Twisted flesh began to rise from the girl's neck, gathering into one piece. Soho smelled a strange odor, and a purple mist appeared around them. They immediately guessed it might be poisonous. Soho cautioned them and warned them that the battle with Jigwee had just begun. A completely different monster appeared in front of the Bomas. The cute girl was gone, and her frail body was replaced by a changed body. Jigwee shook her head in indignation, for she hated that form. People watched the news with great alarm. The central part of Shinshi had been destroyed, and it scared everyone a lot, as there was no more safe place left. Wounded and scared people were going down to the subway to save their lives. Those who could not take up arms tried to help the citizens find shelter. The city descended into utter chaos and despair. There were no vacancies in the hospital. Too many wounded had been brought in recently. Doctors were working hard on the hospitalized. Those on the helicopter at the time of the explosion had successfully managed to evacuate from it. Comet stared intently through binoculars and was dumbfounded by what he saw. The guy didn't even hear his partner the first time he asked for help with the parachute. They landed on one of the rooftops and looked with horror at the destruction that the enemies had arranged. The street was completely wiped out along with the neighboring houses. It was as if a real apocalypse had come to Shinshi. A vibration traveled through the ground, causing the guys to stop. Haru began to look around, trying to find the source of such tremors. And their group was being closely followed by a huge millipede. Bulgasari, who was sticking out of the monster's head, was slowly counting the enemies he saw in front of him. Hearing a new terrifying sound, Yahar turned his head sharply. Juan similarly froze in mute shock. The boys were finally able to spot the enemy that lurked behind them. The millipede's huge body rattled its claws. There was an impact, after which everything around them flew apart. The building that had taken the blow collapsed even more, and a column of dust and flying stones rose into the air. Jigwee couldn't help her anger at being forced to change her appearance. She couldn't stand it since she didn't look like a miniature girl anymore. For something like this, she had an overwhelming desire to tear her enemies apart as soon as possible. Hoso covered his nose, affirming that there was a poisonous mist around them. The Bomas were very wary of this. Hoopo ordered the shield to be changed back into a mask. The shield changed back into a mask in lightning speed. Hoopo gave orders to Hoso to find Haru and Jichu, then turned his head to Ogep and demanded that he get his spear. Ogep gawked at his lord. He had apparently forgotten that this spear made the body rot, and one that poisons did not take. It was a very dangerous weapon and could easily harm Hoopo. But the Overlord didn't even want to hear any of this. Thinking that the risk was justified, he still had Ogop summon the spear. Bom raised his hand and a beam of light erupted from it. After that, a thin and exquisite spear appeared there. Ogop held out the spear to his Overlord. Even in the short time that Bom held the spear, his hand began to rot. The Overlord, however, demanded that Bom go as far away as possible. The time was too short. Hoopo realized that he needed to make a very quick strike, for his body was similarly being destroyed by the force of the spear. Bom armed himself with his face mask, his own claws and energy, and a very strong spear. He took off from his seat and headed towards the enemy. Meanwhile, Jigwee scratched her head in anticipation. She had no idea that Bom was preparing for a critical strike at this time. Bulgasari was acting too relaxed and clearly underestimated the enemy. Hoopo was very fast and impetuous. He pointed his spear towards Jigwee. A strong wind blew from the energy that raged around them. Jigwee put out a fist. All of her muscles were in great tension. In the area of Mount Ingwangsan, Donchol began to come to his senses. He grimaced painfully and put a hand to his stomach. The man was glad that the Bomas had not hit any vital organs during the battle. Donchol let himself up on his hands and looked around. All around him came the groans of his fellow men. The guys were also starting to gradually regain consciousness, but some were still unconscious. The leader of the Tiger Butterflies couldn't fully believe that all of his men were alive. It seemed like something that wasn't real, and he thought that it might have just been a very strange luck. Everyone who had marched with him in the squad began to rise to their feet and gather around him. Yes, they had wounds, some hurt more and some less, but the most important thing was that they were all alive. Jichu and Hara were running faster than the wind, searching for their brothers. Bom glanced interestedly at Hara as they ran, who for some reason had left the humans alive. He suspected that the girl might have gotten someone as important as Nare had. The girl smirked. Her reason wasn't that she might have someone at all, but the answer was also so simple and naive that Jichu didn't believe it in the slightest. They continued on their way, approaching the center of the city where the real battle was unfolding. As they ran, a beam of incredible energy was released to the side, sweeping away everything in its path. Hara immediately assumed that it was the work of their overlord. Such power was impressive in its scale. Jichu furrowed his brows. He didn't like at all that the overlord needed to use such an incredible power. He had a bad feeling, and they began to move even faster. There was another explosion where the battle between Hoopo and Jigwe had unfolded. The air was filled with a green, poisonous mist. Hoopo's spear travelled across Bulgasari's body, hitting her shoulder. Purple, abominable blood splattered in different directions, and the monster herself grimaced in pain. Jigwe's shoulder was wounded, but even though the wound itself was not large, the poison on the spear caused the monster's flesh to continue to rot, preventing it from regenerating. Jigwe felt as if she had grown in size from anger. She was furious that some bomb had managed to injure her. She was completely unaware of what Hoopo had done to her. At some point, Bulgasari began to feel worse. Her vision blurred and she began to see very poorly what was going on around her. Because of these nasty feelings, Jigwe realized that Hoopo had used poison against her. The poison was spreading rapidly by Bulgasari's body. She lowered her head and couldn't understand why her body had stopped moving. Clenching her teeth, Jigwe growled angrily. Hoopo was also in a bad state. Blood was starting to flow from underneath the mask in his eye area. That meant that Bulgasari's poison had the same effect on Bomber. But even though the poison was working on Hoopo's body, he continued to fight it furiously. Jigwe paid tribute to Bomb's fortitude. Hoopo intercepted the spear and raised it above his head, making circular motions. Jigwe's face was covered in cracks, and her imposing form began to crumble. Even without looking, she continued to marvel at her enemy's strength and resilience. Hoopo didn't waste time with words. He took off from his seat once more and rushed towards Jigwe. He knew he might not be able to destroy her in time and then everything would go down. This enemy was too strong to let her live. Everything between them was covered in scarlet. It seemed like time had stopped for these two. Decisive and turning point was about to happen. Two very powerful energies collided with each other, and only one would be left alive, or maybe no one. They looked at each other, realizing all the risks. Jigwe was filled with excitement and the desire to destroy her enemy. Hoopo, on the other hand, wanted only one thing: to protect his fellow man. A powerful explosion colored the streets with a bright flash. Two global forces met each other. Ogep looked at what was happening with frightened eyes. He was very worried about his lord, as he realized that after such an explosion he might not survive. The fog between them cleared, giving Ogep a view of the two enemies who stood a short distance apart. Neither of them moved, and it was hard to tell what the outcome of that blow was. The mask abruptly flew off of Hoopo's face, exposing his skin. This moment meant that Bomb was left completely powerless. He began to fall to the ground, Hoopo's body no longer belonging to him. Ogep snapped out of his seat as he realized that his overlord was in a dangerous position. At the same time, Jigwe raised her head to the sky and looked at this world with a different perspective. There was a huge hole gaping in her chest that was getting bigger by the second. Bulgasari realized with a kind of gasp that she was dying, and somehow it didn't scare her. Hoopo could still speak. He wanted to continue the battle to finally finish off the enemy. Ogep couldn't take it anymore, and snapped into a shout, speaking of the seriousness of Hoopo's wounds. Hoopo saw Jigwe slowly stepping forward. He assumed she was heading towards Shindance and wanted to follow her. Ju and Hara finally met up with Hoso, who told them about Bulti's death. The guys were shocked that the enemy was that strong. Since the guys were worried about Maro, Hoso quickly told them that he was fine. They needed to get to Isal Tower, where Shindansu was located, as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, Maro's fate was not as good as his friends thought it would be. The Bulgasari was snooping around Bomb, while he himself was chained with chains and spears sticking out of his chest. He begged his friends not to come here and risk their lives for him. Huanan savoured every second of what was happening. He knew it wouldn't be long before the city fell and he could rebuild Shinshi to his liking. Evil energy hovered around the man and a smirk danced across his face. Hosu picked up Mulsuk in his arms and quickly began to seek cover. Meanwhile, Jeha and Haru were trying to hold back the enemy that had attacked them so suddenly. Mulsuk was grateful to Hosu for saving her. The boy himself was doing it of his own accord. In his heart he was surprised at his actions, since he was carrying his worst enemy in his arms, but now he did not feel the former hostility at all. Hosu was under the assumption that they were being attacked by Hoopo, but the girl took one look at the monster and assured him that their overlord was completely different, and now there was a real monster in front of them. Sign quickly bounced aside as the millipede's body nearly collapsed right on top of his head. The impact was so strong that from the pressure, everything around it was shattering. Bulgasari shrugged under the thick layer of dust that had risen. He couldn't see if anyone had survived his blow. Juan took advantage of the moment and jumped out from behind the monster, aiming his spear in its direction. He needed to make a decisive strike very quickly that would end this monster. Tiger energy filled the guy's body, his eyes lit up with a green glow, and the power around him pulsed. Juan stretched out his spear arm in front of him, ready to strike. The enemy's back seemed to be unprotected, but the moment Jiduan dangerously approached it, the monster's tail abruptly came into action. Tough flesh as if made of steel protected Bulgasari. Jiduan immediately flew aside as the collision with the creature's tail was inconclusive. Jahar replaced his friend and raised his hands with his sword, aiming at the monster. The energy around the guy surged, and he snapped out of his seat and tore towards Bulgasari. The guy's whole body was in full tension as he clenched his teeth. After the blow, Jehar looked at the spot where his sword had struck. There wasn't even a scratch on the monster's body, and that made the hunter very wary. The monster didn't even look in their direction, confident in its defense. Jehar bounced away and turned back to Juan. They exchanged a few words, both of them acknowledging the fact that Bulgasari's scales were too strong and their attacks had no power against him. The monster looked down at the hunters who'd surrounded him. He offered them to surrender and become his food. Bulgasari glanced down at Huang. The monster's body was the strongest among its kin, and the weapons the hunters wielded would not hurt it. Huang put his arrows on the bowstring and slowly began to exhale. The boy saw how Jeha's sword could not handle the monster's body, but Huang couldn't help thinking that the creature might have vulnerabilities. He thought about where to shoot the arrows. At first, he thought of shooting at the monster's head, but then he changed the direction of the arrows as he realized that the monster would dodge such a direct attack. The arrows flew out of the guy's bow and headed towards Bulgasari. Huang studied the millipede's body for a long time and made the decision to try to shoot at its joints, the very places where the monster's tail curved. The arrows swiftly crashed into the right places. The monster's tail trembled, and it was a very good decision, as the guy's arrow entered the monster's flesh between the hard overlays completely unhindered. A vivid realization came instantly. Huang realized where to attack the monster now. The joints had very soft tissue to provide Bulgasari with mobility. The monster clenched its teeth in anger and pain and looked at the guy. He was disgusted that the wretched man was able to guess his weakness so quickly. Bulgasari was thoroughly annoyed and spotted the gunman. He decided to get out of his way first. This was a dangerous opponent for him. The millipede's tail immediately hissed, and all of its power was directed at Huang. The guy quickly started bouncing in different directions, trying to dodge the attack. Something very suspicious was heard behind the guy's back, and he distracted himself from the enemy and looked behind him. The moment Huang looked back, his face and body froze from the horror of what he saw. He had never expected to see such a thing. Behind him was the entrance to the subway, and it was completely filled with innocent people. It discouraged him so much that he and the people looked at each other with frightened looks. Huang realized a terrible truth. The shelter was too close to where the battle had broken out. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to fight and still protect the innocent people. Meanwhile, Juan and Jehar had no intention of stopping the fight. Jehar jumped on Juan's spear and asked him to hurl it as far as he could. Juan grinned, feeling a surge of strength. It was the first time he had ever done such a thing, but he was excited. Juan swung as hard as he could. He could feel Jehar's weight on his spear, but he had enough strength to make the throw. Jehar flew into the monster like he was an arrow shot from Huang's bow. A bright beam of energy was left behind after his flight. The guy flew past the monster's body and stabbed his sword right at the weakest spot between the joints. Blood spurted out from the millipede's body, which meant the sword had hit it aptly. Bulgasari grimaced in pain and annoyance. He realized that the hunters were very strong, so he made the decision to put in his full strength, even though he realized he shouldn't. The monster began to twist his arms in a strange manner. He was willing to mop up Shinshu for his father's sake. Even though part of his body had been severed by Jehar, the monster still felt fine. Bulgasari began to scroll as if he had no backbone. His body was turning into a spiral, and all the while he continued to growl menacingly and tell the hunters that their dire end had come. And in a few moments, a real tornado of Millipede's body was coming towards Jehar. The boy stared dumbfounded at this elemental. With his eyes wide open, Jehar realized that the monster was moving too fast. It was really dangerous to fall under such an attack. Meanwhile, Juan told Dogon about where the monster's weaknesses were. Dogon nodded understandingly, but now there was one problem. The monster was spinning so fast that it was impossible to make out where its joints were. Dogon felt a surge of strength in his body. He grabbed the machine gun and decided that he would fire at the monster until he hit the target for sure. The men helped the hunter and held the machine gun to keep it steady. All of this was being done to save their lives. Huang plunged many arrows into his bow at once. The boy took aim even though it was pointless. Still, they had no other choice but to shoot and hope that the attack would reach the right target. Shells and arrows flew towards the monster. The explosions raised clouds of dust that made it unclear whether the attacks had reached their target or not. Yaha was waiting for the monster to attack when suddenly his entire body was covered in explosions. Bulgasari himself stunned and froze into place, feeling many painful blows. He tisked through his teeth and looked in the direction the massive attack came from. The monster had been sure that he was fighting the most ordinary of golems, but now his opinion had changed a lot. Sign was surprised to see Hosu approaching him. The boy was sure that Hosu had gone to defend Malsuk. Hosu threw his braid over his shoulder and covered his eyes and exhaled. The Boma girl he had placed in the safe hands of Haru. Haru, along with his golden spirit, waved his hand to the boys. He began to protect the people who were trying to find shelter. The boys looked up at the monster and immediately noticed that it had become much shorter than it had originally been. Now they would have no trouble aiming for the monster's head. Bulgasari was out of his mind with rage. He grinned, his eyes bulging with the desire to tear these men apart in the most horrible and painful way possible. Hosu immediately began to use his weapons and prepared to attack. The red chains of his scythe swirled around the boy. The energy in him perked up and he prepared to attack. Sign was just as determined to win. He was completely unafraid of the monster's threats. He intercepted his daggers, and his entire body was also covered in a light and persistent energy force that was shaped like a tiger's body. The two hunters rushed forward, pointing their weapons at the monster that was heading towards them. Hosu's chains immediately wrapped around the monster's paws and squeezed them so tightly that after a moment they broke away from the body and flew to the ground. The boys continued their offensive and attacked Bulgasari. They were initially targeting his main body, which didn't seem as strong as the tail itself was. The monster, with a devastated look, began to splinter apart. The thought that he had lost to some humans flashed through his mind. This was the worst defeat of all. After all, he hadn't even managed to become a human yet, like his father wanted. The humans watched the hunters fight with excitement, and when the monster fell, they realized with shock that they were saved. Malsuk looked at the boys with a look of admiration. Haru, with a slight smile on his face, didn't even doubt that they might not have been able to handle the monster. The girl looked at the monster. Its main body had been severed from the massive body of a millipede. Malsuk couldn't believe that such a monster could be handled by ordinary goms. The guys were shouting back and forth to see if they were doing well. Girl Bomb continued to watch them and decided that an ancient power had awakened in them because of Shindansu. At one point her olive eyes opened wide. A very unusual realization came to her. These guys, with their energy, reminded her very much of someone. And it was none other than Thabe himself. His energy was very familiar to her. In every guy she saw in front of her, Malsuk could definitely feel Thabe's energy. Such an awareness was something very unusual to her, and yet awe-inspiring and familiar at the same time. Hwanan moved closer to Maru and tried to figure out if this bomb was so brave or simply stupid. After Hwanan had defeated Bulti, this bomb should have thought twice before coming here alone. Maru wasn't going to give up so easily despite his dire situation. Bomb spat blood in Hwanan's face. He promised the man that he would curse that monster even after death. Such an outburst by Mamoru made Hwanun very angry. He immediately retaliated to such remarks and kicked Boma roughly in the chest. Maru howled in pain. Hwanan raised his foot to deliver another kick. He stared blankly at Maru once more. And just as Hwanan was about to commit another blow to Maru, Hara suddenly appeared in front of him. The girl kicked away her enemy's leg, protecting her fellow man's body. Maru raised his head in surprise. At the first moment he thought that his head started hallucinating from the loss of strength and blood. But no, the girl was really standing in front of him. She looked at Maru with a gloomy look, for he was now looking very pitiful. At that very moment, one of Hwanan's cubs tore towards the girl. Maru warned her that these things were very strong and to be careful. Bulgasari then had a whole other group of creatures tearing towards the girl. Hwanan grinned as he watched his babies, who were already very hungry. Still, he demanded that they not touch the beamheads. Hara met the monsters with swift attacks. Her body moved at the speed of light. She deftly dodged the attacks while delivering her blows to Bulgasari's bodies. After a couple seconds, she had already felt the creature's power. Hara acted cautiously as she continued to dodge and study her enemy. The girl clearly realized that the monsters were as hard as rock. She had no choice but to quickly dodge and defend herself so she could then make a counterattack. But before she could think about it, one of the monsters hit her in the stomach. Despite her physical strength and training, Bomb clearly realized that Bulgasari had managed to break her ribs with his one punch. The girl's body flew off to the side, punching through the stone wall next to Maru. Bomb exclaimed her name with horror on his face and berated himself for not being able to help her. As Maru tried to call out to his friend, Hwanan spread his hands. He was sure that such an attack had not killed the girl, but she would definitely not be okay after this. The girl was back on her feet again. There were many abrasions on her face and body. She spat out blood while keeping her gaze on her enemies. Maru was angry, for she had only come here because of him and had fallen into a trap. Bulgasari swung his fist, his muscles petrified, and he was about to unleash his power on the bombs. Hara couldn't move after the previous attack, and Maro hoped that the others would arrive in time and be able to save them. The monster's eyes lit up scarlet. It was rushing towards the bombers and only thought that it would soon be able to quench the thirst of its hunger. At that very moment, Jichu appeared. Fire appeared in his hand. Bom hummed when he heard Bulgasari's words, for he was sick of hearing the same thing from these creatures. They were hungry all the time. The sudden attack puzzled Bulgasari. The monster didn't have time to react and dodge the direct fire attack in any way. The monster's body scorched with fire and it roared at the top of its voice. Huanan glanced in the direction of the new arrivals. He was already tired of the frequent appearance of new enemies. Jishu was too fiery. As soon as he heard Huanan's voice and his insulting words, he immediately burst into a new burst of energy. Hoso, on the other hand, was more alert and cool-headed, and warned his brother to keep his anger to himself. They had an extremely dangerous enemy in front of them. Huanan decided to let the phrase about being called squishy pass by his ears. There were children gathered around him, just waiting for the command to attack, but first Huanan wanted to find out where Hupo was now. And at that very moment, behind the bombs, Hupo himself spoke. He strode swiftly forward with Ojep hurrying after him. The smile on Huanan's face stretched wider. He was glad to see Hupo, who had come to him himself. Hupo took a quick assessment of the situation and was not happy that 2 of his warriors had been able to be broken. He realized that the enemy was not as easy as it seemed at first glance. Ojep also noticed that Hara and Maro were badly wounded. That only meant that they would need even more strength to defeat Huanun. Hoso grimaced in anger. He told Hupo that Bulgasari, the one who had managed to kill Bulti, was standing in front of them. Huanan put his hand to his face and his other eye lit up red. He introduced himself as Snowflake, whom Hupo knew from 4,000 years ago. Ojep could not calm his anger. Before him stood the one who had mercilessly killed Bulti. Such an enemy deserved only the most horrible death. Hupo, on the other hand, was calm. His voice did not waver at all when he offered to talk and find out why Huanan had killed Bulti. Hupo's words had only irritated Huanun. A dark shadow fell across his face as Hupo now knew who stood before him, and he still couldn't understand the reason Snowflake was doing all of this. Hupo froze into place as Snowflake accused him of making everything happen because of him. Bom couldn't understand at all what their tribe was guilty of. He even assumed that Huanun was taking revenge for Bom's tribe and for Theba. Huanan lowered his head and dark energy began to swirl around him. He wasn't going to go into details, only promising that by morning it would be over and the Gomes would never set foot on Shinshi land again. Hupo didn't like those words at all. Anger began to rise to his throat as their conversation was empty. A ripple ran through Bomber's body and he began to change his appearance. Huanan glanced at Hupo, assessing his pitiful state. The man smiled, as Bom now completely lacked the strength to even try to resist him. Except that didn't stop Hupo at all. Without an ounce of doubt or fear, Bom in his beastly form took off from his seat and headed towards Snowflake. Meanwhile, Huanan was not at all worried about this attack. He immediately put his arm out in front of him and was able to deliver a crushing blow to Bom right in the chest. Hupo, through the pain, grabbed Huanan's head with his clawed hand and squeezed it tightly. The beast then slammed his enemy's body into the concrete floor. There was a great rumbling sound, and the floor itself cracked. Mulsak felt a surge of energy and stopped abruptly. Looking towards the Isal tower, the girl could definitely recognize the power of the Overlord. Her eyes were wide open. She had no doubt that her Overlord was fighting someone right now and suggested that the guys hurry up. The boys immediately snapped out of their seats. They had to stop what was happening in the center of the city right now. Otherwise, more people would get hurt. They couldn't let that happen. While they were running, Sane decided to seize the moment and drew the guys' attention to the tree in Isle Tower. He was previously convinced that it was just a normal decoration, as he hadn't seen such a thing before. And now he could confidently state that this tree was very similar to the Shindansu they had seen in the Shadow World. The others agreed with him, but it also felt like something very strange. Something was not right. It was as if the tree had come to life. It had a very dark and sinister energy, and its roots spread out as if it wanted to swallow the entire city. Slowly and gradually, the tree had fused with Shinshi over 4,000 years, and now the roots broke out of the ground and began to take over the city. Hupo continued to hold Snowflake's head firmly to the ground. He wasn't going to let him go, and would do everything in his power to destroy this enemy. The energy around him raged and sparked with discharges. Pressing his enemy's head into the concrete, Hupo still wanted to hear a coherent answer. What was the reason Huanun had killed Bulti? Snowflake started to speak, but all his words were too prosaic and lacked anything concrete. Meanwhile, he stretched his arm out in front of him and a small toothy mouth opened in his palm. It reached for a tree root that had unobtrusively appeared in the area. And when the engulfment occurred, everything around it turned a snow-white colour. Hupo was horrified at what was happening, but because of the bright light, he couldn't understand at all what had happened. The whole city began to be coloured with a bright light, which was released from the centre where the Eiffel Tower was located. It was like a dome covering the central district. The other bombers were just as disoriented and couldn't understand what Snowflake had done, why they had so abruptly stopped seeing what was happening and what that power was. Some kind of force gathered around Hoopo and compressed his body. Many unknown branches were gathering together, creating a cocoon-like shape. Hoopo, feeling the force clenching around him, roared at the top of his voice. He was unable to stop such an onslaught. Jichu and Hoso realized that something very terrible was happening to their lord. The bombers were too frightened for Hoopo and began to call out to him to hear any response. Meanwhile, Huanan was already rising to his feet and mocking Hoopo's growling. The sound was like syrup to his ears. As Huanan continued to laugh at Hoopo's misery, he was completely oblivious to the peaks of unknown power rushing towards him. Suddenly, his body was pierced multiple times. The man froze in place, not expecting the attack from behind. 4,000 years ago, Shinshi City, the day of the fair, the people of the city were peacefully chatting amongst themselves. A girl told them that Elder Dudari had come to the fairgrounds and suggested that her friend go and listen to him. Elder Dudari was sitting in a small window of the building, and people were already gathered around him. Everyone was interested in hearing predictions from him. The elder kept repeating the same prophecy non-stop, that annihilation in Shinshi would come with a split in power. The people didn't understand such a prediction after all, their city was peaceful. They whispered amongst themselves, discussing the words of the elder. Thabe took Snowflake's hand with his fingers, suggesting that he go and listen to Elder Dudari's suggestion as well. Snowflake didn't mind entertaining himself, he had grown a good bit in a while. As soon as they approached the elder's window, as Muon raised his hand and pointed in their directions, the old man's eyes coloured with a bright light, and the prediction was about the two of them. Such a statement puzzled Thabe and Snowflake very much. They didn't know how to react to Elder Dudari's prophecy. Unfortunately, there were too many listeners that day, and rumours of this prediction spread very quickly. Everyone was looking at Thabe and whispering behind his back. People were very frightened by such a prediction. The Bombers were worried that Thabe would not join one of the tribes because a war might break out. They watched his every move and action, and so it turned from fear to oppression. As a result, the people blindly believed the prophecy and did not question it. One day, Thabe was asked not to come down from Mountain Guansan for a while until things were more peaceful in Shinshi. In Snowflake's eyes, it looked as if the people had rallied against Tebai and thus banished him from Shinshi. Thabe himself, with a smile on his face, was sympathetic to the request. Snowflake was enraged at the way the people were treating Thabe. He heard how the Dudars had blessed his soul to protect Shinshi for Thabe's assistance, and that very same day, Snowflake thought of something. Snowflake decided that they just had to get rid of what they needed to protect, and the best way to do that was to start a war. The monster made this suggestion to Thabe, but the guy didn't even want to hear about it. Any objections from Snowflake were immediately dismissed. Thabe even warned Snowflake that he would not be forgiven if he did something like this. Snowflake was sad to hear this, because all these thoughts were just for Thabe's sake. And now Snowflake, after all these years, was ready to make his plan a reality. His face split into two parts, one of which belonged to Thabe's appearance. Of course, first Snowflake needed to destroy all those enemies who had once turned their backs on Sebo, so that he could build a world where they would not be cast out or feared. Huanan swung his arm and headed towards the Hoopoas. The others continued to hold back the Bulgasari who were snooping around trying to destroy them. Soho, with fear on his face, jerked towards the Overlord, who was now restrained and defenseless. Hoopo, having lost hope that he could survive the attack, with a dark shadow on his face, began to beg for forgiveness from his brethren. He felt very sorry for ruining their lives with his actions. Hara and Maro couldn't believe what they were hearing. They did not want to listen to the Lord, for his words meant only that he was ready to accept his death and had stopped fighting. And now Huanan was too close to strike. His hand was almost touching the roots that wrapped around Hoopo's body. Hoopo himself looked at his enemy without fear, ready to accept a dignified death. Suddenly, a man with a sword in his hands appeared in front of Snowflake. Yehar stood up to Hoopo's defense and shielded his body from the enemy, fending off Snowflake's attack. Jihar abruptly turned around and forcefully knocked Snowflake, causing the enemy to fly off to the side without reaching his target. Yehar then turned to Hoopo, and with a few precise movements, he was able to easily chop the roots that were holding him back. At that very moment, Snowflake extended his arm towards the guy, but Jehar's voice addressed to him was like ice. The guy ordered Snowflake to stay out of his way. A subtle attack passed across Huanan's face. He was so surprised that he didn't immediately realize that he had obeyed Jehar. Snowflake continued to stand like that with his arm outstretched. Meanwhile, Jehar headed over to Hoopo. The boy looked down at his nemesis and couldn't help but notice the fact that Bomb was looking very sad right now. Hoopo was kneeling exhausted in front of Jehar. He didn't understand at all the reason why this child had decided to save him. Meanwhile, Hoha hid his sword back into its scabbard. At the same time, Malsuk cried out about being here. After all, this was indeed very important. The girl had stepped out of the shadow world without the Overlord's permission. Jichu and Hoso immediately ran up to Malsuk, surprised that the girl was here. She quickly revealed that the shadow world had fallen, and the ones who had helped her and the rest of the Bomas were Yeha and the rest of the guys. Yeha stood in front of Hoopo and told him that all the bombs from the shadow world were safe. Hoopo was so weakened that this information was like unreal to him. Meanwhile, Snowflake had come to his senses and was heading towards Jeha. Bulgasari wasn't about to let this guy ruin all his plans. Yeha froze as he felt an evil aura at his back. Yeha drew his sword in a sond and defended himself with it against Snowflake's onslaught. The boy felt a very impressive onslaught on him. Clenching his teeth, Yeha turned to Hoopo. The latter had to spring into action, as the Bomas of the old ladies from the shadow world awaited his return. Such information brought a slight chuckle to Hoopo's voice. He promised Yeha that they would be sure to talk about it later. Right now, however, they had a much more serious problem in front of them. Hoopo opened his hand, in which lay a small Shindansu seed. Now that the shadow world had been destroyed, there was no point in planting the seed. Hoopo closed his eyes and made a very important decision. He put his hand with the seed to his mouth and ate it. At the same time, the fight between Jeha and Snowflake was in full swing. The guy was trying to dodge the sharp attacks and at the same time trying to land his own blow as well. He was in full tension, but Snowflake felt his superiority and grinned. The rest of the hunters similarly began their battle against Bulgasari. Haru threw on his golden chains, and Huan swung his spear. Somewhere in the distance, Hosu was swinging his weapon with his scythe. Likewise, the Bombers were trying to hold back the onslaught of the enemy and protect Malsuk, for the Bomb Girl had no strength to defend herself. Meanwhile, Hoopo had gained a completely different power. After he absorbed Shindansu's seed, his body changed greatly, filled with incredible strength. He increased in size several times, his fangs growing larger. The energy around him danced differently. Feeling the mighty power, Snowflake turned his head towards Hoopo and tisked loudly. He didn't expect that Bomb still had so much energy in him. Hoopo disappeared from Snowflake's eyes in an instant. A wave of powerful force hit his enemy's face and a trace of his oppressive energy was left where Hoopo had been. Snowflake felt a very intense pain on his body. The man did not immediately realize what had happened to him, and it was Hoopo who was able to pierce Snowflake's body with one of his precise punches to his side. Blood immediately spurted out of his enemy's mouth. Hoopo's punch was too powerful. Snowflake's body immediately flew off somewhere to the side. All of this was happening so fast that no one would have had time to react. Snowflake flew and realized that he had greatly underestimated Bomb's strength. His whole body felt numb. He couldn't stop or even move. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth like that. Hara walked over to her overlord. The girl hoped that Snowflake, who had just been thrown somewhere far away, would never come back to them again. It was as if the Bulgasari had gone mad. The boys froze in place, afraid to move as the monsters ran screaming in the direction Snowflake had flown. For a moment there was a deafening stagnance in the room where they were all gathered. No one could understand why the monsters ran away so quickly, leaving their enemies behind. Haru looked at the monsters and only now realized that he had never met such monsters before. Hoopo had changed. His strongest form was gone, returning Boma to his human form. He was very tired and no longer had the strength to maintain that state. Hoopo felt a light breeze blowing. When he opened one eye, he saw a hand reaching out to him. It was Jeha's. Standing with his hand outstretched to Hoopo, Jeha, without anger in his voice or ulterior motives, came to him to discuss peace in Shinshi. Something stabbed very painfully in Hoopo's chest. He had not at all expected that after all that had happened between them, Jeha would reach out to him and offer him peace. Near the entrance to the Eisel Tower, something nasty was happening. Huanan couldn't believe his luck, for his child Jigui had managed to get to him from the last of his strength. Now Huanan would be able to feed on her blood to restore his body. After all, that was what his children were for. That was the duty of children, not to let a parent die. Snowflake tasted the blood and was able to regenerate his body. He licked his bloody finger. His eyes lit up with rage, and a horn sprouted from his forehead. Hoopo was grateful to Jeha for the guy saving his men from the shadow world, but he couldn't imagine how they would be able to discuss peace between their peoples after all this. Bom raised his tired gaze to the lad. He clearly realized that he was his worst enemy, the one who had killed Jeha's parents, and here the boy was now standing in front of him and holding out his hand. All this from the outside looked doubtful, and Bom wanted to know the reason for such a change. Jeha did not hide the fact that he still had not forgiven Hoopo for what he had done, but at the same time, he was no longer willing to betray what was dear to him for revenge. He said the last words with a smile and looked at the people he cared about. Meanwhile, Soho watched Jeha from the side and was able to feel a strange energy in his body. Bom sensed the two powers of Gom and Bom in this guy. And a second later, the realization came to him that Jeha was the same guy who had attacked Hoopo not too long ago and tried to kill him. It was as if Hoso had been splashed with cold water. He would punish himself for letting his guard down. Hoso and Jichu immediately shielded their overlord. They both remembered the hunters who had recently attacked Hupo. The boys immediately sensed the hostility coming from the Spomas. They weren't too happy about it, as such behaviours didn't lead to a truce. Jihar just silently watched them. And at the moment when the situation became very heated between the Boms and the Goms, Malsuk suddenly appeared between them. The Bomb Girl shouted and called for everyone to stop. She spread her arms wide as if that would help stop the battle. Hupo was the first to speak and everyone turned towards him. The Lord of the Bomb wanted to talk to Jihar. Quite unexpectedly, Hupo crossed his legs, put his hands on his knees, and bowed his head low. His voice was loud and clear, and the words came from the heart. Bomb asked for forgiveness for all that Jihar had been through. Jihar stared at Hupo with surprise. The rest of the Bomb, one in front of the other, asked the Overlord to raise his head. Hupo wiped his mouth with his hand. The Bomu's words came out with great difficulty, and yet he continued to speak. It turned out that Hupo was berating himself for daring to kill Pungray and Shamanka. They were Jeha's parents. Whatever his good intentions, he hated himself for what he had done. The hunters stood near Jihar. They were just as eager to hear about what had happened between Hupo and the lad's parents. For what reason Bomb had committed such an atrocity? After a little silence, Hupo raised his head and looked at Jeha. He remembered the last meeting with the lad on Mount Ingwansan, but he would have to start the story long before that event. It had all started after the war. The Goms had left Shinshi then, creating their own place in the Shadow World. The Boms had a shamaness who was able to put a seal on the gate to their world, and she locked the Boms away forever. Because of the locked gate, the Shadow World became a real prison for the Boms. They could leave that place only once a year and only for one day. For endless years they drowned in hatred and dreamed of the day when the seal would be broken. A long 4,000 years passed. Hupo was able to come out of the world of shadows for only one day and sought out a shaman who had the same power. That shaman turned out to be Jeha's mother. Then they also chose Boma, a warrior who would be able to destroy the seal. And that warrior was Pungray, Jeha's father. But no one expected that the feelings of these two would blossom between them and grow stronger. And so after a while, Jeha himself appeared. Hupo had spoken to Pungray more than once about breaking the seal, but Bomb flatly refused to do so, believing that the hatred of the tribe must die down from the beginning. It was then that Hupo realised that Pungray had lost interest in their tribe. Then Hupo was angry and said a great many terrible things. He thought that if he threatened Pungray, he would get scared and do what he had planned. Break the seal. But Bomb's love was stronger than his fear of the Lord, though Hupo himself had no thought of killing him. Jeha listened without a sound. The boy had discovered a completely different world and knowledge about his parents. After all, he only remembered a glimpse of their warm embrace and had no idea what their life was like before all this happened. Hupo finished his story with the fact that his father was a traitor who abandoned his tribe Bomb, not wanting to help and solve problems. Bomb involuntarily compared Pungray to Thaby, who had once committed a similar betrayal. Jeha exhaled heavily. It wasn't easy for him to listen to all of this, and yet the guy had to tell Hupo the truth about Thaby's betrayal. Covering his eyes, Jeha blurted out about how Hupo had gotten it all wrong, and Jeha talked about how it wasn't Jabe who started the war. Hupo didn't understand how such a thing could be said when he had witnessed it himself. Then Sayan intervened in the conversation and told Hupo that they had all seen Thabe's memories. Sayan put his hand to his chest and confessed that the 7 of them had the same past life of Thabe. From the memories, they realised that they were pieces of the souls of the Thabe that had been blessed by the Dudars, and it was this soul that offered Hupo peace. Hupo immediately remembered a conversation that happened to him and Thabe many years ago, and hearing about what the guys were saying, he immediately assumed that they were the reincarnation of Thabe. Sayan continued to tell of the vision that had come to them one night. It was not Tab who had started the war, but someone who could take his form and who benefited from it. Soho broke into the conversation. He immediately guessed that the one who had taken Thabe's form was Snowflake. He was the only one who could do such a thing, especially since everyone knew that Snowflake drank Thabe's blood. Maro grinned, remembering that Snowflake had killed Bulti while in Thabe's guise. The hunters looked sharply amongst themselves as they were not yet aware that Bulti was dead. Dogon stared wide-eyed at Bomb. Bomb's completely unaware of this news. It was as if Hupo's eyes had been reopened. All the missing pieces of the puzzle fell sharply into place. He looked around and realised that all these years the Bohms had been suffering because of Snowflake. Hupo rose to his feet. There was a huge hole gaping in the wall they were near. A strong and howling wind blew in from there. Everyone was distracted from their conversation when something began to happen outside. Something incomprehensible began to explode near the Eiffel Tower where they were. Apparently the monster was still alive. Jeha called out to Hupo once more. and he looked up at the boy with a sad look. Yeha still wanted to get what he wanted, so he suggested to Hoopo that he once again create peace in their land. The Bomas looked at the hunter in surprise. Such words were too exciting for them. Hoopo had not even hoped that after all they had heard, and the truth that had been revealed today, Yeha would want to offer peace between their tribes. The Bomas didn't believe to the last that they could settle this bitter and bloody war so easily. Malsuk was happy to hear that Yeha had not changed his mind and decision. The girl was proud of her tribe as well for the fact that they were willing to listen to such hateful goms. Before Hoopo's eyes, the image of Thabe surfaced again. His sincere and beaming smile. His dream to protect Shinshi and do his best to make people live in peace. From the gap that had formed during the battle, the sun came out and illuminated Hoopo's face. At that moment, his face was filled with kindness and confidence in that he wished for only one thing, to end the war between the Gomas and the Bomas. Hearing those cherished words, Yeha smiled with excitement. They all now had one and common enemy. The one left alive was Snowflake, whom the boys had opened a hunt for. On the main street stood Donchol, who couldn't believe what he saw before him. The city was painted in dark colours and evil energy was hovering around. There was destruction everywhere. The man didn't want to believe that the Bomas were so powerful that they could destroy the entire city with ease, and in a short time, they didn't yet know who really was their enemy. Comet suddenly stepped out of the car and hissed at the group of hunters. The man ordered them to keep their voices down as the enemy was very sensitive to sound. Donchol began to turn his head, but he would not keep his voice down, and behind him the other hunters continued to mutter loudly to themselves. Then Comet Jim freaked out and sharply shut the two talkers' mouths. The boys stared in surprise. They were confused, for they had never had to behave like this with the Bomas before. At some point, a multitude of tentacles appeared right next to them. The wriggling organism continued to move in its direction. The boys watched in horror. One sharp tentacle slipped too close to the guys. The tension between them was at its maximum. They stopped breathing at that moment, just to avoid making any unnecessary sounds. Donchol furrowed his eyebrows, completely unaware of what was going on here. The man assumed that the creature was Bulti, but Comet refuted that and told him that Bulti had been dead for a long time, and in fact the monster that had now taken over the centre of Shinshi, and was not Bomb at all. Snowflake was changing beyond recognition. The only thought pulsing in his head was that he needed even more power. The Bulgasari that Huanan had nurtured for so long were gathering around him. They were looking for their father. But Huanan himself had decided that their bodies would be the perfect dope and make him even stronger. The tentacle picked up the Bulgasari and sucked all the life force out of the monsters. In this way, they were only fodder for their father. Feeling incredibly powerful after each Bulgasari he ate, Huanan could not contain his emotions. Spreading his arms out to the sides and raising his head to the sky, he continued to accumulate his own power. The tree grew stronger and stronger and continued to take over more and more space with its roots. It didn't care what it absorbed or what it fed on. But what it enjoyed the most was when a person fell into the tight fetters of its roots. When the girl was grabbed by the tight roots, she screamed at the top of her voice. The people abandoned her, and fearing death, simply left her to face death. At the same time, fighter jets were raised over the city. They circled over the streets and prepared to drop bombs to confront the monster. Everything was happening in the centre of Shinshi. As the heart of those terrifying roots was the tree from the Izal Tower, which was growing stronger and stronger. A bright flash lit up the sky. It was an attack from a fighter jet. The city was filled with the imminent sounds of explosions. They could be heard from everywhere, and it seemed like this madness would never end. The people who were in the shelter flinched each time there were new explosions. They listened to the news saying that the battle had gotten very complicated. The hope in people's eyes began to fade. Some accepted this fate and just tried to wait out this difficult time. Children had the hardest time. They couldn't understand what was happening and why it happened. A little boy really wanted to know from his mother when they would return home, but the woman did not know what to say to her son. But there were some people who could no longer sit in hiding. Tension rose to a breaking point. The man tore out of his seat and the woman begged him to stop. After all, the danger was going nowhere. Many simply prayed, realizing that they had no other choice. The military officer reported the situation, and it was very sad. There was panic in the center of Shinshi, the streets were destroyed, things were very bad. The male military man who commanded from the tank did survive the Jigwe attack. He stated affirmatively that the city would not stand. His subordinate was unwilling to believe it, hoping that together with the hunters, they could defend their city. After they met Jigwe's enemy, the man realized that they would be completely unable to stand against such an enemy. Against them were creatures far more dangerous and terrifying than the bombs. While the military men were talking amongst themselves and the shelter behind ran out the very man who could no longer be there, the military officer immediately called out to the man to go back to the shelter because the streets were too dangerous. The man turned around and was sure that they would be eaten by the Bomas, and he was too smart to get out of the city and survive. The man did not yet know that their enemy was someone else. Thinking he was doing the right thing, he turned around and continued running again. He really didn't want to die in this place. And at the very moment when he had run a decent distance from the shelter, the terrible truth of what was happening in the city was revealed to him. The huge roots of the tree had come to life. They had sharp fangs, mouths, and many teeth, and they were all insanely hungry. The military man dropped his cigar when he saw that the man was about to be eaten. He shouted at him at the top of his voice to run back to his hiding place, but the shocked man seemed to lose any ability to move. From fear, he froze in place, and the roots of the tree were already wrapped around him, trapping the man in a terrible and deadly trap. The military realized that this place had become too dangerous, and if they wanted to survive, they had to get out of here very quickly. The military men began to flee, but at one point the man turned his head and noticed another man behind him. He started yelling to the stranger that it was too dangerous here, and at that very moment, something incredibly frightening happened. The stranger who had appeared so suddenly stood up to the fearsome and unknown monster. A bright flash of energy erupted between them. The military man froze in place, unable to believe his eyes. He had never thought that someone with his bare hands could resist such a monster. The male military man assumed that this stranger was a hunter. He didn't yet know that he would be grateful to Bomb for saving his life. It took Hoopo no small amount of strength to stop the root that had turned into a ferocious beast, and a second later more hunters appeared outside. They were all busy destroying the roots that were bursting forward. A military man looked at what was happening with all his eyes. Another military man pointed his finger forward and was able to recognize that those who had come were Chaco hunters. They were second in the rankings of the hunter community. The military man was not very happy, as he was convinced that without the leader of the tiger butterflies, those who were ranked first would not be able to stand. At this very moment, one of the roots burst forward and swiftly headed towards the military man. The man's eyes bulged from such a suddenness and could do absolutely nothing. All of a sudden, two men, Hunter and Bomb, who were working in pairs, appeared in front of the military man. They easily split the roots of the tree and were able to save the militaryman. The man stood there with his mouth hanging open, unable to believe that Bomb and the hunter were working together. Hara and Dogon had also formed a pair and were working together. The girl assumed that those tentacles belonged to Snowflake. Dogon confirmed her guess as he smelled the same energy that only belonged to Snowflake. Yeha and Hosu stood at the entrance to the shelter to protect the people who were inside. They couldn't let the tentacles get in there. Huan also appeared there. They all fought off the tentacles together that were rapidly trying to break into the shelter with the people. The guys couldn't let the monster get to the humans. Huan was putting up a very dangerous fight against the tentacles. He actively swung his spear and pierced the hard flesh that tried to pierce him with its sharp teeth. He couldn't dodge in time. The tentacles were too many and all of them came at him at once. He felt a light slash on his cheek. All of the guys' attacks seemed pointless. The onslaught was so strong that the tentacles were able to break through to the shelter. There was an explosion as they all slammed into the ground at once. Hosu frighteningly turned in that direction and was horrified by what was happening. The military man was out of breath at the sight of what was happening around him. He knew that there were too many people in that shelter. It wasn't until the smoke and dust cleared that the rest of the group got a view of the two bombers who had managed to fend off the tentacle attack and save the shelter with a large number of people in it. The boys made their way towards them, glad that they'd gotten there just in time. Hosu couldn't help but notice the skill of their work. Sign smirked, for not so long ago these bombers had been their enemies, but now things had changed a lot and the humans were together with the bombers against a greater evil. The military man shuddered at this news. He couldn't believe that the bombers were fighting alongside them on the same side. The military still hadn't fully grasped the fact that the bombers were on their side. The first instincts were playing in their souls, and they already wanted to fight against the monsters. Behind the military men, a tall shadow rose up. Bambon was approaching them. A clawed hand reached towards the military man. The man jerked, feeling an unrealistically powerful force behind his back. And at the moment when the military man with the knife in his hand was about to defend himself, a suddenly caustic and dark blood spurted in different directions. The soldier fell to the floor in fright. It turned out that Hoopo had protected the man from a tentacle that had quietly crept up on the man and was ready to twist him. Bombers were no longer enemies to humans. Hoopo approached the military man and held out his hand. The man cautiously accepted his help while continuing to disbelieve his own eyes. Sign noticed that Huang, who was on the roof of one of the houses, had signalled. The boy pointed towards his friend with his finger. Huang was high up on the roof from where he had a view of most of the city. He took the whistle away from his mouth and tried to realize what he saw in front of him now. The tree roots had taken over and destroyed all the government units that had been sent to destroy the monsters. Even the fighters had been captured and put out of commission. And somewhere far away a dark and overly large figure towered. Something was taller than all the houses that were in the center of the city. Juan realized with fear that it was none other than Snowflake. Juanan had turned into a very huge and scary monster. Having satiated himself with his children and the people who met in his path, he grew in size and replenished himself with power. The monster was ready to destroy everyone who had once mocked him. The boys made this way to Juan, who continued to stand on the edge of the roof and stare off into the distance. He pointed them where to look. The boys moved closer, and they could all see the enemy they had yet to face. Each of them had the most terrifying thoughts going through their heads, as no one had ever seen something horrible before. A large part of the city had been swallowed up by a monster that was incredibly large. Its tentacles burst out of the bowels of the earth and crushed everything in its path. Bulgasari was the most dangerous creature in this world. Suddenly, the monster opened its huge mouth. A terrifying sound was heard, and then sparkling power appeared and began to accumulate in its mouth. Hosu and Sane immediately realized that this monster had prepared to attack. The energy that was accumulating looked too dangerous. Even so, they continued to watch with bated breath at what was happening. And so Bulgasari made his next move. An incredibly powerful energy beam was released from the monster's mouth. There was a piercing sound, as if it had been fired from a super powerful gun. The beam flew past where the boys were. It happened so fast that Jahar didn't even have time to follow it with his gaze. The city became bright as if it was daylight for a second. And then an explosion of incredible scale sounded. The fire from which rose high, mushroomed into the air. Bulgasari enjoyed this beautiful sight. He became the strongest being on this planet and destroyed everything around him. The blast wave spread at the speed of sound. The guys looked at what was happening with horror. They realized that it would be unrealistic for them to stand against such a force. Jahar's heart clenched tightly in his chest, and for the first time he felt fear. Hupo approached Jahar. He spoke in a calm voice to him. They were the only ones who had a chance to stand up to this monster. They didn't have to put their hands down just because Snowflake had gotten a little bigger. Hupo told the boys about Bulgasari's depth. He was an immortal creature, but he could be destroyed before dawn. When the sun came up, the real end would come. Dogon grabbed his phone and looked at the time. They only had half an hour left until sunrise. The boys were shocked at how little time they had left. After all, it would take them at least 15 minutes to get to Bulgasari. They decide to break off running and come up with a plan along the way. Suddenly, a very questionable plan comes into Jahar's mind. According to him, the guys can get to the monster in just 30 seconds. And to make it convincing, the guy showed his 3 fingers. Dogon stared at Jahar with rounded eyes. He couldn't think of anything he could think of in this situation. He didn't even want to know the details of the plan. If it was going to be like Jahar said, he needed to act as soon as possible. And within a couple of seconds, Jahar's plan had come to fruition, and Dogon was no longer very happy that he'd been in such a hurry to execute it. The wind was blowing in his face with such force that he couldn't even close his mouth. His cheeks were blowing in different directions. They were rushing towards Bulgasari at an incredibly high speed. None of the guys had ever felt such emotions before. A couple minutes before they executed the plan, Jahar explained the intricacies of his idea. The guy gestured to show how and what should happen. Haru would make a ball out of his golden chain for the boys to enter. Then Hupo would have to unwind this ball and throw it towards Bulgasari. There were nuances to this method. For example, when the balloon would be flying, there would be a high probability that Bulgasari could spot them and destroy them. To prevent that from happening, they decided that Dogon would be on the outside of the balloon and keep an eye on the situation. The boy was genuinely glad that the monster didn't notice their approach. There was also another problem, and that was their landing. If the guys just crashed into the snowflake, they would just be smeared all over it. As soon as Dogon realized they were getting close, he called out to Haru. They were near the monster's neck. Haru reacted immediately and motioned for the others to get ready to disembark. The man's eyes lit up with a golden glow and he activated his power. The threads of the ball were tightly woven together and tightly fitted. After Haru activated the power, they began to lose their strength, and after a second, the ball ceased to exist. The threads simply fell apart and no longer held the shape of the ball. And instead of just disappearing, the threads coiled around the spearheads that were coming out of Bulgasari's body. The boys were flying in free flight, but the threads had already formed a strong net beneath them, giving them a soft landing and preventing them from flying from a great height to the ground. The monster twisted his head sharply as he sensed the enemy force behind him. Its eyes glared fiercely in the darkness. Some of the boys started shouting that Bulgasari had spotted them approaching. Now they had to proceed very carefully. There were still golden threads attached to different parts of the monster's body. Snowflake opened his mouth and roared. Dogon carried like the wind and was at the level of the monster's head. The guy prepared to attack, aiming his weapon directly at Bulgasari's eyes. The guy's machine gun began to charge, accumulating light energy. Dogon, with a slight smile on his lips, warned the monster that he might get a little hot. There was an explosion from the guy's shot. It was enough to confuse Bulgasari. At this time, the guys had already spread out over Snowflake's body and taken up positions. Of course, Dogon realized that his shots wouldn't work properly. The monster was much stronger than normal enemies. Even the fighters couldn't handle it. The enraged snowflake immediately opened its huge mouth, where it began to store another energy to attack. The guys were terrified of what was happening, already knowing how much power this monster had. They didn't want to let another explosion like this happen in the city. The accumulated energy was so strong that Huang felt himself being drawn to it. He clenched his teeth and tried to resist this oppressive force. A huge sphere of bright light was accumulating at the monster's mouth. From the looks of it, the boys got the impression that Bulgasari was preparing an attack much more powerful than the last one. Dogon watched with all eyes, his soul humming with fear as he realized that this attack would be much stronger than the one they had already seen. Meanwhile, the Bomas continued to fight against the tentacles that were still rampaging through the streets of the city. They saw a bright light and turned their heads towards the monster. Malsuk was pointing her finger in the direction of Bulgasari with horror. Tears appeared in this girl's eyes. She clearly realized that this attack would be from the last moment. They had failed to stop Snowflake. Meanwhile, on Bulgasari's neck was Jehar and Haru. Despite the situation they were in, Jehar kept his hands up and didn't want to think about what might happen now. Energy enveloped the boy's body and became like a tiger's body enveloping him. He ducked down, preparing for his attack. His sword was already at the ready. Without sparing himself, Jehar unleashed all the energy he possessed. The pressure of his energy was so powerful that everything under his feet cracked. At that very moment, Snowflake felt all of the guy's anger and rage he put into the attack on the monster's neck. Bulgasari roared in pain, energy lightning seeds streaked across his head. That sphere that the monster had so painstakingly assembled above him quite suddenly shattered into pieces. Because of Jehar's attack, Bulgasari had lost his concentration and was unable to hold back such a dangerous force. Jehar continued to clench his sword, and the energy around him was still bubbling around him the same way. He exhaled with relief, for he had been able to prevent a terrible accident from happening. Bulgasari froze in place as a huge hole appeared where Jehar's attack had been. The guy's strength was able to pierce through such a huge and strong body of the monster. Dogon looked at Jehar in surprise and praised his super powerful punch. Jehar himself was surprised by such might. They assumed that they had gotten stronger after returning from the Shadow World. Just as they were about to leave Bulgasari's body and go to help the humans, something in the middle of the monster's hole began to fuse and pulsate. A nasty and grinding voice sounded. Bulgasari bore that name because he was immortal. A body appeared behind Jehar. The voice changed and became softer, more human. The boy froze in place and the creature continued to speak. He was immortal and not even Thabe himself could kill him. Snowflake touched his face. He was sure that no one in Shinshi could stand up to him, so he suggested that Jehar just give up and die quickly. The guys started to look around and Bulgasari bodies were appearing all around them. They were surrounded by these monsters. Even though Jehar's attack couldn't destroy Snowflake, the guy wasn't going to give up so easily. Tiger energy surged around him once again. The sword was aimed at the enemy and there was no way he would give up without a fight. The guys engaged in battle with the Bulgasar monsters that had been created. As soon as one was destroyed, a new one would appear in its place. It seemed like an endless cycle where the hunters were at a disadvantage. Huang fending off another monster attack turned to Jehar. He suggested that his friend attack Snowflake again with the same powerful attack until it died. Jehar, fending off the monster's onslaught with his sword, shook his head. As much as he wanted to do it, he couldn't use such a powerful technique so often. Swinging his sword once more, he listened to his body. The guy shouted to the others that he could make 2 more attacks like this, but there was a problem. He needed the strength to do so. Harry raised his head and looked at all the guys. It made him feel good to know that everyone was relying on Jehu. Harry started to throw the cape off his shoulders. The man suggested that Jehar lie down here and rest for a while. Such a suggestion made the boy very confused as the battle was rapidly raging around him. Haru still insisted that Jehar regain his strength. They would be able to deal with the Bulgasars without his intervention. Hundreds of threads had risen around Haru. He would fight against the monsters at full strength. Huang also supported Haru's proposal. Jehar needed to recover his strength in order to attack Snowflake again. They all realized that without Jehar they couldn't win this battle, and the time before dawn was too short. Jehar covered his eyes. He was having a hard time in making this decision, but they had no other choice. Huang immediately called for the others, as they would now need to cover Jehar as well. This idea seemed crazy to them, but they didn't doubt their friends at all. The boys would do everything in their power to make their plan succeed. Sign and Dogon were just as on board. The boys fought off the small Bulgasari in a variety of ways. They spared no effort at all and did their best. Jehar had entrusted his life to his best friends. He didn't worry about it at all, as he knew that the guys could handle it. Each of them carried a great responsibility in their hearts. Meanwhile, Snowflake decided to socialize with the boys. He spread his arms out and reminded the others of the prophecy that the Dudas had told him a very long time ago. Snowflake had become so imbued with this prophecy that he proclaimed himself to be the half-wit who was destined to destroy Shinshi. Dark energy bubbled around him, the monster's eyes burning with scarlet sparks. He was anticipating his imminent victory. Nudging his body, Snowflake displayed the faces of the dead that lurked within him. He had tasted the blood of many tribes. Even Thebe, the strongest man of the past, was in his grasp. The monster wished to build a new Shinshi, the foundation of which would be fear. Snowflake believed it was the only way this place could find true peace. Dogon grimaced with rage. This monster's words simply did not fit in his mind. This was the ambition of a madman. They must stop him at all costs. Meanwhile, it was 7 minutes until dawn. Donkol along with Comet were in the shelter. They looked at the monster with all eyes and realized that they were completely helpless in this battle. Yet despite that, they continued to fight as hard as they could. Raising their weapons, the guys were firing at the monsters, hoping that they could improve the situation in some way. The tentacles were fearsome foes. At one point, the sharp creatures got too close to them. One of the tentacles tried to stab the man, but he fended off the attack with his weapon. Hoopo, who was close to Donchol, noticed the situation and rushed to his aid. Bomb intercepted the tentacles with his strong hands and had the strength to break them. Dark blood splattered in all directions. Donchol did not yet know that the bombs no longer wished to fight humans, and now the man thought he would be finished, for the bomb had appeared so suddenly and was about to kill him as well. Donchol had already said goodbye to his life, but for some reason unknown to him, Bomb did not attack him, and all the blows passed so as not to hit the man. Hoopo continued to fight off the pesky tentacles. A real battle was brewing around Donchol, only he was completely uninvolved in it. To his great surprise, the Bombers were doing their best to protect him. Comet and Donchol couldn't believe what they had just seen. The Bombers knew that there were people here, but made absolutely no attempt to attack them. The boys realized very quickly what this was all about. The Bombers and they had a common enemy. Now that the fear was over, Donchol and Comet decided to help the Bombers fight off the tentacles. The Bombers were able to fend off another tentacle attack. They stopped to catch their breath. They also approached the Isao Tower for a reason. Hara looked in front of her and didn't want to believe what the Overlord was plotting to do. They were looking at a tree called Shindansu. The Bombers had come to it with only one purpose, to destroy it. Hoopo had to warn the others that most likely once Shindansu was destroyed, they would lose all their powers, and even that would not make him change his mind, for that was the price for peace. Snowflake still continued his battle against the hunters. He couldn't stop praising the power he had, and that it was because of it, only he was worthy of establishing his peace in Shinshi. Seihin couldn't help but admire the resilience of Jeha, who had simply fallen asleep during the battle. Huan, on the other hand, realized that Jeha trusted them so much that he could afford to take such a risk. Huang drew his bowstring, preparing to release the arrows, and along with that, he wanted to know how much time they had left before dawn. Dogon pulled out his phone and realized with horror that they only had a minute left. They must wake Jehu up. Haru struggled just as impetuously, and at the same time ordered him not to touch Jehu. He decided that the guy would have to sleep until the last minute to accumulate as much energy as possible. Now the count was down to seconds. Hosu was worried that they might not make it in time, and the strength was already leaving his body. It was getting harder and harder to fight with each passing moment. Haru had faith in his student. He looked at Jeha, who continued to build up his strength, and decided that 30 seconds should be enough for him. Jeha was completely oblivious to the chaos that was going on around him. All of his concentration was gathered in one place. The hunters were hovering around Snowflake like birds. They tried all sorts of ways to reach him, but each of their attempts was reckless. Bulgasari waved a finger at them. He would become even stronger if he drank their blood. A cunning smirk appeared on his face. Sign tried to get closer to his enemy while he was distracted by his narcissism, but the monster was too strong. Sensing danger from the side, Bulgasari aimed his sharp tentacles towards the guy. The impact travelled through the lad's body. Sane felt a metallic taste in his mouth. Blood rushed through his clenched teeth, and his body was thrown aside. Juan rushed to his friend with a loud and piercing scream. The boy swung his spear, fighting off the tentacles that surrounded Sane, and at that very moment, Jeha rose to his feet. The guy thanked the guys for being able to give him time to rest. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Sane even joked about it. Snowflake immediately felt the presence of a completely different power. His gaze became wary and his body tensed all over. There was an incredible energy emanating from Jeha himself. He raised his sword in front of his face and prepared for his next move. The Snowflake who watched him failed to notice the incredible resemblance between Jehi and Thabe. There were 29 seconds until dawn. Jeha's gaze was full of strength and confidence. He walked slowly towards Snowflake. Energy pulsed from his body, and tiger stripes appeared on the guy's cheeks. Thabe's soul was split into 7 parts, and so when they came together, the guy's determination was set on protecting Shinshi and what they held dear. That was what united them all. Jeha didn't procrastinate any longer. There was too little time left, so the guy took decisive action. He swung his sword and the blade mercilessly went through Snowflake's body. The creature's blood rushed in different directions. The monster's face twisted with indignation. It was the first time it had ever feared for its life. The wounds were so severe that his regeneration could not keep up with them. Then, it was as if Snowflake came to his senses. After all, he was an immortal Bulgasari and shouldn't have been afraid of some kid. Meanwhile, Ha continued to swing his sword, sharp and whipping energy beams hitting the monster's body. The boys were shocked to see Jeha in such a state. It was something unbelievable. The guy was moving too fast. Haru, on the other hand, saw Jeha's tremendous development, as he remembered perfectly where this guy started from. At one time, he couldn't even handle the weakest bomb. There were 10 seconds left until dawn. Jeha continued to attack with his sword. He had no doubts about his actions. Moving quickly and clearly, and tiger strength supported his body. Snowflake was on the verge of a complete breakdown. He shouted Thabe's name and promised each time that he would be willing to destroy even thousands of such Shinshi for his sake. A shadow passed by Snowflake. He thought it was another attack. That's why he paid so much attention to it. Meanwhile, the guys and best friends were supporting Jehu as best they could. It was as if they had turned into rabid fans who were chanting his name. 6 seconds to dawn. Jeha moved behind Snowflake's back, knowing that this would be the end for the monster. Bulgasari opened his eyes as wide as he realized his enemy was behind him. And at that very moment, as Jeha struck the decisive blow, a hoopoe in another part of the city made just as crucial a move. 5 seconds before dawn, Jeha blew the head off the main enemy of all Shinshi with his sword. The light of his power flooded all around, and the monster's body froze in place, immobilized and headless. At the same time, Hoopoe with all his strength slammed his energy into the barrel of the Shindansu. Immediately there was a cracking sound and sparkling cracks ran down the tree trunk. Hara immediately felt a change in his body. The Shindansu in Shishi had been destroyed, which meant that the power had left the bombs' bodies as well. She raised her hands in surprise to where her ears had been, which slowly began to disappear. The bombs had lost their powers along with the Shindansu magic tree that had been destroyed. Now they were like the most ordinary people. Even though Snowflake's head flew an incredible distance away from his body itself, he had no doubt that he had won this battle. After all, it would be impossible for Yaha to destroy his huge body. Yaha, on the other hand, didn't even doubt what he had done. He turned his head with a confident hum. The guy also sensed that Hoopoe had destroyed Shindansa. And at that very moment, Snowflake's head that was still conscious was able to realize what was happening. He opened his eyes wide and didn't immediately realize what had happened. 2 seconds before dawn, Jeha stuck his sword into Bulgasari's very body. He knew the monster's head was only for diversion. Energy surged around the boy, gusty wind whipping his face. Lightning bolts of energy sparked all around. Snowflake couldn't believe what was happening. His head rapidly began to fall down, but all he could think about was that it wasn't happening the way he wanted it to. 1 second before dawn, Bulgasari's body was completely covered in a tremendous energy that pierced the monster from head to toe. Yaha took one last glance in Snowflake's direction. It was over now. They had done everything they could to the best of their ability. Meanwhile, Haru's golden chains began to develop around the boys. The man deftly manipulated them. Bulgasari's body crumbled into many pieces. A bright light illuminated all around, and the boys were shackled in a ball that Haru had woven from his chains. In this way, he protected everyone. It was dawn. The morning sun tenderly touched the tired and wounded city with its rays. Shindansu was destroyed, and particles from the monster that had been torn apart were flying around. Even though his body was completely destroyed, Snowflake's head could still speak. He still couldn't believe what had happened. According to Bulgasari, it wasn't possible, since Dudara's prophecy couldn't be deceptive. Haru looked at the languishing monster head with a slight smile. They had accepted a great fate in the hands of their past lives. The boys would fulfill the prophecy, for in their opinion the Dudara elder had spoken exactly about them, except Jeha's words did not please Snowflake at all. He began to scream, baying for blood that this was his destiny and only he could destroy Shinshi. Seihin frowned, for the monster had already fulfilled his prophecy when he destroyed that Shinshi who had tried so hard to keep Taibai safe. Dogen looked down at Snowflake from on high. The monster had created that Shinshi and tried to spin it as it pleased. Hosu spoke next. They had destroyed Snowflake's Shinshi and thus fulfilled the prophecy that Elder Dudara had foretold. Snowflake was still unwilling to put up with those words. He wasn't going to give up so easily and would never let go of this Shinshi. He had become so distraught that he could no longer think rationally. Small tentacles began to emerge from around his neck. Snowflake wasn't going to give up. His anger was too strong. Veins ballooned on his face and his eyes glittered with murderous rage. Snowflake's head snapped up abruptly and headed towards the boys. The monster wished to drink their blood and restore his Shinshi. Snowflake approached Yaha too quickly, but the guy himself wasn't even in a hurry to dodge. He felt stain about the fact that Thabe had put his trust in someone he shouldn't have. The guy's hands touched the sword too quickly. In one easy motion, the sword came out of its sheath. Bright light flooded Snowflake's face. He stared wide-eyed at what was happening. And Jehar made his final strike, which went straight through the center of the monster's head. This lunge was the most mundane, yet so important to all of humanity. This strike was enough to end the Snowflake once and for all. The monster's head was split in two. From that moment on, Snowflake ended his existence in this world. Slowly, his body disappeared, leaving not even the slightest hint of life. As soon as it happened, the morning sun seemed so bright to the boys. They turned their heads towards him. It was the true end and a new beginning. Even though the battle was over, they felt no joy. After all, there was so much grief and suffering they had to endure. People slowly began to come out of their shelters. The dead silence in the city was filled with the sounds of desperate screams and the cries of the survivors. People found their dead relatives or friends, and the anguish overwhelmed their souls. 1 year later, Chakho headquarters. The guys were watching TV, and they were pleased to see Doodah being broadcast in the commercials. The people were quickly able to accept this tribe. Dogon entered the hall with a cup of coffee. As he heard their conversation, he sadly noted that things were a little harder with the Bomas. They had never been fully accepted, but that wasn't surprising since so many people had died because of them. But they were allowed to live at Mountain Gwangsan. This was insisted upon by those who had fought to live on the same side as the Bomas on the day of the main battle. Huang shrugged his shoulders. Among the bombs, there were certainly those who didn't wish harm to the humans in the first place. Jehar's father, for example, was such a person, and yet the boy was still not comfortable being with them. The pain for his sister would not be able to let go of his heart for a long time. Somehow the others felt that Dogon had gotten over the loss too quickly. The boy turned to the window after hearing those words. He had shed enough tears, and now he had something important in his life. Dogon turned to everyone in the room. After all, these all guys had become a true family to him. Such words took a lot of emotion from the boys. Their hearts were pleasantly pinched. For such a long time they had really found a strong and friendly family. This was the first time someone had called them not just friends, but family. Huang scratched his cheek in embarrassment and spoke convincingly about how he felt the same way about them. They had truly all become family to him. Hosu similarly blushed with embarrassment. He began to look around, for Jehar and Haru were not in the audience, who were bound to hear this. Dogon turned to the boys and told them that Haru and Jehar had gone to Mount Ingwansan to see Hupo. This alarmed them, since why would they go to see them? Every time Jehar went to Mount Ingwansan, his healed mental wounds began to itch painfully. The boys were met by Ojep. They greeted them, just as Haru waved his hand. Things were going on a bit coldly. Though there was no open hostility between them, no one had forgotten the past yet. They approached Hupo's house. Ogep told them that their lord had been asleep for a year, for he had very serious wounds. But behold, he awakened and immediately ordered Jehu and Hare to be brought in. Ogep went to the door and knocked softly, then informed his lord that Jehar and Haru had come. A voice from behind the door invited them in. Jehar slowly began to open the door. The boy didn't know what the reason for their meeting was. A slight excitement played in his soul. They entered a room in which stood a hospital bed. Hupo was on it and spoke sincerely about how glad he was to see them. Jehar looked in surprise at Bom, who was in front of him. He did not immediately realize that it was indeed the same Hupo. The majestic lord of all Bom was sitting on the bed and had become completely different. His deadly gaze had gone blank. His hair had turned grey. His hands no longer had the same strength. Hupo had aged in a single year. Jehar couldn't hold back and bluntly blurted out his observation that Hupo had aged noticeably. Bom shifted on the bed and coughed softly. Ogep behind the boy's back was ready to strangle him for such tactless words. Jehar still had mixed feelings about Hupo. The boy was grateful to Bom for standing up for the people, but still the bitter memories of his parents raised anger in his soul. Hupo understood all this perfectly well and held no grudge against Jehu. A conversation ensued between them. Hupo assumed that Jehar was disappointed that he had not died, but Jehar himself did not know whether or not he would have been happy about such news. Jehar then admitted that he was glad that Hupo was alive and would be able to see the peaceful Shinshi with his own eyes. This was only the beginning on a great journey, where people from all tribes would be able to smile at each other and hold no grudges. These words brought a smile to Boma's face. Before leaving Hupo, Jehar wished him a long life. Those words were sincere and Hupo could feel it. He would definitely see a peaceful Shinshi. Ogep noticed that there was the incredible power emanating from these guys. He asked Hupo if the power could have stayed with them even after the destruction of Shindansu, to which Hupo shook his head. The only difference between them was that they had a piece of Thabe's soul. A piece of Thabe's soul lurked somewhere very deep in the soul of Jehar and the rest of the guys. It would remain dormant until they needed it again. Jehar was relieved to leave Hupo's house. Despite having such a stilted conversation, he felt a lot lighter. Haru sensed this because he watched the guy with a slight smile. For a while, they stayed on the mountain where they had a beautiful view of Shinshi City. It was a beautiful moment. The guys continued to move forward and set up their lives. Huang diligently continued to practice his favourite sport. Sign decided to start a charitable foundation to help all the victims. It was a good start. The foundation helped all the tribes. Hoso returned to the great sport of basketball and was performing very well. Juan and Hoso found common ground and started working together. The guys were comfortable spending time with each other and set a great example for the rest of the residents. Dogon returned to hard work, no longer wanting to earn money through dishonest labour. Yehar, on the other hand, decided to continue his studies and return to the store he had once worked in. Haru enjoyed this life, spending a lot of time outdoors. He knew that their fates were tied together. Now the boys would only move forward together, helping each other, supporting each other, and getting their lives together.